Double rebate, start by investing in stunning school beauties. Have you guys heard? The Jiangcheng Training Camp is recruiting again. I heard that only those with a vitality value of 130 and strength of 500 pounds can be specially trained. My god. Anyone who graduates from the training camp will definitely be at least a third-tier warrior. Even if they can't graduate and get expelled midway, they'll still enjoy many high-end benefits. Stop talking, we still need to meet the entry requirements. With this standard, getting into the martial arts academy is a sure thing. It's so depressing. My vitality value is barely over 50. I'm at the bottom. At the back, by the window. Jiang Chuan listened to his classmates' discussions and immediately felt embarrassed. Over 50 vitality value. Bottom tier? Indeed, he's at the bottom. So, with his vitality value of 40-something, he must be even worse. Jiang Chuan sighed. He had transmigrated to this high martial arts world 3 years ago. In these 3 years, he had worked hard, but his vitality value just wouldn't rise. Forget about having a divine talent, he didn't even have a system. If he were among other transmigrators, he'd be a complete failure. Sigh, am I going to live a life of mediocrity? Jiang Chuan thought, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He shook his head and sighed again. All right, everyone, quiet down. I have something to announce. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man walked into the classroom. The class instantly became quiet. This man was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhu Shun. Mr. Zhu looked around the class, cleared his throat, and spoke, 3 days from now, we will have a baseline exam. The content will mostly involve killing demon beasts to gain points. The top scorers will be eligible to enter the Jiangcheng Training Camp for special training. Those who perform well can also receive a treasure to enhance their vitality. I hope everyone will give their best and achieve a good ranking in this exam. And, if possible, I hope some of you can enter the training camp and become a distinguished individual. Now, I'll announce the team assignments for the exam. The team compositions will be determined by a random draw, so it's completely fair. With that, Mr. Zhu started reading out the team members' names. Before the college entrance exam, this baseline test was the most important thing. A good performance in this exam would guarantee a smooth path through the entrance exams. As long as you became a warrior. Not to mention bringing glory to the family, but at least in society, your own and your family's social standing would rise dramatically. Jiang Chuan felt bitter. This world was a parallel world compared to his previous one. His parents were still the poor working-class people struggling to support his education in a shoe factory. If he wanted to improve his family's situation and have a future, the only way was to become a warrior. The common people don't compete with the rich, and the rich don't fight with the martial artists. Jiang Chuan. Your teammate is Jiu Qinghan. Suddenly, Mr. Zhu called out from the podium. As soon as he said this, the classmates froze for a moment, then turned in disbelief to look at the dazed Jiang Chuan. No way. Is it really Jiang Chuan? Well, this is great. Jiang Chuan will definitely score well in this baseline exam thanks to being paired with Jiu, the big campus belle. Wow, not only can he hold onto her leg, but he can also live off her. I hate this. If I could team up with Jiu Qinghan, I'd be willing to become a martial god. However, Jiang Chuan was still in a daze, clearly not paying attention to what Mr. Zhu or his classmates were saying. Because just now, a faint blue screen had appeared before his eyes. 100-fold rebate system has been activated. Bind a rebate target before advancing to a first-tier warrior to receive high rewards through daily check ins and continuous improvement. Interact with the bound target to earn rebate points, which can be used in the store to buy various items. Jiang Chuan. Wow. The system finally arrived. Suppressing his inner excitement, Jiang Chuan began to study the system's functions carefully. He noticed that every classmate had a tag floating above their head. Wang Cheng, vitality value 80. No investment value. Binding rebate increases vitality by 3 points daily. Su Qin, vitality value 119. C-level investment value. Binding rebate increases vitality by 20 points daily. After a quick scan, Jiang Chuan understood how this rebate system worked. It not only judged a person's current strength, but also their talent. Investment value essentially represented a person's talent. But most people were either C-level or B-level. Not bad, but certainly not worth wasting this one investment slot. Wait a minute, I remember there's a team captain in our class, and she's considered the school's beauty, a once-in-a-century genius in Jiangcheng. Jiang Chuan, being meticulous, immediately thought of the perfect candidate. He slowly turned his gaze toward the front of the classroom, only to meet the eyes of a stunning girl, who turned around and looked back at him with bright eyes. HM. Jiu Qinghan, Vitality Value 180. SSS Level Investment Value. Binding rebate increases vitality by 50 points daily. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened. Wow! This is true rebate. The vitality gained from binding her was completely on a different level. Is she really the number one genius in the whole city? Bind. He must bind her. In this high martial arts world, vitality is the most important thing. As long as the vitality is high, you can do whatever you want. Martial skills. What martial skills? Can you withstand the vitality power in a single punch? Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan immediately made the decision to bind her. Binding rebate target has returned 50 vitality points to you. You have earned 50 rebate points. Rebate points can be used to purchase various items in the system shop. Jiang Chuan was planning to buy a marrow cleansing pill, but it required 3,000 rebate points, which made him give up on it. If possible, Jiang Chuan hoped to take the marrow cleansing pill before advancing to a first-tier warrior. Because once he became a warrior, his meridians would be fixed, and any blockages could be detrimental to his future development. Jiang Chuan clenched his fists in excitement. He originally had 43 vitality, but now it shot up to 93. His rank in class immediately jumped from the bottom to the middle. And don't forget, he'll gain 50 vitality every day, with 3 days remaining. By then, his vitality will surpass even Jiu Qinghan's. The prince and the minister, are they born with their roles? Jiang Chuan also has the potential to enter the training camp. Just then, a clear, refreshing voice like a mountain spring rang out. Jiang Chuan, would you like to go home together? Chapter 2, Rebate Points Increase by 100. Jiang Chuan looked up, and a delicate oval face immediately came into view. Jiu Qinghan. No need for any makeup, she was already an unparalleled beauty. Moreover, with Jiu Qinghan's impressive status, she exuded an even more mysterious aura. Would you like to go home together? Jiu Qinghan continued. Jiang Chuan hadn't reacted yet, but the surrounding students were all reacting more and more excitedly. Oh my god! Oh my god! Did I just see this right? Jiu Qinghan actually asked a guy if he wanted to go home together. Wait, does this mean Jiu Qinghan and Jiang Chuan have been living together for a while? No way. Jiu, the campus goddess, can't possibly be that type of person. Damn. I'm really jealous now. What kind of person is Jiang Chuan that he gets this privilege? The boys let out a howl. Meanwhile, the girls were feeling deeply unfair for Jiu Qinghan. After all, the boys chasing Jiu Qinghan could line up from Jiang City all the way to France. Among them, countless boys with excellent qualities. But when it came to looks, Jiang Chuan stood alone at the top. But in this world, good looks couldn't be the only asset. Could it be that Qinghan just likes handsome guys? Numerous suspicions spread throughout the classroom. Jiang Chuan finally came to his senses and stood up, deliberately looking at Jiu Qinghan as he said, Jiu Qinghan, I'm okay with going home together, but let me ask, are you doing this to prevent me from holding you back in the mock exam? Yes. Jiu Qinghan answered succinctly. Jiang Chuan sighed in relief, and he could clearly feel that the other students around him also relaxed. I knew it. Great, my goddess image has been shattered. He. Jiang Chuan, my Jiang Chuan. Unbelievable. Jiang Chuan looked at the emotionless Jiu Qinghan and didn't know what to say for a moment. He understood. In this world, only strength was truly reliable. A woman like Jiu Qinghan was best avoided. Otherwise, some inexplicable trouble would surely follow. And for Jiang Chuan, who was just starting out, he wasn't ready for that kind of trouble. Jiu Qinghan internally thanks you, rebate points increase by 100 points. Cough, cough. Jiang Chuan said, well, in that case, Jiu Qinghan, let us go together. Millimeter. Without a care for the surprised expressions of the classmates, Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan left the classroom together. However, what they didn't know was that all of this was being watched by a young man. Watching Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan walk out together, his eyes almost seemed to be shooting fire. Jiang Chuan, just wait. The scene shifted. The two of them had arrived at the entrance of a luxurious mansion. Jiang Chuan was dumbfounded. Neither in his past life nor this one had he ever seen such a stunning mansion. Damn, they even have maids. A maid walked out from the mansion, giving Jiang Chuan a strange look, but said nothing. Following Jiu Qinghan's instructions, she led them into a basement. When they opened the door, a huge space appeared before them. And within it, there were all kinds of exercise equipment, some of which Jiang Chuan had only seen in books, special equipment for martial artists. Out in the world, these would cost hundreds of thousands each. Is this what rich people live like? Jiang Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, his mind spinning. Just this basement alone could easily be worth tens of millions. While Jiang Chuan was lost in thought, Jiu Qinghan looked at her phone and said, after the last evaluation, your blood energy was at 39 points, right? Oh, yes. Jiang Chuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. His blood energy was so low it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to have such a low level. But now, with the system, it would only be a matter of days before he surpassed Jiu Qinghan. Then let us test your blood energy again. I'll give you the best help based on your current level. You really are going to help me? Jiang Chuan was a bit surprised. He thought Jiu Qinghan was only here to make sure he didn't hold her back. Millimeter, after all, you're also my teammate. Jiang Chuan was momentarily speechless. Someone like Jiu Qinghan was rare in this world. Following her guidance, Jiang Chuan stood in front of a pitch-black machine. All it took was one drop of blood to measure his blood energy value. This process, Jiang Chuan was already very familiar with. Jiu Qinghan silently watched from the side. She was already mentally calculating what kind of martial techniques she should assign to Jiang Chuan to help him improve his strength. After all, low blood energy was a fatal flaw. A month ago, Jiang Chuan's blood energy was in the 30s. In just 1 month, even someone as talented as Jiu Qinghan, taking all kinds of elixirs, could only increase about 10 points. And that was still unstable. For regular martial arts practitioners, that was almost an unattainable level. In fact, many people's blood energy might even regress. Every time Jiu Qinghan thought about this, she couldn't help but feel a headache. With blood energy this low, how could she possibly help Jiang Chuan? There were only 3 days left. Any methods were virtually insignificant. Ding tilde. The machine made a sound. Jiu Qinghan rubbed her forehead, looking frustrated. So, what did it say? What is the blood energy? 93. 93. Let me think about which technique I should assign you. Wait, how much did you say? Jiu Qinghan's expression changed, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chuan. You're sure you didn't make a mistake? Your blood energy is 93 millimeter. Jiang Chuan nodded, giving a look that said, don't believe me. Look for yourself. Jiu Qinghan stared at the large red number on the machine. 93. It was true. Wait a minute. Was T at 39 on her phone just now? What the heck was 93? How could his blood energy have increased by so much in just 1 month? This was unheard of. If someone could increase their blood energy by such a large amount in a month, they would be reversing the heavens, right? Jiu Qinghan suddenly thought of a possibility. Don't worry. It must be a problem with the machine. It has to be. She decided to personally test it. The result. The machine displayed the same number as yesterday's blood energy value. This meant the machine was working fine. Jiu Qinghan's expression finally changed. And it turned into a look of shock and joy. Chapter 3, Has Cultivation Reached the Great Success Realm? Jiu Qinghan was shocked beyond measure because of you, and received 100 rebate points. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but find it a little funny. Secretly happy. Admittedly, his current chi and blood value is indeed not enough if placed in front of Jiu Qinghan. But the premise is the object of comparison the previous him? The chi and blood value increased by more than 50 points in a month. What a concept! It's okay to say that there has been no one like this before and there will be no one like it after. Jiu Qinghan stood there in a daze for a long time before he managed to suppress his shocked expression. I swallowed and my dry throat felt sore. Your qi and blood value. I think the testing equipment in the school is too old and has some problems. Jiang Chuan spoke nonsense. Oh, that seems to be the case. Jiu Qinghan thought of the testing equipment in the school, which was indeed an antique that was almost 10 years old. It is normal for some problems to arise over time. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the situation that happened to Jiang Chuan. What a pity. If there had been no problems with the machines in school, you wouldn't have been talked about in class. In the class, Jiang Chuan has the lowest qi and blood value. In this world where force can change everything, many aspects of human nature will naturally be displayed more vividly. Jiang Chuan didn't care about this. It's okay, so what should we do next? Since your true strength is 93 cards of qi and health, then it will be much easier. Jiu Qinghan walked into a room for a moment, then took out 2 secret books and an exquisite small box. This is a book of exercises, a book of martial arts, and a first-grade qi and blood pill. This is the greatest help I can give you. Because your qi and blood are not yet over 100, you can't take too many external force pills in a short period of time. Jiu Qinghan continued, when you are free every day, you can also come to my training room to do various types of training to improve your strength. Inside the training room, there is another formation that can improve your combat experience. Jiu Qinghan introduced everything in detail, which moved Jiang Chuan a little. Thank you. Keep going. I hope you can realize your potential in the baseline test. Of course. Jiang Chuan smiled and nodded. Jiu Qinghan added, by the way, this is your first time to learn martial arts, so you may not understand it very well. Let me teach you. That's fine. Jiang Chuan thought about it and didn't refuse. This martial arts picture book looks the same as what is shown in martial arts movies. Jiu Qinghan looked through it for a while, then picked up a long sword and began to explain each movement and detail. After watching for a long time, Jiang Chuan had some enlightenment in his heart and gradually began to gain momentum. Mr. Jiang Chuan, you are very talented. Jiu Qinghan exclaimed in admiration. Jiang Chuan knew that she wasn't one to be polite and everything she said came from her heart. I'm going to go get some food from Aunt Wen first. You figure it out on your own. I'll come back and teach you later. Okay. After Jiu Qinghan left, Jiang Chuan flipped through the martial arts book again. Before becoming a martial artist, martial arts can basically only give a person a momentum similar to that of a martial artist. The power is certainly not too strong, but it is still very useful for the current situation. The name of the martial art is Fantian sword. The main thing is to use the power of qi and blood to create a strengthened sword force, which is powerful enough to pierce through a 1 centimeter thick alloy plate with one sword. If it pierces a person's body, it can definitely create a big hole. Jiang Chuan practiced many times, but still couldn't grasp the deepest level. He flipped through the picture book again and began to ponder. Does their host want to practice this secret book? To cultivate to the great accomplishment realm, you need 100 rebate points. Jiang Chuan. Good job. The system has such a method. Jiang Chuan was shocked. He was not worried at all that the skills he acquired through upgrading the system would not be as good as those acquired through manual practice by others. Just because. After his qi and blood improved seemingly by forcing things to happen, a lot of knowledge about qi and blood, as well as ways to use them, automatically appeared in his mind. Simply put, after he used this point to practice martial arts, the system simply integrated the intermediate process into his mind. Nothing that should be learned will be missed. Jiang Chuan immediately chose to upgrade directly. At that moment, he felt that many insights and skills appeared in his mind out of thin air. When Jiu Qinghan walked down to the basement carrying 2 large bowls of food, he found Jiang Chuan staring at the floor in a daze. Is there something you don't understand? Jiu Qinghan asked, try to attack me with your sword, and I can point out many problems for you. Jiang Chuan had a strange expression when he heard this. Are you sure? Of course. Jiu Qinghan was actually made to laugh softly by Jiang Chuan. Don't be afraid, I'm close to being a half-step warrior now, it's not that easy for me to be hurt by you. Well, then you better take it. This sword will be beyond your expectations. Jiang Chuan held his breath and concentrated, and his whole aura suddenly changed. The sword in his hand began to buzz instantly. Seeing this, Jiu Qinghan couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What strength! She actually felt the pressure. But Jiang Chuan's sword did not give her much time to think, and the sword flew over at the speed of thunder. This forced Jiu Qinghan to use all his strength to strike out with one palm strike. Powerful energy and blood gushed out. Bang! Jiang Chuan flew backwards and retreated several meters before he staggered to his feet. Hiss! I have to say that the suppression on qi and blood is really too strong. Even if the Fantian sword was cultivated to the great perfection level, it would not be able to hurt Jiu Qinghan. You have reached the great perfection stage in your cultivation, Jiu Qinghan said in disbelief. She couldn't help but be shocked, considering that she had been practicing for 3 full months before she could reach the great success realm. Jiang Chuan is just half an hour. This can't be described as genius. It's useless even if I'm at the great perfection stage. I can't hurt you. Jiang Chuan smiled. Little did they know, Jiu Qinghan on the other side was not as calm as he appeared. The hands behind his back trembled slightly uncontrollably. Since you have such an incredible talent for learning, I think there's not much help I can give you, Jiu Qinghan said with a wry smile. That's not the case. I don't have the resources to learn these things. This is all up to you. Jiang Chuan thanked him. Thank you for what you did today. I won't hold you back in the next test. After saying, Jiang Chuan took the initiative to end the topic. He picked up the rice and started eating it in big gulps. Jiu Qinghan looked at him with complicated eyes. As night fell, Jiang Chuan took the initiative to say goodbye and set out on his journey home. He thought of Jiu Qinghan's shocked expression and couldn't help laughing. If I told her that I had even mastered that physical training technique, wouldn't she be even more shocked? Chapter 4, Getting in Trouble. The next day, Jiang Chuan left home early. His parents had been working overtime all night and had not returned home yet in the morning. He bought some breakfast for 2 at the steamed bun shop downstairs and headed to Jiu Qinghan's mansion. Looking at the maid in front of him and the magnificent manor gate, Jiang Chuan still chose to call Jiu Qinghan. Hello? Did you go to school? Not yet. What's up? Jiang Chuan said, I brought you breakfast, do you want to eat together? There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and finally a okay was left. Jiu Qinghan's favorability towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 100 points of rebate. Yes. Jiang Chuan had no thoughts about this woman at all. The only point is that I want to try my best to increase my rebate points before I become a first-grade warrior, so that I can successfully buy a marrow cleansing pill in the system store. Judging from my performance yesterday, I have a good aptitude for learning, but for some reason, I seem to have some physical problems with my qi and blood. If this can be done using the marrow cleansing pill, it will only be good for Jiang Chuan's future development and will not cause any harm. But it seems that it is not so easy to get 3,000 rebate points at the moment. Each time I interact with Jiu Qinghan, I can only get about 100 rebate points. The standard for becoming a warrior is 200 calories of qi and blood, and 1,000 kilograms of strength. But qi and blood are the key points. As long as the qi and blood meet the standards, one's physique will automatically evolve into that of a warrior. In this case, Jiang Chuan only has 3 days to get 3,000 rebate points. Is there no way to quickly get rebate points? Jiang Chuan couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Right now, Jiu Qinghan's graceful figure had already appeared in front of Jiang Chuan. I am coming. Oh. Jiang Chuan casually handed the breakfast to Jiu Qinghan and continued to think in his mind, are there other ways to get a large amount of rebate points? However, the system did not say it, and he did not understand it either. The two were walking down the street. It caused everyone to look back frequently. Jiu Qinghan looked at Jiang Chuan with a hint of surprise. Before this, she had met people like Jiang Chuan who were willing to bring them breakfast. However, she usually chooses to refuse directly. The reason why she agreed to Jiang Chuan was because Jiang Chuan's performance yesterday forced her to pay more attention to him. Another point is that Jiu Qinghan wanted to see what Jiang Chuan's intentions were. But it seems now, Jiang Chuan's actions were completely beyond his expectations. He didn't want to please her, nor did he seem to have any other intentions. Are you just going to leave yourself aside like that? It's no wonder that Jiu Qinghan felt this way, as her life has always been extremely smooth. No one would dislike her, and no one would hate Jiu Qinghan. In this way, a subconscious cognition is formed. People like Jiang Chuan who deliver breakfast are really delivering breakfast. Jiu Qinghan had really never heard of it. After a moment of silence, Jiu Qinghan looked at Jiang Chuan and said, "Can I ask why you remembered to bring me breakfast?" A sound passed. There was no response that Jiu Qinghan wanted. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Chuan still stroking his chin and thinking. For a moment, Jiu Qinghan began to doubt whether he was really Jiu Qinghan, and deliberately made some noise to bring Jiang Chuan back to his senses. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Jiu Qinghan. I said, why did you think of bringing me breakfast? Oh, this is to thank you for teaching me swordsmanship yesterday and giving me the elixir. Is it that simple? After hearing this answer, Jiu Qinghan didn't know how to respond, and his curiosity about Jiang Chuan increased a little. The two of them walked all their way to the school in silence. Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan coming to school together were seen by their classmates, who were shocked again. Not buddy. It's okay if you said you had a reason to go back yesterday afternoon. How come you're all stuck together this morning? Who can believe that there is nothing wrong between the two of them? News always spreads very quickly. In an instant, the photo of Jiu Qinghan and Jiang Chuan walking to school side by side spread throughout the school, causing an instant sensation. The people who were most excited to see these photos were the group of flower protectors. Jiang Chuan. Damn it. Why can this yellow-haired guy always be with the white moonlight goddess? Down with the yellow-haired man. The good cabbages are being eaten by pigs. I really can't stand it anymore. And in a classroom, a teenager sitting in the front row couldn't contain himself after seeing the photo. He clenched his palm suddenly. The fragile cell phone was torn into several pieces in an instant, like a piece of thin paper. Brother Wang. The younger brothers around him started to speak up. The young man's eyes seemed to be spitting out flames, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Jiang Chuan. You have already received your death. Everyone in this school knows that Wang Hao has been pursuing the school belle Jiu Qinghan from the very beginning. For 3 whole years, even though Jiu Qinghan ignored him, Wang Hao still pestered her. He himself called it pure love. But no one knows what Jiu Qinghan thinks. At this moment, Jiang Chuan, this Cheng Yao Jin, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And he was so close to his dream girl. How could Wang Hao remain calm? Brother Wang, how about we take this kid out and teach him a lesson? Let him learn his lesson. Of course. Wang Hao clenched his fist hard. If Jiang Chuan was right in front of him, Wang Hao would have no doubt that his fist would hit Jiang Chuan's face in the next second. I have 100 cards of Qi and HP. How dare you, a piece of trash, challenge me? Jiang Chuan, I will make you pay a price. Not long. Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan entered the classroom separately. Oh. Seeing the celebrity appear, their whole class started to make a noise. Everyone was talking and joking about Jiang Chuan. But each of these words was like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into the softest part of Wang Hao's heart. Bang! Wang Hao slammed the table and stood up. He glared at Jiang Chuan, pointed at his nose and shouted, Jiang Chuan. If it's a man, get the hell out of here now. Jiang Chuan? He looked at Wang Hao, who suddenly went crazy with a face full of question marks. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why are they suddenly so malicious towards me? Jiang Chuan suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Jiu Qinghan, and immediately understood most of it. Grass. He didn't want to cause trouble in the beginning, but because of the rebate points, he had no choice but to do so. Unexpectedly, it has now come true. Chapter 5. I want your sword. This world is indeed a place where martial arts is respected. This group of ruffians, who were already unscrupulous in their previous lives, are now even more unscrupulous. I have high energy and am stronger than you, so can I bully you at will? If that's the case. Jiang Chuan's eyes gradually became dangerous. Now that he has high energy and strong strength, can he also bully such weaklings? Wang Hao's sudden outburst was obviously something that the whole class had not expected. But soon, a large number of students started to make a fuss again. After all, who wouldn't he want to watch the fun? What's more, the other party is someone like Jiang Chuan. Everyone recognizes the weak. I can actually get close to Jiu Qinghan. This is definitely not acceptable. Seeing Jiang Chuan being bullied made many people feel relieved. Fight, fight. I want to see a river of blood. Jiang Chuan is finally going to be punished. Great. To be frank, I'm just jealous of Jiang Chuan's good looks. What's wrong with that? Hearing that the sounds around him were almost all falling towards him, a smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. Immediately. He even held his chin high, looking at Jiang Chuan with disdain. What? You don't dare to come. You don't even dare to agree to my request. How can you be close to Jiu Qinghan? Jiang Chuan did not have the anger that everyone saw. Instead, he sighed and shook his head. Young people don't use their brains to speak or act. I can forgive you this time. I won't hold it against you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was greatly shocked. My goodness, how arrogant must one be to say such things? If I remember correctly, the last time Jiang Chuan tested his qi and blood value, he ranked the lowest in the class, right? How many? 39. Damn. His HP is only 39? He's challenging Wang Hao, whose HP is 100. Jiang Chuan is so bold. At our current initial stage, even if we only surpass one card of qi and blood, it would be an extremely terrifying gap. Yes, unless Jiang Chuan knows many advanced martial arts and techniques as well as weapons, there is only a 1% chance that he can defeat Wang Hao. Martial arts. Gongfa. Military soldiers. These are not things that an ordinary family can make. Jiang Chuan definitely doesn't have it. Even if there is, it is impossible to defeat Wang Hao. Just because Wang Hao had a first-grade martial arts weapon, the martial arts sword. That's right. The look of superiority on Wang Hao's face became more and more intense, especially when the audience talked about the whooping that he was proud of. He even pulled it out directly from the seat. There was a clang and the crisp sound of a sword was heard. Wang Hao raised his sword and pointed it directly at Jiang Chuan. This sword is considered a top-grade weapon among first-grade weapons. It's so powerful that it can cut hair with a single blow. It can also infuse the energy of qi and blood, making the sword's power stronger. Jiang Chuan, let me ask you, what do you have to fight me? I have to say that this martial arts sword is indeed very valuable. The market price of less than 100,000 yuan makes countless people stay away from it. From this we can see that Wang Hao's family background should not be underestimated. The saying, the poor are good at literature but the rich are good at martial arts, is demonstrated to the fullest in this world. At this time, Jiu Qinghan finally spoke. She stood directly in front of Jiang Chuan. He frowned slightly and looked at Wang Hao with displeasure. Wang Hao, do you know what you are doing now? Qinghan. Wang Hao couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that Jiu Qinghan would actually point the finger at him just for Jiang Chuan, a small fry. Could it be that Jiang Chuan is really that important? I didn't give you permission to call me that, did I? Jiu Qinghan's pretty face was covered with frost. I'll say it again, Jiang Chuan is my friend. If you attack him, don't blame me for not considering our friendship as classmates. Jiu Qinghan took the initiative to speak. Once again, the whole class was shocked. This. What the hell is this? On weekdays, Jiang Chuan didn't even have time to say a word to Jiu Qinghan. Why is it that after what happened yesterday, Jiu Qinghan is determined to protect Jiang Chuan? Jiu Qinghan. Wang Hao was stunned, and looked at Jiang Chuan with eyes wide open. It's all your fault. I don't know what kind of magic potion you gave Jiu Qinghan that made him unable to distinguish friend from foe. Jiang Chuan, I must tear off your disguise and let Jiu Qinghan know what kind of person you really are. Jiu Qinghan had completely lost his patience with Wang Hao. He turned his head and lowered his voice and said, Jiang Chuan, don't get too entangled with this person. You are just starting out now, and your achievements in the future will definitely far exceed this person. Be patient for a while, and everything will be fine. This is also for your own good. With Jiang Chuan's incredible talent in martial arts, Jiu Qinghan didn't know why Jiang Chuan had suddenly made such rapid progress from the bottom. But all kinds of strange reasons can show that Jiang Chuan is a talented person with great potential. He is totally incomparable with people like Wang Hao. I know what you mean. Jiang Chuan nodded. To be honest, he was quite surprised that Jiu Qinghan would take the initiative to step forward. But no one ever said that I couldn't beat him, right? Jiang Chuan, you. Jiu Qinghan was choked by Jiang Chuan's words. How can you, a martial arts trainee whose chi and blood are less than 100, compare with others who have more than 100 cards of chi and blood? It's incomparable in every aspect. The good impression I had just had on Jiang Chuan was instantly dispelled by Jiang Chuan's competitive and aggressive nature. Whatever. Go ahead and fight however you want. I'm only saying this out of kindness. Jiu Qinghan stepped aside in disappointment. Wang Hao was extremely happy when he saw this. Originally, he thought that Jiang Chuan, this coward, would always stay behind Jiu Qinghan. Due to Jiu Qinghan's strength and face, even if he wanted to take action against Jiang Chuan again, he had to think twice, and the difficulty would definitely increase by several levels. But no one would have expected that this idiot Jiang Chuan actually planned to fight on his own. Very good. Very good. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and grinned. Jiang Chuan, since you are really looking for death, I must break 2 of your bones today to teach you a lesson. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan's eyes lingered on the martial arts standard in Wang Hao's hand. I say, if I defeat you, can you give me the sword in your hand? The first martial art Jiang Chuan is learning now is swordsmanship, and he doesn't feel anything out of place. Therefore, he decided to pursue kendo as his next path. And a useful first-grade weapon is exactly what he needs now. However, Jiang Chuan's words are truly shocking. When everyone thought he was bound to lose, he actually set his eyes on the sword in someone else's hand. This is no longer arrogance. I can only say that it is extremely stupid. Chapter 6. Can you still speak? Wang Hao felt a little unconfident because of Jiang Chuan's actions. The younger brother whispered in his ear, Brother Wang, I think this kid must have gotten some treasure from Jiu Qinghan, that's why he's so arrogant. Otherwise, any normal person would never dare to fight you just because you are so strong, Brother Wang. There is some truth in what he said. Wang Hao couldn't help but pay some attention to observing Jiang Chuan. But in this situation, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. Could he really be afraid of Jiang Chuan in front of everyone? Jiang Chuan, just come on. Not to mention the martial arts, I can even give you the body movement skills that I spent a lot of money to buy the day before yesterday. After getting this answer, a smile appeared on Jiang Chuan's face. That's good. The words haven't finished yet. Jiang Chuan suddenly increased his speed and threw a punch without any warning. Only a dull roar was heard. As well as a series of clear and pleasant sounds rang out one after another. After everyone focused their attention, they discovered this. Wang Hao fell to the ground motionlessly like a dead dog. On the blackboard at the back, countless spider web-like cracks appeared. It can be seen from this that Brother Wang. Wang Hao's younger brothers screamed miserably and hurried to check on Wang Hao's condition. What's going on? I didn't see anything clearly just now, is there anyone who can explain it to me? No, why did Wang Hao suddenly fall to the ground? Could it be that Jiang Chuan did it? No, it's impossible. Jiang Chuan is obviously just a loser at the bottom level. How could he be so powerful? Wang Hao, who is good at fighting, didn't dare to say a word. This person must have at least 100 cards of chi and health. All the classmates. Almost 90% of them didn't see Jiang Chuan's movements clearly. Or rather, they never thought that Jiang Chuan could do this. However, there were still a few classmates and Jiu Qinghan. I can understand Jiang Chuan's actions. Could it be that Jiu Qinghan took action? I think it's very likely. You misunderstood. On the other side of the class, a boy with glasses said with a serious expression, just now, it was confirmed that Jiang Chuan took action. His expression didn't seem like he was joking. When the students heard this, they were shocked. This is because the ability of this classmate with glasses is among the best in the class. His words are very convincing. After getting confirmation, the students felt even more incredible. After all, you know, Wang Hao had already reached 100 calories of chi and blood a month ago. After a month, I'm afraid the chance of my chi and blood being reduced to nearly 110 calories. Such a person can be ranked among the best in the whole school. But now, he was killed instantly by Jiang Chuan, who had always been inconspicuous. If I tell this to others, no one will believe it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. If that's the case, Jiang Chuan's strength, could it be that he's already over 110 cards? It is very likely that he will be a warrior with a health value of 120 cards. The classmate with glasses looked at Jiang Chuan with a much more serious look in his eyes. A low-level loser. 120 calories of qi and blood value. Although he was still one level short of the level required to enter the Jiangcheng Training Camp, attending a good martial arts school was a piece of cake. No matter from which perspective, Jiang Chuan's secret is enough to make them feel fearful. In fact, hear their suspicions. Jiu Qinghan didn't care. Because she is the strongest martial artist in the class, the school, and even the entire Jiangcheng. Can feel it clearly. Jiang Chuan's blood and energy values at this time have far exceeded 120 calories. If I had to give an exact number, Jiu Qinghan estimated that Jiang Chuan's blood value was around 140 calories. But why? Yesterday, when the test came out at her house, the blood and energy value was clearly 93 calories. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Chuan's blood value surged by 50 calories again. Could it be that Jiang Chuan has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger all along? Then why? Are the qi and blood values tested by the machine different every time? Jiu Qinghan still couldn't figure it out. It is extremely difficult for a budding warrior to increase each card of qi and blood. But how come Jiang Chuan improved so quickly? It can even be said to be so extraordinary that it has reached a level that transcends this world. She began to have a premonition. The secret of Jiang Chuan. In the near future. Gradually unveiled. It is very likely that after Jiang Chuan shows his full strength, he will be better than me. What are you doing? When Wang Hao's younger brother saw Jiang Chuan walking towards them, he screamed in fright. You talk really strangely. Jiang Chuan asked in confusion. I'm just abiding by the agreement between me and Wang Hao. After saying. He didn't care about the shocked looks from his younger brothers and classmates. He took away the first-grade martial arts weapon, the martial arts sword. Immediately. He groped Wang Hao's body without any hesitation. He was not satisfied until he found a book of martial arts techniques. I am very fair and I didn't take advantage of others' misfortune. Jiang Chuan said with a smile. You? The younger brothers were extremely angry. They had always been the ones to bully others, so why were they being bullied today? This feeling can be said to be extremely depressing. But there is no other way. Even their boss Wang Hao was knocked down. How can these small fry challenge Jiang Chuan? He could only watch Jiang Chuan take Wang Hao's things in front of him and leave. Jiang Chuan's move this time is destined to make him famous. The students were unable to recover for a long time. Not long. Only then did Wang Hao slowly wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he gasped and covered his chest with a look of pain. Broken. My sternum is broken. Brother Wang, let's take you to the infirmary. Wait a minute. Wang Hao cast his gaze towards Jiu Qinghan, who was standing aside, like a little wife who had been abandoned after being seduced. Qinghan, you actually attacked me. Classmates? Brothers? No. Our eldest brother is. Did you get hit on the head and become stupid? It's Jiang Chuan. Jiu Qinghan glanced at him indifferently, left only one sentence, and then said nothing more. Wang Hao sneered, Jiang Chuan. Just him? Who else could have injured me so badly except you? Har har, since you are willing to protect him, then I have nothing to say. Suddenly. He seemed to sense something. Turn your head and look. The guys all use A. It can be said that he was looking at me with pity. Why are you looking at me like that? Etc. Could it be that? Chapter 7 Practice Body Movements. The river on the other side. Suddenly, I received a lot of notifications about rebate points being credited to my account. Jiu Qinghan's favorability towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 200 rebate points. Wang Hao's hatred towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 200 points of rebate. Can Lian Wang Hao's presence also increase my rebate points? Seeing this, Jiang Chuan pondered the cause and effect relationship. Originally, he thought that he could only get a lot of rebate points from Jiu Qinghan, or from various bound rebate recipients. But as it stands now, it seems that if someone who is related to you causes you emotional fluctuations, can you also generate rebate points? In this way, the source of rebate points will be greatly increased. Jiang Chuan said happily that what he needed most now was to use the rebate points to buy the marrow cleansing pill. After careful calculation, I now have 700 rebate points. Anyway, my current strength can be considered as the best in the school. When I have time, I will earn more rebate points from Wang Hao. That will be enough. Jiang Chuan set the goal and then turned his attention to the physical training techniques in his hands. First-class physical training technique, sword control technique. Use the power of qi and blood to connect the sword body, creating a huge thrust, consuming a certain amount of qi and blood, and can fly with the sword. 500 rebate points are needed to upgrade to the Great Accomplishment realm. Jiang Chuan had known about this before. The consumption of a certain amount of qi and blood mentioned here had nothing to do with the qi and blood value of the warrior himself. Simply put, the qi and blood consumed are mana, and the qi and blood value is the experience value. A first-class physical skill must not be too bad. Moreover, Jiang Chuan is not even a first-grade warrior now. If he were to learn a first-grade martial arts method at a higher level, it would definitely only benefit him and not cause any harm. I just feel bad for my rebate points. I saved them up with great difficulty. Although he said so, Jiang Chuan was very clear. Came to the school's martial arts training ground. Empty. The area here is large enough to accommodate thousands of people practicing together, making it the most suitable place to test the effectiveness of this body technique. Young man, are you having trouble practicing your technique? A voice came from the side. She is a short-haired woman wearing glasses. She looks to be in her 20s, and has a calm and steady temperament. She said kindly, "My name is Juku. I'm a sophomore at Qinwu College and a third-rank warrior. I came here to do something, and by chance I saw you still practicing hard here. If you have any questions, you can ask me." A third-grade warrior. Jiang Chuan was obviously a little surprised. Qinwu College is the best martial arts school in the country. Everyone who is able to be admitted here can rank among the top in the National College Entrance Examination. This girl who looks so young has actually already reached the third-rank warrior. In some families, they are treated as guests of honor. I didn't expect that I would actually see it with my own eyes today. Hello, my name is Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan took the initiative to introduce himself. It is not a bad thing to be kind to such a person and build a good relationship with him. After all, Jiang Chuan's ideal is also Qinwu College. Well, I see that you have a strong qi and blood, and you have a chance to enter our Qinwu College. Maybe we can be alumni in the future. Juku said this, fixing his eyes on the technique in Jiang Chuan's hand. First grade technique. Jiang Chuan, are you planning to learn this method? When you are just starting out, it's better not to skip levels and learn techniques. Otherwise, it will have some impact on your future martial arts career. Juku gave a kind reminder. Senior, don't worry too much about this. I'm confident. Jiang Chuan casually drew his sword, and the sword rang out. This also made Juku's eyes light up. Oh! The Great Perfection Realm. It seems that your talent in martial arts is not weak. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. Juku nodded with satisfaction. It's right to call you Senior Sister. With your talent, you really have a chance to enter Qinwu College. This level of physical training may be difficult for others, but for you, there is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination, and you should be able to learn the basics. The entry level of the first level of physical training is like a complete transformation. Well, can I give you some advice? What Juku said meant that he wanted to get to know Jiang Chuan. To this, Jiang Chuan wouldn't refuse either. Although he has a system to help him, at the moment, it is a matter of human relations. Listen to me, the most important point of this body movement is just 8 words. As long as you can fully understand them, you will have no worries in the future. These 8 words are. Juku carefully broke down the key points of this technique, making it easy to understand, and Jiang Chuan actually figured out some of the insights. I have gained a new understanding of this sword-wielding technique. You have great talent. Juku saw that Jiang Chuan was really thinking about something, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Okay, I'll go do my job first. You can practice slowly. The road of martial arts cannot be rushed. With your talent, you will definitely be able to practice to the entry level in less than half a month. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Chuan continued to devote himself to his practice, while Juku kept an eye on Jiang Chuan and turned away. This time she came to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. It's not for any other big thing. It was only before that he was bribed by a family with a huge price and a large amount of cultivation resources, and only then did he reluctantly accept an apprentice. The only thing that can help him usually is some spiritual practice and technique assistance. But even so, it is a precious thing to be able to guide apprentices as a person with experience to avoid detours and lay a solid foundation. Not long. Juku came to the door of Class 1, Grade 3. All the students in the class were attracted by the sudden appearance of a strange face. As fellow martial artists, they could feel the tremendous energy and blood flowing and roaring in this woman's body. Looks like he's an important person. You are so young, yet you have such strong abilities. I haven't felt this kind of oppression even from my martial arts instructor, who is a second-grade martial artist. Oh my god, this is a real martial artist. Compared to this, we are nothing. The classmate sitting at the door plucked up the courage to ask, "Miss, who are you looking for?" "Oh, I'm here to see Wang Hao." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the class. Good job. When did Wang Hao get such a long-legged girl on the list? Ahem. Wang Hao stood up from his seat, coughed twice, and tried to act mysterious, but he couldn't hide the pig-like smile on his face at all. Chapter 8, Backer is coming. Wang Hao. It's actually Wang Hao. Student Wang Hao, who is that young lady to you? Someone suddenly said this and Wang Hao immediately became excited. Ahem, since you asked sincerely, I will mercifully tell you. It's my master. Wow. The whole class was excited about this. Even Jiu Qinghan and others couldn't help but look up and take another look at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's family background is wealthy, but not extremely wealthy. This is not only a first-grade precious weapon, but also a first-grade martial arts technique, and there is also a master who is a third-grade martial artist. Oh my god. I'm envious, really envious. I never thought Wang Hao would be so capable. With such a master and background resources, it would be hard for him not to be powerful. Damn, while we're still figuring out how to pass the martial arts exam, others are probably already aiming for the top 10 colleges in the country. Wang Hao held his head high and chest out, like a victorious rooster. With so much flattery from everyone, he felt so happy that he almost took off. Some people saw this scene and suddenly thought of Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan is doomed. He actually offended such a big Buddha. Wang Hao's personality is vindictive. How could he let Jiang Chuan take such a big advantage and then let him go so easily? That makes sense. If you think about it this way, I guess Wang Hao might even be thinking of letting a third-rank master take action to deal with Jiang Chuan. Is this true? A third-rank master shouldn't be so disgraceful. That's hard to say. If Wang Hao really wants to kill him, he has plenty of ways to do it. Alas, what a pity. Jiang Chuan has really hit a wall this time. Jiu Qinghan heard all of this. Wang Hao. Juku's voice became louder. She looked at Wang Hao with a cold face, then turned and left. Wang Hao woke up as if from a dream. He pushed his desk mate aside and hurriedly followed. Although Juku is his master now, it doesn't mean that such a small amount of things can completely buy off a third-rank master and make him obey his orders. Even if Juku wanted to go back on his word now, his small Jiangcheng Wang family could be destroyed by others with just a wave of their hands. It's nothing. Master. Wang Hao followed Juku with his head down, waiting for the usual sermon. How many times have I told you? Since you are determined to embark on the path of martial arts, you must correct your character. You spend all day thinking about how others admire you and worship you. With such a character, how can you achieve great things? Yes, I know I was wrong. Wang Haochuan has a stubborn personality. He admits his mistakes every time he is scolded, but dares to make the same mistake again next time. Juku let out a long sigh and tried hard not to get angry. If he hadn't been looking for cultivation resources at the beginning, he wouldn't even have been interested in looking at Wang Hao. But there's no way. Now that we have gotten into such a mess. She could only bear it silently. If the disciple that the Wang family had asked her to accept was Jiang Chuan, she would definitely not have done this. Compared with Jiang Chuan, there is a huge difference between Wang Hao and him. After Juku calmed down for a moment, he said unhappily, "You called me here this time and said there was something urgent. What was it?" Finally, it was Wang Hao's turn to talk about the topic that interested him, and he immediately became interested. "Master, let me tell you, there is a bully in our school. Not only did he break 2 of my sternums, he also stole my first-class weapon and first-class body skills. You must take care of this matter for me. Bully. Juku laughed out loud when he heard this, his eyes squinting. Aren't you the bully? Forehead. Wang Hao was embarrassed for a moment. I will correct myself, but master, please help me solve this matter first. That guy, I don't know if he took some evil medicine. A month ago, his health was only over 30 cards, but today it's almost 140 cards. This guy is full of evil and is unwilling to fight even in a fair way. That's why he attacked me like this. Evil medicine. Juku's expression became serious. Are you sure? Of course I am sure. Wang Hao patted his chest and assured, that damn boy, the test result last month showed that his chi and blood were really 39 cards. But now, he can actually beat me who has 105 cards without any chance of fighting back. Master, tell me, is this caused by the evil medicine? Juku didn't say anything else, but his eyes became sharper. Evil medicine, this is something developed by those people. Not to mention taking it, the evil drug is banned nationwide, and even the people from that organization are being offered a high reward. If you are involved in this aspect, it is no longer a simple matter. What's the name of the man you're talking about? Find him out. Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan. When Juku heard this name, he was caught off guard and his expression became strange. Etc. Is this river the same river as that river? Master, have you seen him? Wang Hao asked curiously. Juku, Wait for me to take you to a place where you can meet some people. Good. Wang Hao was extremely excited. As long as his master agreed to deal with Jiang Chuan, everything would be perfect. Jiang Chuan. You can survive this time. Juku, who was walking with Wang Hao to the martial arts arena, saw a figure flashing and moving from a distance. Looking carefully, Juku saw clearly that the figure was Jiang Chuan. But what surprised her was that Jiang Chuan at this moment. Stepping on the flying sword, the speed is incredibly fast. This is the great perfection of sword control. The ultimate realm of sword controlling can propel the flying sword to low altitude at a speed of 3 meters per second. And Jiang Chuan is in this current situation. But didn't Jiang Chuan just learn the martial arts skills? How come it became so big in the blink of an eye? This is too unbelievable. Learn in seconds. Juku considered himself knowledgeable, but even in the inner courtyard, he had never seen such a monstrous learning efficiency. But Wang Hao was just like a fool. When he saw Jiang Chuan stop, he immediately yelled, Jiang Chuan! You're fucking done. A loud shout successfully attracted Jiang Chuan's attention. Master, let's go. This drug-addicted bastard is right in front of us. Then Jiang Chuan and Juku just stared at each other. Jiang Chuan also understood it. It turns out that what Juku said he was going to do was to vent Wang Hao's anger. After all this time, I found out that I was the one being targeted. As if seeing through Jiang Chuan's thoughts, Juku unexpectedly explained, don't get me wrong, I'm not here to vent my anger for Wang Hao. Wang Hao? Chapter 9. Now I'm behaving well. At this moment, Wang Hao was full of questions. No. Master? Aren't you here just to cause trouble for Jiang Chuan? Why are you still explaining it? He had a deep feeling of being backstabbed. Oh, what was that for? Jiang Chuan asked. He actually had no animosity towards Juku. After all, it was their first meeting and he found Juku to be quite kind. Besides, even if there is any hostility, it is useless. After all, Juku is a third-grade martial arts master, and crushing him is as easy as crushing an ant. Totally effortless. Yes, master. I tell you, Jiang Chuan is definitely on drugs. Wang Hao was extremely anxious. Although he didn't know why Juku suddenly had no hostility towards Jiang Chuan, he definitely had to add fuel to the fire. Let us get to the point. Juku also knows the seriousness of taking drugs. If it was really because of taking drugs that Jiang Chuan became so powerful, then Jiang Chuan has no value in training at all. This issue is very serious. Juku also looked at Jiang Chuan seriously. Let me make it clear in advance, I am not coming to you to vent my anger on behalf of Wang Hao, it is simply because of your own reasons. I heard from Wang Hao that your chi and health value was only 39 cards last month. But now it seems to me, you really do have a health value of 140 calories. Even people who don't practice martial arts can understand the shocking nature of this number when they hear it. So, I hope you won't resist and let me honestly verify the possibility of you taking drugs. Juku said, Jiang Chuan, you are a good candidate. I won't do anything to you recklessly. You can rest assured about that. But if you are really like what Wenhao said. To be honest, this was Juku's first meeting with Jiang Chuan. Although he didn't believe that Jiang Chuan's talent was acquired by taking drugs. But this incredible learning talent and the terrifying increase in blood value are incomprehensible. It's hard to believe that Jiang Chuan is innocent. After reaching the first grade warrior realm, the amount of qi and blood increases by 100, 500, or even 1000 calories a day. It's not impossible. After all, the foundation has been laid, as long as there is a sufficiently extraordinary, huge, and suitable adventure. It's not impossible. But in a situation like Jiang Chuan, before becoming a first-rank warrior, the promotion was already so fast, which had never happened before in history. Good. 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 Master is wise. Wenhao wanted to applaud on the spot. He didn't care about what Juku said. As long as Jiang Chuan falls into the hands of his master, his true colors will be revealed. At that time, you can deal with the prisoner however you want, right? It can even be said. The face he lost can be used to make great contributions in the future. The classmates were very envious. Even Jiu Qinghan was laughing. Wenhao was already immersed in a daydream. Jiang Chuan glanced at Wenhao and didn't say much. I agree, senior sister, let's do as you say, the innocent will be innocent. Har har. My sword. Wenhao jumped over and snatched the sword away. It's really hard to find it, Jiang Chuan, you've fallen into my hands this time. Juku had a serious expression. He took Jiang Chuan's wrist, placed 2 fingers on it, and began to sense it carefully. How is it, master? How is it? This kid must have taken drugs, right? Wenhao kept jumping around, as if he couldn't wait to see Jiang Chuan fall. Neither of them said anything. All fell into a strange silence. A long while passed. Juku finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wenhao was very tactless and continued to laugh. Har har, master, what's wrong? He must have taken drugs, right? Har har. I told you, how could I lose to this? No. Juku finally showed a smile on his face. Jiang Chuan, I didn't take any evil medicine. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Wenhao's face froze in an instant. What? Master, you are not kidding, are you? This guy didn't take any evil medicine. How could he have made such rapid progress? Juku looked at him coldly. For any warrior, the first lesson after entering the school is to identify the characteristics of people who take evil drugs. Wenhao, are you questioning me or the Qinji Martial Arts Academy? Boom. Faced with such a big reputation, even the arrogant Wenhao was frightened and kept denying it. Jiang Chuan didn't take any evil drugs. This is his real shining point. Juku looked at Jiang Chuan with a burning gaze. In 1 month, his qi and blood increased by more than 100 calories, and his progress in learning the exercises is far beyond that of a genius. Jiang Chuan, although I don't know what kind of changes have taken place in you, I can be sure that if you can continue in this direction, in the future, not only Qinwu Academy, but even the entire Daxia will have to respect you. What? With a clang, the sword in Wenhao's hand fell to the ground before it even warmed up. This review. High. It's really too high. It was so high that he began to wonder if he was dreaming. Just a few days ago, Jiang Chuan was the one with the lowest health value in the class. How come he has become like this in the blink of an eye? Jiang Chuan calmly picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. What? You're behaving yourself now, aren't you, kid? Wenhao was timid and didn't dare to look at Jiang Chuan, but he smiled at Juku. Thank you for proving my innocence. Juku said, don't worry, I won't reveal a single word about you. After all, everyone has their own little secrets. Only. I want to ask you something. Jiang Chuan, do you want to enter Qinwu College? The subtext of this sentence is already very obvious. Do you want to enter the best martial arts academy in the country? I can arrange that for you. Wang Hao's eyes were as big as bells, and he stood there completely dumbfounded. The appearance of this sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It made him feel at a loss. Jiang Chuan is not stupid either. His response to this is, think. But I want to be admitted to Qianwu College with my own strength. It is true, Jiang Chuan, I was not wrong about you. Juku smiled with satisfaction. Then she took out 3 small boxes. This is a first-grade bodybuilding pill. It will help you strengthen your body to a certain extent. I can help you, but as you said, it will only count if you can actually enter Qianwu College. Jiang Chuan took it and thanked him. I am looking forward to seeing what kind of brilliance a person like you will bring after entering Qianwu Academy. Juku's eyes were almost glowing. She was looking forward to Jiang Chuan's future. Even if I can't keep going against the will of heaven like this, at least I can become a regional overlord in the future. Chapter 10 Shoe Factory. Wang Hao's hatred towards you has increased, and you have received 300 rebate points. Juku's favorability towards you has increased, and you have received 300 rebate points. Good job. Jiang Chuan's tiger body trembled. So cool. Can the lost rebate points be earned back by just doing this? It seems that I still need to pretend more. Jiang Chuan was very distressed. I clearly don't have the desire to show off, but this system forces me to do so. There's nothing we can do about it. Wang Hao, you slandered others for taking evil medicine without any reason. Do you know that this crime is likely to ruin a warrior's life? Juku looked serious, staring at the dazed Wang Hao. The sense of oppression of a third-grade warrior was fully demonstrated at this moment. Wang Hao immediately became scared. He fell to his knees with a thud. No, master, please forgive me. I was just guessing. How could I have thought that Jiang Chuan would have such a strong strength and he has been so low-key all this time? I also didn't expect that even the instrument for testing blood and qi couldn't detect Jiang Chuan's true blood and qi value. How could he not be afraid? A Jiang Chuan, whose strength is far beyond his. Juku is the master he needs to lick. If both of them become hostile to him, his life will be over. Snort. Juku snorted coldly and kicked him to the ground. Do you remember what I said when I accepted you as my apprentice? I've said before, if you still maintain this character and refuse to repent, I will definitely end this transaction with your Wang family. I thought you would restrain yourself, but I didn't expect you to go even further and even say you took evil medicine. Wang Hao, you disappoint me so much. Juku said loudly, from today on, Wang Hao, you and I will sever the master-disciple relationship. From now on, we will no longer have any connection. Boom. The appearance of this sentence was like a loud sword of judgment slashing down fiercely. This caused Wang Hao, who was already at the end of his strength, to completely lose faith. He was completely panicked. Before this, Wang Hao had never imagined that he would end up like this because of bullying Jiang Chuan. Not only did he lose the third-grade warrior as his master's support, he also lost his first-grade weapon and a first-grade martial arts technique. Today, Wang Hao can be said to have lost everything. Thump. Wang Hao's eyes were lifeless and he lay on the ground in a daze, motionless. Because of you, Wang Hao's Taoism collapsed, and the rebate points increased by 500 points. Even better. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan probably had some ideas in his mind. This is for someone to get rebate points. It seems to be determined by the person's mood changes. As long as the emotions are strong enough, the rebate points can get higher and higher. After careful calculation, Jiang Chuan now has 1,200 rebate points. The marrow cleansing pill that could earn you 3,000 rebate points wasn't too far away. What a nice guy. Jiang Chuan looked at Wang Hao standing beside him and thought silently. I don't know either. If Wang Hao knew that this is how Jiang Chuan thought of him, what will be the reaction? After this little episode ended, Juku did not stay any longer. After saying goodbye, he left Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Jiang Chuan, after taking 3 body-building pills. As expected, I can feel that my physical fitness has been significantly improved. Combined with the nameless body refining technique that I learned at Ji Yu Qinghan's house yesterday. Jiang Chuan entered the martial arts hall and tested his strength. 430 kilograms. This terrifying number made Jiang Chuan's pupils shrink. As of now, with my current progress, if I improve further, I can already enter the Jiangcheng Training Camp. What a miraculous progress this is. You have to know that you will continue to become stronger according to your current progress. There is still 1 month left to prepare for the college entrance examination. I want to be able to reach the third grade warrior before the exam, right? Jiang Chuan made himself laugh. To be a third grade warrior, the required HP is 4,000 points. How can it be so easy to upgrade? He shook his head and put all these distracting thoughts behind him. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was almost time to go home from school. The classmates in the class don't know what happened between Jiang Chuan and Wang Hao. What he didn't know was that Wang Hao was now like a dead dog. He also kept praising Wang Hao for having a master who was a third-rank warrior, hoping that he could provide more support in the future. In this regard, Wang Hao could not take the initiative to talk about his embarrassing situation, and could only force an ugly smile. As for Jiang Chuan, he didn't dare to provoke her at all. With a health value of 140 cards, in the entire Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school, perhaps only Jiu Qinghan can crush him. With a big shot like this, why do you still have to compete with others? Even entering the top Jianwu Academy in the country is not impossible. Can I afford to offend him? Certainly. These are things that no one else knows. Before leaving, Jiu Qinghan kindly asked Jiang Chuan if he needed help. Jiang Chuan shrugged, no need. By the way, I won't be with you after today. I have something to do. Jiu Qinghan opened his mouth, wanting to say that Jiang Chuan might need some help from him. But think about it. With Jiang Chuan's current strength, does he still need my help? Okay. Jiu Qinghan spoke briefly and nodded decisively. That's right. Jiu Qinghan seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at Jiang Chuan again. Recently, it seems that a murderer has appeared in Jiangcheng. He is a second-grade warrior. You should pay attention to him on weekdays. Jiang Chuan was a little confused. What did this murder have to do with him? Anyway, it won't happen to me. But since Jiu Qinghan was willing to give this reminder, Jiang Chuan would not say anything more. Thanks. Watching Jiang Chuan leave, Jiu Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief. She heard that when getting along with friends, it is best to find topics to chat about. Is that all that is needed? The reason why Jiang Chuan left early today? There is no other reason. I just wanted to go to the factory to pick up my parents and bring them home. My parents didn't come home all night yesterday, which is indeed the norm for factory workers. But he is very different now than before. As a warrior with an extremely bright future, Jiang Chuan does not worry about living a miserable life. When he can truly reach the realm of a warrior, he will definitely be able to make money for his parents without worry. By that time, the two elders will no longer have to stay up all night every day to make money. Soon, Jiang Chuan arrived at the leather shoe factory where his parents worked. Young man, come to pick up your parents. The security guard at the door greeted Jiang Chuan with a smile. Jiang Chuan nodded and said, "Yeah, it should be almost time to get off work. It's almost time for you to come." Chapter 11, Second Rank Warrior. Jiang Chuan often comes here to wait for his parents to get off work, so many of his co-workers are familiar with Jiang Chuan's appearance. While walking on the road, many co-workers greeted Jiang Chuan. "Dad, Mom." Jiang Chuan shouted. The two old people who were packing up at their workstations and getting ready to go home smiled when they saw their son. "Ogawa is here." "Yes, I'm here to pick you up from get off work." "Are you leaving soon?" "That's about it. After the foreman comes to explain a few things to us, we can leave." Jiang Chuan nodded. The workers around him also laughed and joked. "I really envy your Jiang family for having such a good son who is a warrior and so filial. If my kid is half as good as Jiang Chuan, I would probably wake up laughing in the middle of the night." "What are you talking about? You are praising me again, aren't you?" "Old Liu, it's still unclear whether my child can become a warrior. It's too early to tell." "Har har, that's too serious." "It's not serious." Jiang Chuan knew that these workers had no ill intentions. Since he needed to wait for the foreman to give instructions, he would just wait. This had happened to him before. After waiting for a while, a pot-bellied man in a suit came up to the crowd with his hands behind his back. He is the foreman of the shoe factory. It is said that he is related to the director of this shoe factory. On weekdays, he idles around all day and does nothing. But every time it's time to get off work, he would come and give me a lecture. However, Jiang Chuan was keenly aware of something wrong. There seemed to be some smell of blood emanating from the man in the suit. Anyone who steps into the realm of martial arts will not only become extraordinary in terms of physique, but his five senses will also be countless times more precise than those of ordinary people. His intuition told him that there seemed something strange about the man in the suit. Jiang Chuan did not say anything, but just planned to observe the situation quietly before making a decision. I know that everyone has a hard time at work, but I hope everyone can understand one thing. In this world, who doesn't suffer? On the streets, the sanitation workers who get up at 3 in the morning to sweep the streets, the vendors who get up at 2 in the morning to buy goods, who doesn't suffer? Suffer now, and you will have a sweet life in the second half of your life. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. The reason I say this is because the day before yesterday, a co-worker, I won't mention his name, actually asked me to raise his salary. Tell me, other workers didn't ask for a raise, why are you the only one who is asking for a raise? Is that right? The fat man in the suit paused for a moment, then said in a commanding tone, whatever position you are in, just do what you are supposed to do in your current position. Okay, that's all I have to say today, everyone go back. Before leaving, the fat man in the suit looked around. Suddenly, when his eyes paused on Jiang Chuan, his expression changed visibly, but then returned to normal and he walked away with his arms behind his back. Liu Sandao's suspicion of you has increased, reward 100 rebate points. Jiang Chuan? I haven't done anything. How come they even offer rebate point rewards? Looking at it this way, it seems that there is indeed something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would he be so weird? Jiang Chuan secretly observed Liu Sandao who was leaving and found that the other party was also secretly observing him. Taking all of this in sight, Jiang Chuan memoized the direction he left. Xiao Chuan, let's go. Mom will make you your favorite twice-cooked pork tonight. Jiang's mother packed up her things and said happily. Okay, but Mom, I have something important to do right now, so I shouldn't be late when I get home. Forehead. When the two elders heard this, they looked at their son's expression. An intuition told them that their son was going to do something big. Good. The two elders are not warriors and do not understand the world of warriors. All they can do now is to quietly wait for their son's safe return home. After most people in the factory had left, Jiang Chuan found a corner where no one could see him and hid his body. He felt the wall and followed the direction Liu Sandao left. The further you go inside, the deeper you reach the factory. It looks like a huge abandoned warehouse. The door is closed. There is a lot of garbage and waste piled up outside. From all the signs, it seems that Liu Sandao is trying hard to hide something. Jiang Chuan guessed that it was definitely not a good thing. Otherwise, how could Liu Sandao be so suspicious? With a cautious attitude, Jiang Chuan slowly walked into the warehouse. A familiar energy of qi and blood flowed over. Is it a warrior? After realizing this, Jiang Chuan's brain suddenly became enlightened and he thought of many things. Situations like this where one can easily sense the power of qi and blood are mostly due to the warrior's own reasons. For example, leaking it intentionally. Or it could be that the warrior was injured and unable to control himself. Could it be that? Jiang Chuan suddenly thought of what Ji Yu Qinghan said after school. A second-rank warrior murderer. Is it really such a coincidence? Just happened to run into it myself. Jiang Chuan didn't quite believe that such a thing would happen to him, but now it seems that it is true. Because he could feel that the owner of this energy and blood power was a bit strong. Before Jiang Chuan could make any plans, he then heard the movement of the second person. Senior, I'm here to bring you food. The voice belonged to Liu Sandao. Lay down. The other voice sounded weak and lacked energy. It's very much like what happens after an injury. If the murderer can be subdued, then he might be able to get a lot of money to buy cultivation resources. Although for now, Jiang Chuan can get a 50-calorie increase in his qi and blood value every day. However, this is nothing to Jiang Chuan. What's the big deal about him being a genius in this small Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school? Looking at the Qianwu Academy of his dreams, his goal is not just to suppress his classmates. His opponent is the entire Qianwu Academy, including the mysterious inner court students. I want to go into further details. If you want to become a first-class warrior, you must reach the standard of 500 calories of qi and blood. The force required is more than 2,000 kilograms. In addition, there are also secret manuals of martial arts, applicable equipment, and so on. These all cost money. It doesn't mean that Jiang Chuan can sit back and relax now that he has the system. Jiang Chuan understood this deeply. Therefore, in order to achieve martial arts in the future, he has begun to stir. Observe the situation first, and if it's appropriate, arrest the murderer. Jiang Chuan muttered to himself, emptied his mind, and began to move slowly towards the inside of the warehouse. And at this time, in the warehouse as the center, Liu Sandao stood there, at a loss, even a little scared. Chapter 12, The Power of a Second-Rank Warrior. For nothing else. Because next to him, on a simple bed, sat a burly, shirtless middle-aged man. His body was covered with all kinds of hideous wounds, and some of them were so deep that the bones could be seen. The middle-aged man was eating his meal in big mouthfuls. In the entire warehouse, the only sound was that man's eating. Liu Sandao was silent as a cicada, not daring to disturb the man's meal. Of course he knew that this was the murderer that the whole city was looking for recently. But the man threatened him with the lives of his entire family to force him to obey. If any word leaks out, his whole family will be killed. No way. He could only pray that this plague god would leave quickly. After you finish eating, take it away. The sudden voice startled Liu Sandao. He turned around and found that it was the man holding the lunchbox and talking to him. Okay. Liu Sandao was about to leave with his lunchbox when he heard the middle-aged man say, "Bring me some ointment later. It doesn't matter if it's ointment, as long as it can heal the wound, just bring it all to me." Well, etc. The middle-aged man called Liu Sandao again, a grim smile on his face. "I warn you, although I am seriously injured now, you can't plot against me. If you dare to leak the secret, I can guarantee that you and your family will die without a burial place." Liu Sandao immediately gave in, and was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Senior, please have mercy on them and don't do anything to them. I can assure you that I have never said a word about you." "Ha, look at you, you're such a coward." The middle-aged man smiled disdainfully and sarcastically. "Go away. Come see me again at dinner time tomorrow." Liu Sandao felt relieved and fled away. After making sure that Liu Sandao had left, the middle-aged man finally couldn't pretend anymore. The strong and sturdy body fell on the cot, gasping for breath. "Damn the guards, for hurting me so badly," he cursed inwardly. Some time ago, he snatched the official training resources and successfully broke through to the second-grade warrior. But also because of this, he was beaten all over by the guards who arrived. Almost died on the spot. When he was found by Liu Sandao, he was already dying and on the verge of death. Fortunately, he had some time to pretend these 2 days, so he could at least pretend and scare Liu Sandao. But even he knows it. If enough ordinary people came at this time, they could also kill him. Little did they know, Jiang Chuan, who was hiding on the other side, had been silently observing the middle-aged man's condition. He could see that this middle-aged man was indeed a second-grade warrior. Moreover, the remaining energy and blood alone is several times, even dozens of times more than his own. However, the power of qi and blood cannot sometimes completely determine combat effectiveness. For a man like this, even pretending to be healthy is so tiring. No matter how strong his qi and blood are, he is probably just a grey wolf waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Chuan is becoming more and more worried. But he remained calm. He slowly walked out of the warehouse, found a corner, and called Jiu Qinghan. "Hello." Jiu Qinghan was surprised. Why did Jiang Chuan call him for no reason? Could it be? Jiu Qinghan walked to the window and pulled aside the curtains. Jiu Qinghan, who didn't see Jiang Chuan downstairs, thought he was here to bring her breakfast again. Jiang Chuan informed Jiu Qinghan about the second-grade warrior. To be on the safe side, he planned to call Jiu Qinghan along. The reason why he didn't call the guard team directly was that Jiang Chuan was greedy and wanted to get more credit and rewards by arresting the criminals himself. For example, by calling the guard, he could get a good citizen pennant. If he calls Jiu Qinghan, he can get a bonus of hundreds of thousands. "I'll be right there." After hearing this breaking news, Jiu Qinghan did not hesitate and rushed directly to the address sent by Jiang Chuan. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chuan saw Jiu Qinghan walking quietly. "Go in and take a look at the situation." Jiang Chuan tilted his head and said. Jiang Han nodded. Since Jiang Chuan said that he could go back and forth, it stands to reason that a second-grade warrior would not be so careless. However, since the situation has happened, it means that the second-grade warrior no longer has the mind to consider such things. The two men slipped in like thieves and observed quietly for about 10 minutes. How about it? You can go ahead. Jiang Han nodded in affirmation. Then go ahead. Just as Jiang Chuan was about to rush out, he was grabbed by Jiang Han. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry now. Let me go first and you can just stand aside and help me. Are you so confident? Jiang Chuan shrugged, it's all right. The words haven't finished yet. Jiang Han swooped down directly. Just at the moment when Jiang Han was about to make a move. The middle-aged man, who was a second-grade master, became alert almost at the same time. The guards found this place. Could it be that the coward really dared to tell the secret? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he began to feel it carefully. Wait. There are only two of them, and they are not even first-class warriors. The middle-aged man once thought that he had sensed it wrongly, but when Jiang Han raised his sword and came towards him, he confirmed his first reaction. They are really a bunch of rubbish. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and his palms were like a pair of pliers, tightly clamping Jiang Han's sword. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared. I am a second-rank warrior. How dare you come and kill me? Call out. Behind him, a whistling sound of breaking through the air was heard. It's Jiang Chuan. He used the first-grade body movement technique, the sword-controlling technique. But there is still a sword in his hand. This is because the sword-controlling technique at this high level no longer needs to rely on the sword to provide power. To put it simply, it is no problem to say that it is shrinking the distance into an inch. But doing so would go against the feeling of the body technique itself. This will lead to greater consumption. But in the current situation, Jiang Chuan certainly couldn't care about whether it was consumed or not. The middle-aged man pushed Jiang Han away, then turned around, picked up the folding bed and threw it towards Jiang Chuan. It must be said that a second-grade warrior is like a tiger in troubled waters. His strength still cannot be underestimated. Jiang Chuan took the blow head-on and suddenly felt as if a 1,000-pound rock was hitting him. The whole person flew out like a torn sack. The middle-aged man only used 2 moves to deal with the combined attack of the two. Jiang Chuan rolled to Jiang Han's side and looked at him inquiringly. Jiang Han nodded. Don't worry, if it was the heyday of a second-grade warrior, or even the heyday of a first-grade warrior, then we wouldn't be so relaxed now. You mean? Chapter 13, Fierce Battle. You mean, this guy is just a spent force? He's not even in the prime of a first-class warrior. After all, Jiang Chuan has only been practicing martial arts for too short a time. Jiang Han was born into a martial arts family, so she understands these things better. She nodded and said, yes, I suspect that we only need to continue attacking for a few more rounds. After he has used up his last bit of strength, he will no longer have the strength to resist. After saying that, Jiang Han added one more sentence. Don't worry, even if this trick doesn't work, I have other ways. Believe me. Okay. Jiang Chuan gritted his teeth and said, I'll go first. The current situation is like we are on a pirate ship and it is impossible to get out. The only way to protect yourself is to fight to the end. Anyway, if this second-grade warrior really wanted to catch up with them, it would only take a few minutes. It would be better to go all out now. It would be better to leave him no chance to resist. Sword flowers were flying. Jiang Chuan raised his sword and charged again. The middle-aged man's heart sank. He didn't expect that he failed to scare these two young men when they first met. In this way, I can only kill them all within a limited time. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Boy, you still dare to come. Very good. Very good. In that case, I will let you know what a true second-grade warrior is. The middle-aged man was furious, and a strong energy and blood force instantly burst out from his body. It was so strong that it even spread throughout the air. Overall, it looks like a huge red net. Sleep me. Boom boom boom. The chi and blood net instantly gathered together, surrounding Jiang Chuan with a murderous aura. However, Jiang Chuan was not at all panicked. Heaven-turning sword. The long sword fluttered like a butterfly jumping and dancing among flowers. With incredible speed, he tore a hole in the big net in just a moment, and his figure burst out, leaving the big net empty. Grass. The middle-aged man was filled with rage. If this had happened when he was still a second-grade warrior, how could he have allowed this little fellow, who was not even a first-grade warrior, to be so arrogant? However, his attack was not that simple. The blood net torn apart by Jiang Chuan's weapons did not disappear into the air. Instead, they spontaneously condensed together. Under the control of the middle-aged man's mind, he stabbed straight at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, who landed in the air, could only watch the attack coming towards him. Finally, I got one. The middle-aged man exhaled heavily. This had obviously consumed a lot of his energy. However, the next moment, a bright silver sword light actually cut it off directly. What? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly widened, filled with fear. This is impossible. Although the power of my blood thread has been greatly reduced, it still takes at least a first-class warrior to cut it off. With just the two of you. As soon as the words fell, he looked at Jiu Qinghan with shock. A first-grade warrior, a late first-grade warrior. Impossible. You clearly. Jiu Qinghan didn't give him time to speak. His figure twisted, and the next moment, he split into several identical figures. Each one of them has the strength of an absolute first-class warrior. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jiu Qinghan stabbed the middle-aged man without mercy. No. The middle-aged man struggled hard, but at this moment, he could only deal with two first-grade warriors at most. This is already his limit. Not to mention, there were several shadows of Jiu Qinghan attacking together. After several rounds, the middle-aged man, who was covered in wounds, had several more wounds. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I give up. The middle-aged man knew he was no match for his opponent, so he quickly raised his hands and shouted. Jiu Qinghan turned a deaf ear and continued to cut into the middle-aged man's body. Fuck. 1 inch. Don't take me so lightly. The middle-aged man could not bear this humiliation. When and where would he, a second-grade warrior, be beaten so badly by a first-grade warrior and beg for mercy on his knees? 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man has turned into a bloody man. Fell to the ground motionless. Jiu Qinghan still didn't stop. The people on the ground twitched from time to time. 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man was completely motionless. Like a dead person. Jiang Chuan's eyelids twitched wildly when he saw this. Good job. Bringing Jiu Qinghan here is really a good choice. He really didn't expect. Isn't it true that Jiu Qinghan has not yet reached the level of a first-grade warrior? How come in the blink of an eye he became the late-stage first-grade warrior that the middle-aged man mentioned? Jiu Qinghan took a deep breath, and the energy and blood that had reached its peak quickly dropped. She glanced at Jiang Chuan. That was a secret technique passed down from my family. It can improve one's martial arts realm within a certain period of time. Sharp. Jiang Chuan could only utter these two words. I'll carry this man to the guards. You can come with me and take a break. Jiu Qinghan nodded lightly and didn't say much. Jiang Chuan was really ashamed. It can be said that I was completely led by Jiu Qinghan today. A second-rank warrior, even if he was seriously injured, was not someone he could challenge. If you are not careful, you will die at the hands of a middle-aged man. This made Jiang Chuan a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, I didn't go there at the beginning. It's really a bit too wasteful. The middle-aged man was carried to the office where the guard team was located. The team members looked at the blood-soaked middle-aged man, and Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan fell into silence. Isn't this a second-rank warrior fugitive? This was given by 2 students. Court back. Next, of course, is the usual praise and bonus distribution. The 2 of them each received a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Jiu Qinghan didn't care. She was here to accompany Jiang Chuan to do something big. However, Jiang Chuan was not so satisfied. Sir, this is a second-rank master fugitive. Is this just a reward of 100,000? Hearing Jiang Chuan's question, the captain of the escort team was obviously embarrassed and coughed twice. Well, in fact, our escort team doesn't have much funding left. We've already lost a lot of money here, so you know. Jiang Chuan. No way. How much money to give is up to others. If others don't give it to him, then Jiang Chuan has no choice. However, this 100,000 yuan bonus is also pretty good for Jiang Chuan. Enough to buy a lot of things. That's fine. Jiang Chuan is always happy when he is content. After saying goodbye to Jiu Qinghan, Jiang Chuan took a quick shower outside before returning home. Xiao Chuan, you're finally back. The food is all hot for you, just eat it. As soon as I entered the door, there was no scolding, but full of concern. This kind of atmosphere makes Jiang Chuan feel warm. Chapter 14 Training Camp Report. Jiang Chuan, who was eating, suddenly heard his father, who was watching TV, say something. Ha! Our Jiangcheng fugitive has been caught. Puff. Jiang Chuan almost spit out the rice in his mouth. Oh my god. Is this Jiangcheng speed? He just sent the fugitive to the escort team, and now he starts reporting? Certainly. The two elders were unaware of what Jiang Chuan had done. Mother Jiang said while chewing melon seeds, I heard from Lao Wan that the fugitive is a second-grade martial artist. He seems to be very powerful. It would be great if he could be caught. I just don't know who did this. Jiang Chuan, who was eating, said, it was your son and your classmates who did this. Father Jiang suddenly looked at Jiang Chuan. Xiao Chuan, do you know how powerful this second-grade warrior is? Jiang Chuan quickly shook his head. Joke. If he had truly witnessed how powerful a second-grade warrior was, even 100 of him and Jiu Qinghan combined would not be enough for that man to kill. At this time, Jiang's father's phone rang. After picking up the phone, Jiang's father's face soon showed joy. After hanging up the phone, Jiang's mother asked curiously, Lao Jiang, what makes you so happy? Father Jiang was beaming with joy. Guess who called me just now? It was our foreman. He said he would promote us to workshop directors. I asked him why, and he said that we were the most diligent workers on weekdays. Jiang's mother was also very happy to hear this. That's right. We work very hard, unlike those people who slack off, right? As expected, gold always shines. Father Jiang was very happy and looked at Jiang Chuan beside him. Xiao Chuan, you have to work harder, good things will always come to you. After a few days when I get paid, I will pool money with your mother to buy you some supplements and exercise well. Yeah, okay? Jiang Chuan responded. But then again. Then why did the foreman promote the two elders? Apparently, it was a scene of himself and Jiu Qinghan fighting fiercely with a middle-aged man. He secretly saw it from the corner. Jiang Chuan shook his head and smiled. It seems that this foreman is very sensible, right? He thought of their $100,000. Jiang Chuan shouted to the two elders who were watching TV. Mom and Dad, our school gave out scholarships today. There are 20,000 yuan. I transferred 10,000 yuan to your card. Are there any scholarships left? The two elders were very surprised. Although they don't know martial arts, they often hear Jiang Chuan's class teacher say that Jiang Chuan's energy and blood are very low and it's time to think of a solution. Therefore, the two elders' mega salary is not only used to support the entire family, but also a large portion of it is used to buy various supplements for Jiang Chuan. Of course, those supplements are not that good either, and almost all of them can be said to be a waste of money. Jiang Chuan would not tell how much money he had received. After all, for a student, 100,000 yuan was a huge sum of money. It is inevitable that some rumors will leak out from the two elders' mouths. As for when he can fully demonstrate his strength, he will have to wait until the day of his college entrance examination. Father Jiang was very surprised. Xiao Chuan, how did you get such a large scholarship? Dad, are you still worried about me? This money must have come from a legitimate source, and I, your son, have suddenly become enlightened. My energy and blood are very strong now. As for how powerful it is, I won't tell you now. You will know it when the college entrance examination results come out. Father Jiang didn't quite understand at first and wanted to ask more questions. But Jiang's mother quickly interrupted Jiang's father's actions. Well, my son also has his own privacy. Since he said he didn't do anything bad, then he definitely didn't do anything bad. We just need to believe him. Father Jiang thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. That's right. We should try to keep a low profile. You are worthy of being my son. You are so thoughtful. But your mother and I don't need this scholarship. You can keep it for yourself. You need a lot of money to practice martial arts now. If you need more money in the future, just tell your mother and me directly. Jiang Chuan originally wanted to say something, but seeing the determined looks of the two elders, he stopped talking. I will keep this warmth and wait for the day when I can transform into a dragon and ascend to heaven, and repay my parents doubly. As for the other side, in the guard team, a big man with a stubble on his face walked in. The moment the guards saw this big man, their expressions became extremely serious. Captain Zhu. Zhu Yang nodded and said calmly, "Why did you notify me to come here?" A member of the escort team stepped out. They revealed the information they had learned from the middle-aged man. A young boy and a young girl worked together to defeat his second-grade master. The guard corrected him, he is a second-rank warrior who is seriously injured. Even if it is seriously injured, it is not easy to defeat it. I guess some special method must have been used. Zhu Yang noticed this keenly. The captain guessed correctly. It was the girl who possessed a secret family method that could instantly improve her martial arts realm. With the help of the boy, she was able to bring him down. Is that so? Zhu Yang pondered, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There are martial arts talents with over 130 ka every year, but this is the first time I've seen one that can accomplish something this great. Let's go to school tomorrow to conduct the test and directly sentence them to join the team without taking the test. I want to see what else they can come up with. Time flies. Jiang Chuan was bored at school. He almost doesn't need to learn anything in school anymore. 190 calories of qi and blood. Oh no, tomorrow he will have 230 calories of qi and blood. There's nothing wrong with saying that you are the best among the rest. Ji Yuqinghan walked by silently. Jiang Chuan. Except for Ji Yuqinghan. But it doesn't matter. Although he said that he has not caught up with Ji Yuqinghan yet, he believes that he will be able to do it in the near future. He now has 2,000 rebate points, and he only needs the last 1,000 points to buy the marrow cleansing pill to strengthen his foundation. He began to look forward to how good the training conditions would be after he entered the training camp. There are training camps in every city. In a final analysis, it is to cultivate and nurture this batch of good seedlings so that they can unleash all their potential before the college entrance examination. In this way, you can shine in the college entrance examination. Jiang Chuan knew that among the crowd of true geniuses, he would probably be just an inconspicuous one. Chapter 15, Fight if you don't accept it. From Ji Yuqinghan, I learned that people like her have been cultivating the path of martial arts since childhood. While people of the same age are still working hard to reach 130 calories of qi and blood. Powerful geniuses like them have already reached 300 or 400 calories of blood and qi, and some have even become true first-class warriors. This is the progress before joining the training camp. How powerful will you become after joining the training camp? This shows. Although the hard threshold of Tianwu Academy is at least 140 cards of qi and blood. But for those who really want to enter, this blood and qi value is simply too insignificant to mention. All I can say is that this rule is just there for people to see. It doesn't make any sense. Ordinary people can't achieve it, and real players don't need to watch it. Jiang Chuan then gradually realized what a terrifying opponent he would encounter in the college entrance examination 1 month later. Certainly. Jiang Chuan also asked why Ji Yuqinghan's qi and blood value was 180 calories. Ji Yuqinghan's answer was still the family's secret technique. Jiang Chuan seriously suspected that Ji Yuqinghan's family background was not just as simple as being the richest man in Jiangcheng. How could a family in a small city have so many family secrets? It's totally unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, another day has ended. Jiang Chuan, who had just finished a workout in the strength training room, tested his strength to find out that it reached 700 kilograms. He shook his head in dissatisfaction. A warrior's qi and blood value is important, but strength is also of paramount importance. Although there are many warriors whose strength and health values do not match up, this is not a reason for Jiang Chuan to slack off. Morning self-study. The students couldn't suppress their excitement. Hey, today is the day for the training camp to come to our school to select people. I'm so nervous. What's the point of being nervous? Do you have 130 qi and blood? Do you have 500 kilograms of strength? Even if you're excited, you don't deserve to be excited. Hey, what are you talking about? My excitement is none of your business. What if the training camp lowers the standards? Besides, I also want to know who will be selected into the training camp. Jiu Qinghan is definitely one of them. Class 2 monitor Jiang Shuai is also one of them. Who else is there? Jiang Shuai's brother Li Shuai had 128 calories of qi and blood last month. I wonder what he would say this month. Did you forget someone? Who is it? Jiang Chuan. As soon as the name came out, everyone turned around to look at Jiang Chuan, who was sleeping on the table. Yeah, this is also a dark horse. But it's possible. Although Jiang Chuan's qi and blood values have suddenly become so high for some reason, I heard that he took some kind of qi medicine to force it up. In this case, his strength cannot keep up with the qi and blood values. In other words, it is just a form without substance. I also want to have a form. Others at least have a form, but I don't even have a form. If this is true, then it will be difficult for Jiang Chuan to pass the test in the training camp. At this time, Lao Ju walked into the classroom. He coughed loudly and looked towards the class. Everyone, please be quiet. Next, I will announce a list of people who will be exempt from the entrance exam to the training camp. The reason why I'm the one making the announcement is because there are only 2 vacancies, and these 2 students are in our class. As soon as these words came out, the whole class was immediately in an uproar. I'm going. Entry without examination. This has never happened before in the training camp. Yeah, who on earth can have such a big face? Oh my god. If I could have such a grand occasion in my life, then I can say that my life is complete. As they were talking, the classmates turned their eyes to Jiu Qinghan. Jiu Qinghan is definitely not going to escape. With her talent, I really can't imagine any reason why she can't enter the training camp. Just as everyone expected, Lao Ju announced on the podium, that's right, among the candidates who will be exempted from the test this time is Jiu Qinghan. Let's give him a round of applause. Bang bang bang. The applause boomed like thunder. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. But during the applause, everyone couldn't help but become curious. Who could this other candidate be? Old Ju seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and said with a smile, everyone can make a bold guess as to who will be the one with the remaining spot. Who is it? I guess it's Wang Hao. I think so too. Doesn't Wang Hao have a 3rd-rank warrior as his master? His admission into the training camp is a foregone conclusion. The crowd's praises continued. But at this moment, Wang Hao seemed extremely ashamed. He really likes to show off. But now, everyone's flattery made him feel as ridiculous as a fool. Old Ju smiled and shook his head. The candidate for this position is Jiang Chuan. What? All the students were shocked. Jiang Chuan? Is it Jiang Chuan? Why? Why is Jiang Chuan a player on the same level as Jiu Qinghan? Isn't Jiang Shuai from the next class better than Jiang Chuan? Oh my god. The training camp's judgment is never wrong. This means that Jiang Chuan is indeed capable of entering the training camp. No matter how much we doubt it, it's useless. Jiang Chuan, who was sleeping, was awakened by the noise of the crowd. Fuck, it's so noisy. Classmates. Jiu Qinghan. Lao Ju. Old Ju coughed twice and said, now, Jiu Qinghan and Jiang Chuan can report to the training camp directly. Okay. Jiang Chuan rubbed his eyes. He actually didn't know why he was selected as a candidate to enter the camp without taking the test. But thinking about it carefully, it might be because of that middle-aged man. This is good, Jiang Chuan can save some time. When Jiang Chuan stood up and left, the whole class's eyes were on him. That look was full of envy and jealousy, completely different from the previous suspicious look. Starting today, the classmates all understood Jiang Chuan, whom they had looked down upon in the past. Suddenly rise. He became a genius that they could never reach. There have long been thick barriers between you and me. The two went downstairs together and followed the instructions to their destination. Jiu Qinghan looked at Jiang Chuan strangely. Jiang Chuan, why do I feel like you've become even more powerful? No matter how powerful I become in the past few days, I am still not as powerful as you. Just say a few random words. Cross the crowd. Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan finally saw the true colors of everyone in the training camp. The bearded man in the lead looked at the two men curiously. Chapter 16, Entering the Training Camp. You two students are really extraordinary. Hee, it's rare to see good talents like you in the training camp. The bearded man chuckled. My name is Huei, and I'm the most powerful person in the entire training camp. Since you have thought about joining the training camp, then you must have thought about becoming stronger after joining the training camp. I have a different approach for each person. You can enjoy the benefits of the training camp, especially the graduation benefits of the training camp, which are more abundant than you can imagine. But let me tell you first, if you want to pass the graduation exam of the training camp, you need my approval. Boom. Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan suddenly felt a strong pressure coming. A third rank master. How difficult is it to gain recognition from a third rank master? Jiang Chuan had already foreseen that because of the middle-aged man, Hui's expectations of them would be infinitely high. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. Xiao Zhang, take them to the training camp. Hui gave a mysterious smirk and then left. A handsome young man walked out from the back. He smiled gently at the two of them. Our battalion commander is like this. I hope you can get used to it. The difficulty he gives will be correspondingly greater for different levels of talent, but generally speaking, this is also to stimulate your full potential. You know, Jiangcheng hasn't seen someone like you for a long time. As he said this, he turned his gaze towards Jiu Qinghan. A mid-level first-rank warrior? Very good. Strength like yours is what Captain Hu values most. Then he looked at Jiang Chuan again. Jiang Chuan, right? Although your strength is a few levels weaker than Jiu Qinghan's, you can still be considered an extraordinary existence in Jiangcheng. There is no need to underestimate yourself. What the young man said was indeed heartbreaking. But for now, that's exactly what it means. Jiang Chuan's strength cannot catch up with Jiu Qinghan. But it doesn't mean that he can't do it later. Especially when I get the marrow cleansing pill in the future, after cleansing my essence and marrow, the training of my qi, blood and strength will increase exponentially. This is something no one else can compare to. What he lacks now is just time. Jiang Chuan asked, Brother, now that we are in the training camp, what should we do? The young man smiled. It's very simple. We have a specific training location in our training camp. We have a test every Monday. As long as you pass, you can continue to practice. To put it bluntly, it's just training and fighting, nothing else. Jiang Chuan was speechless. That is true. Aren't warriors just such simple and brutal creatures? Training, fighting, everything else is over. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan seemed to remember something. Wait, our test, which is a fight, who are we fighting with? The young man stopped talking, but slightly revealed his energy and blood. Late first grade. In other words, he would have to fight against this powerful late-stage first-grade warrior. Jiang Chuan suddenly felt like Alexander. Jiu Qinghan was fearless. After all, she has been working on the path of martial arts for more than 10 years, more deeply than Jiang Chuan. Several people got on a bus with Jiangcheng Training Camp written on it, and the journey took about 10 minutes. Several people came to a building that looked like a gymnasium. However, this building is countless times more luxurious than the gymnasium. There are heavy guards along their way. There is a guard post every 10 steps. The security was tight to a certain extent. It is a sparsely populated place, and there are not many people inside the martial arts hall. But after entering, the first thing that catches your eye is a huge open space. This place is specially used for sparring and training. After you graduate, we need to wait until the next batch of martial arts talents appear. Sometimes there are no ones worth training for a year or two, and we rarely use them ourselves. The young man introduced. Then, he pointed to many small doors and said, but behind doors like this are their respective training places, where they can train their strength and improve their qi and blood. Also, if you need anything, we can also provide a certain level of elixirs, cultivation resources, and different levels of skills. But I need to remind you that any items you obtain in the training camp can only be used in the training camp. If the training camp finds out that you are taking the training camp's resources to resell, the consequences will be serious, and you don't want to know. If you bite off more than you can chew, I'll just give you this reminder. The young man handed each of them a wooden sign. This is your room number. Everyone is very honest and will not enter your practice site casually. You can rest assured. So that's the end of the introduction. Do you have any questions? Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan both shook their heads. The young man smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take my leave now. We'll see each other in a week. By the way, my name is Zhang San. Goodbye, senior brother Zhang." After Zhang San left, Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan looked at each other in bewilderment. Obviously, this training camp is really like a huge treasure to them. Moreover, there is no one to disturb you, so you can just enjoy it all by yourself. Then I'll go and practice as much as possible. Jiang Chuan wanted to turn around and say goodbye, but was stopped by Jiu Qinghan. Jiu Qinghan looked at him seriously. "Jiang Chuan, there is a huge gap between our strengths now, but I know that you will become very strong in this month, so can you promise me one thing?" Jiang Chuan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I hope you and I can have a sparring match within this month." Jiu Qinghan spoke in a very serious tone, not joking at all. "I just want to know, if it were you, how big would the gap between us be?" Jiang Chuan was really confused. What on earth is Jiu Qinghan thinking? Why are you so obsessed with thinking you're awesome? But if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. Jiang Chuan's qi and blood values change every day, and the range of change is large. Who wouldn't be confused if you put this on them? After thinking about it, Jiang Chuan nodded. "I promise you, I will find a time this month." The two said goodbye without saying anything. Jiang Chuan came to his own training room. "As soon as I entered the door, I was shocked again." "Good fellow!" Jiang Chuan exclaimed, "What a great guy!" If this wasn't a training room, he would have thought it was a presidential suite. Rather than calling it a room, it would be more like a 300 square meter luxury villa. Not only does it have 3 floors, but it also has an indoor swimming pool, billiard room, and other facilities. The room specially used for cultivation is filled with skills and elixirs. Even the kitchen is stocked with lots of fresh ingredients. It can be said that it has all the necessary organs. Chapter 17 Fierce Battle 2. Certainly. What Jiang Chuan was most interested in was the training room. After integrating some resources, there are about 10 first-grade qi and blood pills and 10 body-refining pills. Each of these pills is worth 10,000 yuan in the outside world. If you calculate here, each person can spend 200,000 yuan a week, which is a huge sum of 1 million yuan a month. Not to mention the dazzling array of first-grade skills. To be honest, Jiang Chuan now wants a first-grade martial arts technique that suits him. After all, only in this way can his combat effectiveness increase. There is still a huge difference between the first-grade martial arts and the inferior martial arts. For example, if Jiang Chuan had not practiced that first-grade body technique when fighting with the fugitive, he would probably have been subdued on the spot. If he learns the first-grade body refining technique, or the first-grade martial arts, his strength will definitely increase, there is no doubt about it. But now, Jiang Chuan was faced with a difficult problem. The reason why the first-grade martial arts technique looked so powerful in his hands is not because of any other reason, but simply because Jiang Chuan can use the system to directly upgrade the martial arts technique to the Great Perfection realm. A first-grade technique at the Great Perfection realm is completely different from a first-grade technique at the entry-level realm. However, what he has, others also have. Take Jiu Qinghan for example. All the first-grade skills she practiced were at the Great Perfection level. There are even second-grade techniques that have reached the minor success stage. If Jiang Chuan were to compare his first-grade martial arts with those of ordinary people, then he would certainly not be inferior, and it could even be said that he was at the top of ordinary people of the same period. But now, the person he wanted to compare himself with was a genius who had practiced for more than 10 years longer than him. And all the masters in this training camp. Practicing a first-grade technique to the highest level is certainly powerful, but it is not enough to amaze people. Even if we take a step back, his main goal now is the marrow cleansing pill. 2,000 rebate points were not enough for him to grab them with both hands. Therefore, rebate points have only one use at present. Either choose the second-grade technique or choose the marrow cleansing pill. Jiang Chuan calculated carefully that he could increase his qi and blood value by 50 calories a day. Now it's 240 calories. The physical evolution of a first-grade warrior begins when the amount of qi and blood is 500. Jiang Chuan's face turned dark. Shit. Now that I calculate it this way, it seems like there isn't enough time at all. It seems that I won't be able to keep a low profile and restrain my strength in the first week. No way. Jiang Chuan had no choice but to think of a way to quickly earn 3,000 rebate points in the next few days. There must be something going on with Jiu Qinghan. But I guess it will be a little less in the end. Jiang Chuan pondered. Suddenly a bold idea came to my mind. You're not kidding, are you? Zhang San looked at Jiang Chuan suspiciously, who looked arrogant. You said you wanted to challenge me. Let me make it clear. I am a late-stage first-grade warrior. If I attack you and get hurt, I will have no reason to explain to their battalion commander. Oh, Brother Zhang, don't worry. Jiang Chuan quickly said, if you say I was hurt, I will never make any excuses. Moreover, even if I am kicked out of the training camp because of this, it is my personal fault. It has nothing to do with senior brother Zhang. Zhang San originally wanted to say something else, but Jiang Chuan's attitude was extremely tough and he didn't give Zhang San any chance to refuse. Zhang San was now at a loss. Okay, there were people like you before who couldn't wait to challenge others as soon as they entered the training camp, and who thought they were invincible. But you must remember that on the road of martial arts, you must guard against arrogance and impatience. The two came to the central area of the martial arts hall. It's empty here. Everyone was surprised to hear that Jiang Chuan wanted to challenge the campers on his first day. Many people who wanted to watch the fun gathered around. Zhang San. Come on. Teach this ignorant kid who just entered the training camp a lesson. That's right. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more impetuous. They don't even consider their own abilities. I'm laying my cards on the table. If this guy can hurt Zhang San, I'm going to eat a ton of shit. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up and he looked at the person who spoke. Are you sure? If you don't set a time, how long will it take? That person was not weak at all. Within half a month. If you can hurt senior brother Zhang within half a month, I will keep my promise. Good. The two hit it off immediately. Indeed. In the eyes of others, Jiang Chuan is now just a little guy with more than 200 calories of blood. Of course, he is a good martial arts talent. However, what they didn't know was that Jiang Chuan had almost gotten to where he is today from scratch in just 3 days. This is Jiang Chuan's terrifying speed of progress. If the time were extended to half a month, Jiang Chuan couldn't imagine to what extent he would evolve. Jiang Chuan, I am your senior, I will give you 3 moves. Zhang San was standing opposite, speaking and gesturing with his hands behind his back. Thank you, senior brother Zhang San. The reason why Jiang Chuan planned to challenge Zhang San was actually completely different from what others thought. He simply hopes to gain rebate points through Zhang San's emotional fluctuations. If you can. That's good. Jiang Chuan drew out his precious weapon, gathered his strength, and his momentum surged. The Fantian sword rushed towards Zhang San's location with a fierce attack. Great accomplishment realm. Not bad. The seemingly fierce move was actually avoided by Zhang San with a clever twist of his body. One move. Jiang Chuan continued to move forward without slowing down, and suddenly changed his tactics. His long sword was like a tough poisonous snake, instantly hooking in the direction where Zhang San left. Grasp the direction of dodge. This move finally opened Zhang San's eyes. Nice sword. Zhang San snorted. Boom boom boom. Jiang Chuan was actually blown away. This is the gap between the realms of warriors. If it weren't for external factors, the iron-like level barrier between warriors would be impossible to cross. Jiang Chuan, you are very good. You have a great natural fighting awareness. Zhang San exclaimed in praise. Zhang San's favorability towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 100 rebate points. Jiang Chuan's palms were numb from the shock, but his body, which was about to reach the bottom, unexpectedly re-entered the dive state in a strange posture. This scene surprised everyone even more. Good job. This is a first-class body movement method. Moreover, it is not an ordinary first-grade physical skill. This kid actually realized the great perfection realm. A first-class martial arts technique at the great perfection level is extremely rare for martial arts buddies in the training camp. But Zhang San was the more shocked one. Because before that, Zhang San also knew that Jiang Chuan's family background was not good, and could only be described as a normal working class. Chapter 18 Marrow Cleansing Pill. Not to mention providing him with martial arts techniques, Jiang Chuan couldn't even catch up with some ordinary cultivation resources. Therefore, this first-grade martial arts technique was definitely not provided by Jiang Chuan's family. The only possibility is that it was taken from Jiu Qinghan. I just don't know how long it will take. If it's no more than 3 months, then it can be proved that this kid is born to be a martial arts student. Zhang San became more and more excited. He admitted that he might have misjudged Jiang Chuan at first. Even if Jiang Chuan can't compare to the dazzling Jiu Qinghan. But I believe that Jiang Chuan will be able to do it in the near future. Zhang San's favorability towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 200 rebate points. Jiang Chuan twisted his steps in a strange way, shrinking the distance into an inch, and stabbed again. But the result is obvious. Zhang San dodged it easily. 3 moves have been made, I am about to start taking action. Zhang San just took his hands out from behind his back, bent his legs slightly, and was about to attack Jiang Chuan. But I didn't expect it. Just at this moment, Jiang Chuan raised his hands. I give up. Zhang San? Everyone. The atmosphere in the whole venue froze instantly. After a while, only then did everyone react. Good job, Jiang Chuan. Everyone laughed continuously. Jiang Chuan was still looking at the confused Zhang San, and said innocently, Brother Zhang, can I not surrender and admit defeat? Zhang San burst out laughing. Yes, of course. According to the rules, this is indeed a surrender. Moreover, even if there is no surrender in the rules, there is no deep hatred between Jiang Chuan and Zhang San, and they are the relationship between senior and junior. Moreover, in public, even if Zhang San is openly cheated by Jiang Chuan, he has no way to stop it. All I can say is that I am like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, with no one to tell about my suffering. Jiang Chuan chuckled and said, Thank you, senior brother Zhang, for sparing me a beating. I will leave first. After taking all the rebate points, Jiang Chuan ran away. Only the extremely embarrassed Zhang San was left standing there, being teased by everyone. Hey, 300 rebate points. I'm such a genius. Jiang Chuan was very happy. Jiu Qinghan's favorability towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 200 rebate points. Oh. Jiang Chuan was stunned for a moment. He remembered that Jiu Qinghan was not around the ring just now. How come he suddenly had a better impression of him? Could it be that the system is broken? If it is really broken, I hope it can send more rebates. I'm only 500 rebate points away from the marrow cleansing pill. You can clean and remove the marrow tomorrow. Jiang Chuan felt excited just thinking about it. What Jiang Chuan didn't know was, in another practice room, Jiu Qinghan was observing Jiang Chuan's actions outside through the TV series on the wall. Even as calm as she was amused by Jiang Chuan and couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Chuan has so many clever ideas. The camp commander was also observing everything through the TV on the wall. Hu Wei. Now. He was also amused by Jiang Chuan and laughed out loud. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Good. What a surrender. What a way to admit defeat. Har. This kid is really interesting. Inside the training camp, Jiang Chuan's reputation evolved from being brave and resourceful in the beginning, to having many ideas, and later, to being a scoundrel. And overnight, the reputation of Bu Bilian spread throughout the entire training camp. The next day, Jiang Chuan happily challenged Zhang San to a fight again. He found that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. Come on. Buy and leave. Guess if Jiang Chuan will also give up after the third move today. I guess the third move is over. I guess Jiang Chuan will definitely keep going today. No Bilian. Come on. Don't want Bilian? Jiang Chuan was stunned for a moment, looked at Jiu Qinghan, and then looked at himself. He found that everyone's eyes were on him. No, Bilian, are you talking about me? What else? Fuck, this is slander. This is total slander. Jiang Chuan tried his best to explain. Even Jiu Qinghan was amused by his appearance. Jiang Chuan, come quickly. Zhang San has already started calling Jiang Chuan. Come on. The two sides confronted each other. Zhang San smiled and said, What do you mean? Are you going to let me be your punching bag again today? That's hard to say. Jiang Chuan chuckled, his energy and blood now reached nearly 300 calories, and he was full of energy. He really wanted to see how many rounds he could last against Jiang Chuan after taking the marrow cleansing pill. In this way, I can compare myself with myself after taking the marrow cleansing pill. That's good. Today I will still let you have 3 moves. Jiang Chuan put his hands behind his back. Come. Here it comes. This time, Jiang Chuan did not use his full strength in these 3 moves. Instead, he made 3 symbolic moves. This scene made everyone very confused. Strange, why does Bilian fight like this when she doesn't want to think about how to hurt Jiang Chuan? Could it be that the show has begun? It's really possible. Everyone has their own quirks. Maybe Jiang Chuan just likes this one. SM. On stage, Jiang Chuan was also very confused. After the 3 moves, he asked curiously, Jiang Chuan, after what you have done, should I still take action? Of course, this is all part of the strategy. After receiving a positive answer, Jiang Chuan did not hesitate at all. His temperament changed completely, and he went from being dormant to being full of energy. Facing the long sword stabbing at him from Jiang Chuan, Jiang Chuan neither dodged nor avoided. A hard punch. The long sword was instantly knocked away by a punch and nailed to the ground. The force of the punch did not decrease and it stopped right in front of Jiang Chuan. 1 move. Just 1 move. This is not even the case when Jiang Chuan has given his full strength. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this a warrior? A first-grade warrior is considered the entry threshold in the martial arts level. But if you want to deal with him, it's just a matter of waving your hand. From this, it can be seen how bold it was for him and Jiu Qinghan to ambush and kill a second-grade warrior who was seriously injured. If it had been discovered a few days later, the middle-aged man would probably have beaten Jiang Chuan to death with 1 punch. Okay, it's over. Jiang Chuan withdrew his hand with a smile. Jiang Chuan's favorability towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 300 rebate points. Jiu Qinghan's favorability towards you has increased, and you will be awarded 300 rebate points. Everyone started to make a noise. Har, Jiang Chuan is being honest now, right? I'm already honest, please be gentle with me. But I have to say that this demeanor is quite good. He tested me yesterday and even though he knew he couldn't win, he still wanted to fight today. Boy, it seems that you can't fulfill your half-month bet. Jiang Chuan was not discouraged at all. He dusted himself off and returned to the lounge, suppressing his excitement. Chapter 19 Divine Body. Divine Body. Jiang Chuan returned to the lounge. Finally I couldn't hold back my smile. Har ha 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 tilde. Marrow cleansing pill. Got it. Got it. I really got it. Jiang Chuan looked at the jade white and extremely smooth pill lying flat on the palm of his hand. I couldn't stop laughing. Marrow cleansing pill, a rare treasure that can expel all impurities from the body, triggering the human body's maximum potential to emerge. The best possibility is to awaken a special physique, a holy body, or a divine body. That's right. That's right. That's it. Jiang Chuan had never heard of the existence of marrow cleansing pill in this world. Even if there is, it is very likely that the source of the information is firmly controlled by certain people. Don't let others know. Very rare. Items whose information has been completely blocked. At this moment, it has appeared in his hand. Jiang Chuan couldn't wait to swallow it. I felt a warm current flowing down my throat, and in an instant, every corner of my body was filled with warmth. At the same time, Jiang Chuan also felt that his perspective was constantly rising. Slowly. He seemed to be watching himself sitting there quietly from a third-person perspective. That is. Jiang Chuan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he suddenly discovered that his dantian was emitting endless golden light. The entire room was instantly filled with golden light. That's not all. There are also golden lotus flowers blooming out of thin air. Dazzling. This amazing sight made Jiang Chuan stare at it intently, and he stood there in a daze. The next moment, he opened his eyes suddenly, breathing heavily. Many images suddenly appeared in my mind. But if you look closely, you'll find it's unclear. Jiang Chuan couldn't let go of this vague and hazy feeling. In turn, he looked at the system. Haoqian Divine Body contains the lifelong true meaning of the person who is at the peak of the world's first martial arts. This physique can help the owner's blood, strength, and spiritual cultivation progress to increase 3 times. The peak of martial arts has no weaknesses, only true meaning is needed, and the rest are all external forces that can be restrained. Therefore, the corresponding price is that your ability to comprehend each kind of martial arts technique is slowed down, and after finding the scattered Haoqian eyes, you can comprehend a part of the strongest true meaning of the current realm. Currently comprehended, the true meaning of the first grade sword art. Jiang Chuan opened his mouth wide. This. So strong. I can't say it's just strong. It should be said that it is against the will of heaven. This is the effect. Even if it means his ability to comprehend the skills is weakened to 0, he is willing to do so. True meaning. What is the concept? As the saying goes, it is the way of martial arts. These martial arts, techniques, and so on. To put it bluntly, it is a weakened version of the action created by the strongest person based on his usual habits. But even so, the effect is still so amazing. After seeing the introduction of Haoqian Divine Body, Jiang Chuan understood it immediately. Possessors of the Haoqian Divine Body can hardly practice any martial arts and can only comprehend various true meanings. But Jiang Chuan has a system to help him understand the skills. In other words, Jiang Chuan is now able to use the techniques blessed by the true meaning. Jiang Chuan was so excited that he immediately went to find a black iron doll in the training room. This is a more mainstream puppet, specially used for training second-grade warriors. It is extremely hard and only a third-rank warrior can break it. A second-rank warrior can only leave some traces on it at most. Jiang Chuan just wanted to see how powerful his sky-flipping sword would be after combining it with the true meaning. Hold your breath and concentrate. Jiang Chuan calmed his mind and thrust out with his sword. Call out. Crack, crack, crack. The first-grade martial arts soldier's martial arts sword actually had countless cracks on it. In an instant, the ground was covered with pieces. Forehead. Jiang Chuan was embarrassed. My goodness, can't you bear the true meaning of this level? It seems I have to save money to buy a good sword later. Jiang Chuan looked up and was stunned. Just see. On the chest of the black iron doll, a sword mark several centimeters long was clearly visible. Can my sword be compared to the strength of a second-grade master? Jiang Chuan was shocked. After calming down, he began to summarize the advantages and disadvantages of the true meaning. That is, when the true meaning is used, the power is extremely great, and life and death are at your own risk. But the true meaning itself, for some unknown reason, prevented Jiang Chuan from using it once at most, and then he was unable to move. Or is it because I am too weak now and cannot fully master it? Jiang Chuan was not discouraged. After all, you have to know that he is still just a little karami who doesn't even have 300 calories of blood. Just half an hour ago, he was defeated by Zhang San, a warrior in the late first-grade realm, in one move and had no power to fight back. But now, his one move was enough to kill him instantly. What is the concept? Fights between warriors of higher levels are rare. Those who can win are all due to external factors. For someone like him who directly skipped 2 levels and whose single move was comparable to a full-strength attack from a second-grade master. Even some second-rank masters would be killed instantly by me if they were not paying attention. If he wasn't too weak now, Jiang Chuan really wanted to give it an experiment. If I had the second-grade swordsmanship, then I will be able to take off directly. Jiang Chuan did not forget that the Fantian sword is just a second-rate sword technique. It can't be compared with real martial arts. The more Jiang Chuan thought about it, the more excited he became. He directly took out a second-grade sword technique book in the training room. Moon Shadow Sword. As the name suggests, this is a fast sword technique. After being used, the sword shadow is too fast and the truth behind it cannot be recognized, so it is named Moon Shadow Sword, which means it is like the bright moon in the mirror, which cannot be figured out. 1,500 rebate points are required to learn Moon Shadow Sword. Do you want to learn it? Jiang Chuan. He remained silent as he looked at his 100 rebate points balance. Poverty. Too poor. The next few days. Jiang Chuan is always looking for Zhang San to challenge. But because of the Haoqian holy body and the daily increase in qi and blood, he fought more and more fiercely, forcing Zhang San to reduce his moves from 3 to 2, and finally to 1. Certainly. During this process, Jiang Chuan did not use the power of true meaning. This is his trump card. If it weren't for the last moment, or if he didn't become stronger, he would not choose to use it. A week goes by quickly. It's fleeting. Jiang Chuan successfully entered the ranks of first-class warriors. The blood and qi value reached an astonishing 600 calories. After training, his strength has increased to 1,300 kilograms. These values are at the upper level of a first-grade early-stage warrior. But unfortunately, the number of times the true meaning is used has not increased. The good news is that Jiang Chuan's attack, which contains true meaning, has become even more powerful, but if it is in his prime. Jiang Chuan hasn't tried it yet. Thinking in this way, the third-grade warrior is nothing more than scary. Jiang Chuan is full of fighting spirit. He began to wonder how many people could defeat himself in the college entrance examination. Chapter 22 against 1. A week of testing time passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Chuan has been working hard to earn rebate points. Zhang San's holding back on Jiang Chuan also decreased from 3 moves at the beginning to 2 moves, then to 1 move, and now to not holding back at all. The onlookers initially called Jiang Chuan Bu Bailan, but later on, they completely abandoned this name. Just because. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Jiang Chuan has become stronger and stronger during this period of time. In just a few days, his qi and blood values have evolved from a rookie to a true first-class warrior. Everyone began to speculate that a person's qi and blood values could not progress so quickly. The only possibility was that Jiang Chuan had been suppressing his own strength. Why suppress your own strength? Nobody knows. One can only guess that this is the repressive training that Jiang Chuan gives himself. But after realizing this, everyone was shocked. After all, who could come up with such a terrifying method of cultivation at Jiang Chuan's age? Among these people, only Zhang San knew. Jiang Chuan's strength has really been growing step by step at an extremely incredible speed to where it is now. The two figures flashed, collided for a moment, and then quickly moved apart. Jiang Chuan's weapon was broken and he has not yet found a replacement. Therefore, during the battle, he could only use the power of his sword to force Zhang San back. It was this point that made Zhang San very happy. Jiang Chuan, maybe I should find some time to apologize to you. Zhang San said, at first, I just thought you were definitely not as good as Jiu Qinghan, but now it seems that compared to Jiu Qinghan, you are the real genius. I can see that your understanding of Kendo has far surpassed all the Kendo masters I have ever seen. Jiang Chuan, I dare to conclude that you are definitely a natural Kendo talent, and you are born for martial arts. Jiang Chuan laughed and said, Senior brother Zhang, please stop flattering me. Even though I've said so much now, you still won in the end. Zhang San shook his head, that's the case now, but I doubt it. It's very likely that you will be able to defeat me in a few days. Jiang Chuan really made him suspicious. After all, Jiang Chuan's progress is so fast that there is nothing we can do about it. You passed the weekly test this time. Zhang San looked at Jiu Qinghan at the side of the stage, so what's next? Har ha 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 ha. The other side. A loud and heroic laugh could be heard from afar. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Hu Wei. Hu Wei came in front of everyone. Let's stop this weekly test for a moment. Zhang San asked in confusion, Captain, what happened? Of course. Hu Wei looked at Jiang Chuan and said with a smile, of course something happened. This kid's growth rate is really too fast, beyond my expectations. So, I plan to temporarily increase the difficulty for him. Increase the difficulty. From Zhang San's expression, it can be seen that he has never encountered such a thing. Increase the difficulty. Then what should we do? It's very simple. Hu Wei waved his hand. Announced directly. Jiu Qinghan, Zhang San. You two, attack Jiang Chuan with all your strength. As long as Jiang Chuan can hold out for 3 minutes under the attack of the two of you, I will not only count him as having passed, but I will also reward him with a second-grade weapon. Certainly. Hu Wei changed the subject, if I find out that you two didn't use your full strength. You two don't have to come to training camp tomorrow. Boom boom boom. After hearing this, everyone was instantly cheered up. Judging from Hu Wei's tone, he doesn't seem to be joking. Good man, Jiang Chuan has been in the training camp for so many years, and this is the first time that Jiang Chuan has changed the rules temporarily. Is Jiang Chuan really so worthy of attention? You must be kidding. Haven't you seen Jiang Chuan's growth in these few days? If he continues to develop like this, I'm afraid he can really win a symbol of honor for our Jiangcheng in this college entrance examination battlefield. I'm excited just thinking about it. We haven't had such an exciting moment in Jiangcheng for a long time. Let's not talk about that for now. The most important thing now is whether Jiang Chuan can overcome this difficulty. One is in the late first grade, and the other is in the middle first grade. Even after opening the secret method, he can directly reach the late first grade realm. So, Jiang Chuan, a warrior who has just entered the first grade, has to challenge two warriors in the late first grade. I feel like it's impossible to win. It's just too difficult. The scene returns to the faces of Ji Qinghan and Zhang San. They found it a little unbelievable. No matter who it is, it would be impossible to get through this smoothly. Even if Jiang Chuan is a genius. But the difference between geniuses is also huge. Jiang Chuan certainly has more potential than some of the geniuses in the family. But what Jiang Chuan lacked was the foundation of those family geniuses in the early days. For example, Ji Qinghan's secret method. In other words, some excellent skills and weapons. In the early days, Jiang Chuan had nothing but talent, but he was not given time to develop and was expected to do incredible things. How is this possible? Zhang San opened his mouth, but hesitated to speak. He looked at Jiang Chuan with pity and sighed in his heart. Indeed. He also didn't know why Hu Wei gave such an order. But as a person in his position, there are some things he is not comfortable saying. But Ji Qinghan didn't have so many concerns. He frowned immediately. I think this proposal is not fair to Jiang Chuan at all. Oh? You think it's unfair? Hu Wei smiled. If that's the case, then I'll give you two choices. One is to quit the training camp, and the other is to listen to me. What do you choose? You. Ji Qinghan glared at Hu Wei. She turned her head to look at Jiang Chuan, then clenched her fists. Indeed, your place can provide me with many cultivation resources, allowing me to make rapid progress, but this does not mean that I will compromise for these resources. If you insist that senior brother Zhang and I attack Jiang Chuan together, then I won't go to this training camp. After saying that, Ji Qinghan turned around resolutely and wanted to leave. But Jiang Chuan was quick-witted and quick-handed. Grabbed her. Don't leave yet. Jiang Chuan didn't want Ji Qinghan to leave the training camp just to protect him. Besides, the current situation is indeed somewhat unfavorable, but it is not a desperate situation. He stared at Ji Qinghan, his lips moving slightly. Chapter 21 Fierce Battle 3. What? Ji Qinghan's expression changed slightly and he looked at Jiang Chuan seriously. I noticed that he didn't look like he was lying. In other words, does Jiang Chuan really have this ability? In fact, Ji Qinghan didn't quite believe it in her heart, but the miracles that happened to Jiang Chuan forced her to believe it. I was wrong. I agreed to join senior brother Zhang in attacking Jiang Chuan. Ji Qinghan's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Good job. What is going on? Didn't he just almost leave the training camp to stand up for Jiang Chuan? How come Jiang Chuan just pulled me aside and said a few words to me? Zhang San and Hu Wei were also somewhat dumbfounded by Ji Qinghan's reaction, but soon, Hu Wei nodded with satisfaction. In that case, do both parties have any other opinions? I have a suggestion. Jiang Chuan raised his hand. Hu Wei was speechless. Sometimes it's Ji Qinghan, sometimes it's you Jiang Chuan. Are you two acting geniuses? If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Give me the second-grade weapon you said you would give me as a reward. Jiang Chuan said calmly, I'm already so far behind in realm, why don't you lend me the things first? Aren't you determined to target me? If you really do this, you'll see how people will bully you behind your back. Hu Wei was shocked. With an expression full of disbelief, he pointed at himself. Etc. If I heard you correctly, you are. Are you threatening me? Then I don't know. Jiang Chuan played dumb. Hu Wei was immediately amused by Jiang Chuan's expression. Okay. One is Ji Qinghan, the other is Jiang Chuan. Every single one counts. They are all talented. But thinking back, Hu Wei thought that this was indeed the truth. It was really a bit too much to let a genius who currently has amazing talent and great future prospects but has no foundation to challenge two late-stage first-grade masters. No matter what, this is not the way to train and test Jiang Chuan's true strength. Thinking of this, Hu Wei felt relieved. He pretended to be reluctant and said, okay, here you go. If you can't beat the two of them with this sword, then you can really quit the training camp. Jiu Qinghan? Zhang-san? Everyone. Good job. Are we behind the times? How come it's okay for warriors to challenge each other across levels, but challenging two warriors across levels has become a very common thing? Hu Wei snapped his fingers, and someone brought in an exquisite gold-plated box. After opening it, Hu Wei threw it to Jiang Chuan like throwing away garbage. Huh? The moment Jiang Chuan took the sword, he immediately realized how powerful this sword was. It's actually possible to inject qi and blood into it so smoothly. Is this the second-grade martial soldier? Jiang Chuan was really saved by a knife this time, and his eyes were opened. The long sword in his hand has a smooth blade. The silver-white sword body emits a faint blue light under the sunlight. On the hilt of the sword, Jiang Chuan saw the words, Xin Quan. Heartspring sword. Nice sword. The more Jiang Chuan looked at the sword, the happier he became. He really couldn't imagine if he used this sword to attack Hu Wei with his true intention, would Hu Wei be able to react? Hu Wei on the other side noticed that Jiang Chuan secretly glanced at him, and hurriedly said, Are you ready? I tell you, if you lose, not only will you have to return the sword to me, but you will also have to get out of the training camp, do you understand? He had no idea what Jiang Chuan was thinking just now. If he knew about this. I don't know how I feel. Jiang Chuan coughed twice and said, Okay, now we can get ready to start. Soon. The venue was divided. Hu Wei watched the fight from the side. Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan stood opposite each other. Everyone was talking about it. Hey, do you think Jiang Chuan still has a chance of winning after he gets the weapon? I think it's still possible. A second-grade weapon is rare in Jiangcheng. Its value can soar to hundreds of thousands. It can only be said that there is no demand for it. Indeed, this kind of thing can only be obtained in other cities. Such weapons can be used for a period of time after the college entrance examination. Don't say any more. The premise is that Jiang Chuan can really pass this test. On the stage. As Hu Wei's voice began to sound, the two figures on the opposite side instantly rushed towards Jiang Chuan. A warrior in the late first stage will use all his strength and can reach a distance of more than 10 meters in just 2 seconds. Jiang Chuan's eyes narrowed. Just in time. Since Jiu Qinghan's cultivation was not as high as Zhang San's, he lagged behind slightly. In this way, Jiang Chuan's only opponent for the time being is Zhang San. Clang! Jiang Chuan drew his sword, and his sword technique was like a raging wave, instantly enveloping Zhang San. What? Zhang San's pupils suddenly shrank. He actually felt the danger coming because of this inferior martial art. Force your hind legs to dodge the attack. It shouldn't be like this. Zhang San was a little confused. When he faced this attack before, he could just ignore it and take it. But now, we need to avoid its sharp edge. Could it be that the advantage of a second-grade martial weapon can reverse the iron-like obstacle avoidance of the realm? Impossible. As soon as Zhang San thought about it, Jiang Chuan had already appeared in front of Zhang San and raised his hand to strike with another sword. However, this time it was not Zhang San who took action. Instead, Jiu Qinghan suddenly appeared from the middle of the road and stabbed Jiang Chuan with the same tricky angle of sword, forcing him to retract his sword, turn around and stab towards Jiu Qinghan's vital parts. The audience cheered loudly. Great! This is exciting. Jiang Chuan actually gained the upper hand in the first round. This change of moves is so fast. He is indeed a genius. This battle awareness, after giving him a second-grade martial weapon, is like adding wings to a tiger. Wait, look. Zhang San is going to use martial arts. Just see. At the moment Jiang Chuan raised his sword to counterattack, layers of ochre-colored halos lingered above Zhang San's fists. Jiang Chuan, you better be careful. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang San punched out with both fists. Bang! 2 transparent holes were instantly created on Jiang Chuan's body. Everyone's heart was just lifted up, but they reacted the next second. Wait, that's not normal. When I looked again, Jiang Chuan had already rushed several meters away and was fighting with Jiu Qinghan. Zhang San frowned. Their first-grade body movement skills at the Great Accomplishment realm are indeed difficult to deal with. Among all martial arts, body movement is the most difficult to master. Not to mention the Great Success realm. Even though he was a warrior in the late first stage, he failed to practice successfully. Chapter 22, A Sword Determines Everything. Bang bang bang. The sword shadows of the two people became more and more numerous. The movements of the hands are becoming faster and faster. However, both of them tacitly chose not to use martial arts. Judging from his appearance, he is determined to use his sword skills to decide the winner. Jiu Qinghan, I didn't expect that the agreement we made a week ago would be fulfilled so soon. Jiang Chuan grinned. Jiu Qinghan frowned. Jiang Chuan, you told me to attack with all your strength. I will not hold back at all, and when necessary, I will activate my secret technique. Of course. Jiang Chuan laughed heartily and changed his fighting style while swinging the sword. The quick sword is transformed into a method of accumulating power and attacking fiercely. While avoiding the attack, Jiang Chuan rushed out with a fierce blow, instantly breaking the sword shadow formation set up by Jiu Qinghan. You better be careful. After Jiang Chuan understood the true meaning of swordsmanship. It's not just about being able to apply the true meaning to martial arts. Moreover, he himself has also comprehended many of the ultimate sword skills that are suitable for his current stage. He simply doesn't understand the more advanced and essential things. But at this stage, his swordsmanship can be said to be invincible in the same period of sound, and there is absolutely no problem with that. There was not much time left, and Jiang Chuan forced Jiu Qinghan to retreat. But I don't know why. This time, Jiu Qinghan actually took the risk of being at a disadvantage and faced the challenge against Jiang Chuan. Such an abnormal scene immediately woke Jiang Chuan up. Looking back, Zhang San was already ready to go. Now he is caught between two sides. It's over. Jiang Chuan has nowhere to hide now. Alas, what a pity. Jiu Qinghan and Zhang San can make countless mistakes, but Jiang Chuan can only make one mistake. If he is caught, he will fall. It's not Jiang Chuan's fault that he's weak, it's just that the opponent is too strong and has the advantage in numbers. It's not unfair that Jiang Chuan lost. He really tried his best. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, Hu Wei, however, gave a mysterious smile. Jiang Chuan. Is this the extent of your status, kid? I don't believe it. There's no telling how many secrets a person who can reach the level of a warrior from the starting line in just 1 week may have. I just want to know where your limit is. Are you strong enough to defeat 2 first-grade late-stage warriors? However, the reality is indeed in line with Hu Wei's idea. Even. You can say that. Even more shocking. Jiang Chuan saw himself in danger. Leisurely. Take a deep breath. Use the true meaning of Kendo. No. Don't forget. Jiang Chuan now holds a second-grade martial arts skill in his hand, and uses the Moon Shadow Sword as his trump card. If he really used the true meaning of swordsmanship, he couldn't guarantee that his power would not hurt these two people. This is just a discussion after all. It's not a life and death battle. So, Jiang Chuan still has an idea in his mind. He leaned forward, his hand already on the hilt of the sword. A flash of inspiration came to my mind. Moon Shadow Sword. In a flash. Everyone present only felt a white light flash quickly before their eyes. Immediately. When I opened my eyes again, I was completely dumbfounded. Just because. At this moment, the battlefield is filled with Jiang Chuan's silver-white sword shadows. Sword shadows filled the sky, almost covering the entire arena. However. But there was no sign of Jiu Qinghan and Zhang San. Forehead. Zhang San was the first to slowly climb up from the other side of the ring. Jiu Qinghan stood up with difficulty from the other side. The two looked at Jiang Chuan with eyes full of admiration. Jiang Chuan put the sword back into the scabbard. Thank you. Then, he looked at Hu Wei and said, Captain, you said you would give me this Wu Bing, so I won't be polite. Go to hell, I promised you something, how can I go back on my word? Hu Wei said unhappily. Jiang Chuan snorted twice and said nothing more. It has to be said that the second-grade martial arts at the Great Perfection realm are simply awesome. Jiang Chuan didn't even have time to react to activate the secret technique. Jiang Chuan knew that one of the reasons he was able to kill two people in one fell swoop was because they had not yet exerted their full strength. Maybe everyone still has a little bit of strength left. After all, this is 2 against 1. The competition situation won't be too crazy. In the last wave, everyone thought he lost, but no one expected Jiang Chuan to have this trick up his sleeve. This is how he succeeded in stealing the chicken. Otherwise, if you want to win, you will have to waste a lot of time. Seeing Jiang Chuan's victory, everyone was stunned with shock. Wait, am I seeing right? Jiang Chuan, did Jiang Chuan win? I really won. No. Jiang Chuan, what kind of monster are you? I really don't understand it. Jiang Chuan's last wave of damage was simply maxed out. This is definitely not a first grade technique, right? Second grade. Definitely second grade. But the only thing that puzzles me is, how did Jiang Chuan learn the second grade technique? That's not right. Brothers, I've also seen the power of the second grade swordsmanship, and it seems not as scary as the one Jiang Chuan used. You mean, Jiang Chuan has already cultivated this second grade martial arts to the great perfection realm? When they got this possibility, everyone present was shocked. Not only is it a second grade martial art, but he has also cultivated it to the great perfection realm. How is this possible? What kind of monster could do this? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. I want to ask the battalion commander. To this, Hu Wei's answer was, that's right. Now, everyone was speechless. By the way, where's the guy who made a bet with Jiang Chuan that he would eat a ton of shit if he could defeat Zhang San in half a month? Why is he gone? Oh my god, it really is. Well, he just seemed to be talking about some medicine to help his old sow in his hometown give birth, and then he sneaked away. I don't really understand. Har ha har ha, I'm dying of laughter. Jiangcheng looked at Jiang Chuan. You are too strong. I am lucky to be your friend from the beginning. Jiang Chuan smiled and said, I am also very grateful to you. It is you who gave me the resources to get started. Those things are just trivial to you. Zhang San was also sincerely happy for Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, I never thought that your talent could support you to this point. Although a first-grade warrior is nothing in the realm of martial arts, I believe that in the future you will be able to shine throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chuan, I wish you good luck in the college entrance examination. Jiang Chuan bowed to him. This battle in the training camp is Jiang Chuan's first step, and it also symbolizes Jiang Chuan's first step in his impending rise. And this battle, at some point, spread to the outside world outside the training camp. When the students in the class were still practicing hard, suddenly I found that Lao Ju sent a message to everyone in the class group. Chapter 23 Jiang Chuan, the famous man in the city. The college entrance examination is coming soon, let me give you a boost. In the class group, the students who saw this message were very curious. Old Ju has never tried this before, why did he suddenly do it today? A student in our class, Jiang Chuan. In the training camp, I fought against a late-stage first-grade master and a mid-stage first-grade student, Jiangcheng, and won. Who said that Jiangcheng can't produce geniuses? Jiang Chuan, this is a classmate that everyone knows. Everyone knows what Jiang Chuan's grades and abilities were like in the past. But now, Jiang Chuan can do this. Jiang Chuan is not some distant, untouchable person, but a real classmate who has spent 3 years with us. Jiang Chuan can complete the comeback, so I believe that everyone, even if they can't reach Jiang Chuan's level, can at least make a final effort in the last moment before the college entrance examination. If Jiang Chuan can do it, everyone can do it too. Obviously what Lao Ju said was a bit repetitive. After all, no one would have thought that Jiang Chuan would become so powerful. Your current achievements are definitely related to his own opportunities and secrets. If everyone wants to achieve this for no reason, it is obviously impossible. But even so, when the classmates saw this message, they all stared in front of their phone screens in a daze. Jiang Chuan, not only has he become stronger, but he has also become very popular in the training camp. Wow, he was able to defeat a late-stage first-grade expert and a mid-stage first-grade Jiangcheng in a battle. What realm is Jiang Chuan at now? Could it be that he is already a second-grade warrior? I really can't imagine what realm Jiang Chuan has reached now. Is it difficult for even a late-stage rank 1 warrior to achieve this? Only a rank 2 warrior can surely take him down, right? This. Is it really still Jiang Chuan? It only took a few days. Jiang Chuan went from being at the bottom of the class to reaching the top that no one else could even dream of. This feeling makes the students feel unreal. I have a lot of things I want to say in my heart, but when the words come to my lips, they can only turn into a faint sigh. Fortunately, I didn't bully others just because Jiang Chuan was down and out. I suspect you're targeting someone in our class. That's right. Wang Hao saw this. His face turned pale with fright. He had never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chuan's current achievements have long been beyond his reach. It can even be said that even if he spends his whole life chasing Jiang Chuan, he will never be able to achieve it. If he still had Juku as his master, he might be able to speed up his progress. But now, even if he wants to be promoted to a first-grade warrior, he will have to work hard for several years. After several years, what level will Jiang Chuan reach? Wang Hao no longer dared to imagine it. Cold hands and feet. Wang Hao only hopes that Jiang Chuan will not cause trouble for him in the future. Otherwise he will cry in front of Jiang Chuan. But this is also good. At least in our class, Jiangcheng has produced 2 peerless geniuses, and they are both classmates of ours. We used to sit in the same classroom. Har har, when I'm old, if Jiang Chuan stands at the top of the dragon country and becomes a famous warrior, I might be able to brag about it to my grandson. When your grandfather was young, he was actually in the same class as the contemporary warrior Jiang Chuan. Har har har, I'm afraid your grandson won't believe it. Har 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 har, that makes sense. That makes sense. In the class group, the more excited the classmates were chatting, and the more the topic centered on Jiang Chuan, the colder Wang Hao felt in his heart. The other side. That is, in the shoe factory. Now is their workers' rest time. Even though Mr. and Mrs. Jiang got promoted, they had a lot less work to do. However, when they have free time, they will still help with some work at their workstations. I did not break off relations with my old friends just because of the promotion. On the contrary, because of their humane management, the atmosphere in the entire workshop has become better. Fortunately, there are no scoundrels among their workers, otherwise, the old couple's approach would not work. Just as the 2 elders were about to go out to eat with their co-workers, suddenly, one of the workers exclaimed, "Old Jiang, take a look, is this your son?" Father Jiang felt something was strange. His son? What happened to his son Jiang Chuan? When I took the phone from my co-worker, I found that it actually contained my son's name. Huh? What did this brat do that was known to everyone? When Jiang's mother heard this, her heart immediately began to hang in the air. But they suddenly remembered. Some time ago, Jiang Chuan returned home and planned to give them the money. Could it be that? Did this kid go astray? The 2 elders immediately thought of some movie plots. The child is doing something bad outside. Hiding from my family. Until one day, it was exposed in the news. Only then did the parents know. What did your children do? The 2 elders thought of this at the same time and immediately became nervous. What happened to Sichuan? Is it the same name? Did they arrest the wrong person? The workers who heard this looked confused. Huh? What are you talking about? Wrong person arrested. What? Didn't the news say that heroes emerge from youth? Jiangcheng's first young genius, the light of the future, Jiang Chuan. He initially showed amazing talent in the training camp, fighting against a late-stage first-grade warrior and a mid-stage first-grade warrior alone, and actually defeated them together. Could this be the reincarnation of the god of war? After saying that, the worker said with envy, "Although I don't understand how powerful this realm is, but if he can be praised by the official like this, I think your son must have done something earth-shattering." The 2 elders were stunned for a moment. They knew nothing about Jiang Chuan's martial arts training. Normally, because Jiang Chuan's grades had always been poor, they didn't intend to ask too many questions and undermine Jiang Chuan's self-confidence. But now, they were told that their son had achieved such great success in martial arts. Faced with the flattery of their co-workers, the 2 elders did not seem too excited, but just smiled faintly. The success of our son is all thanks to him. We didn't do anything. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. At our age, all we need to do is to quietly encourage our son and give him the help he needs. The rest, the child will do it himself. As parents, we can't take away the credit from our children. Chapter 24, A Tall Tree Attracts the Wind. And at the same time, it was on a bus not far from Jiangcheng with the words, Magic City Training Camp, written on it. The passengers in the car all saw the news. A one-on-one duel with a late-stage first-grade warrior and a victory over a mid-stage first-grade warrior? Can this be published in the news? A young man sneered, if you ask me, coming to Jiangcheng for an exchange competition is a waste of time. They can even bring out this kind of stuff. It seems that the quality of Jiangcheng's geniuses is just so-so. Well, after all, it's just a small third-tier city. It's already very good for them to have such a little genius. There's no need for us to mock others, right? The girl took over the conversation, but it seemed that she was speaking for Jiangcheng. In fact, there was a tit-for-tat contempt in her words. I'm not saying that this kind of person can only be treated as an ordinary genius. How can he compare to our Jun brother? At such a young age, he has already reached the strength of a second-grade warrior. How can others compare to him? Right? Har har, stop praising me. This is just what I should do. It's only natural. There's nothing to say. The young man who spoke earlier could no longer hide the smugness on his face, but he still had to pretend to be humble. Okay, stop talking. At the front of the carriage, a man scolded, I've already said that I brought you out this time to broaden your horizons, not to mock others. Even if others are really not as strong as you, that's as it should be. The early stages of martial arts training are very important. They don't have your resources and training time. It's amazing that they can get to this point. What if you don't have training resources? If they have the same training resources as you, can you guarantee that they will be worse than you? What's the point of comparing with Jiangcheng? If you have the ability, go compete with the people in Jiangcheng. As soon as the man spoke, the entire car fell silent. Only Jiang Chuan pursed his lips and said unconvincedly, this world is unfair. What can we do? If they had the ability, they would have been born in a place like the Jiang family in the Magic City. That's true. Luck is actually a part of strength. This is a gap that can never be bridged. In this world, many geniuses will die suddenly, and many good seedlings will be buried. These are all unforeseen things. After hearing this, the man didn't say much, but just glanced at the boy. It will take about 3 days to get to Jiangcheng. If there is anything you can learn from them, try to learn as much as possible. The boy snorted. Looking at the phone screen, he said secretly, Jiang Chuan, ha. Har har, an ordinary person who claims to be a genius, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson and let you learn from me. The other side. In the Jiangcheng Training Camp. After winning that game, Jiang Chuan won everyone's respect. On weekdays, when he walked on the street, there would always be people smiling at him to show their kindness, or nodding in greeting. Jiang Chuan also took this opportunity to reap a lot of rebate points. He now realized that the source of the rebate points was not just a few fixed people. In fact, other people's emotions can also provide him with rebate points. But in comparison, the number is definitely not as large as that of the fixed few main people. However, Jiang Chuan didn't care about it. After all, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. Moreover, he discovered that if Jiu Qinghan's level was upgraded, the blood value he obtained from Jiu Qinghan would also increase from 50 points per day to 75 points per day. With this calculation, he has to be a little particular when binding his rebate recipients. He has to find talented people who are valuable so as not to lose money. These are all plans for future development. Originally, he saw that his strength had broken through to that of a first-grade warrior, and when the system gave him a chance to bind, he planned to bind himself to the battalion commander, Hu Wei. But from this point of view, we still need to keep steady. Jiang Chuan now has another 1,500 rebate points. So what should we do next, to continue to learn a second-grade sword technique, or a physical training technique or agility technique? Jiang Chuan pondered. In this training camp, there are only second-grade skills. However, there are not many second-grade skills. Otherwise, Jiangcheng would have to save money to learn the third level. However, this is obviously a bit arrogant. So Jiang Chuan gave up the idea. It's already incredible to be able to transform your entire set of skills into the second level. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chuan realized that although he had already reached the level of a first-grade warrior, but I had no idea about the new usage of qi and blood. This is a question about foundation. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan picked out a book on bodybuilding exercises. Zhu Ding Jin. After learning, one can skillfully use the basic functions of qi and blood will merge, while also greatly increasing strength. Legend has it that after a 3-year-old baby practiced this technique, he was able to lift a giant tripod weighing 3,000 jin. Jiang Chuan? No, who wrote this technique? This really made Jiang Chuan feel like an old lady hiding in bed, which made him laugh. Jiang Chuan definitely didn't believe the latter sentence. But the previous introduction looks pretty good. The fusion of qi and blood, this is what a warrior should do. As the saying goes, qi and blood are inseparable. Jiang Chuan made up his mind immediately. Just learn this. Do you choose to practice Zhu Ding Jin? The training requires 1,500 rebate points. Jiang Chuan, I%. How come the rebate points I just accumulated were snatched away by the system in the blink of an eye? Could it be that this damn system is targeting me to take advantage of me? Angry. Jiang Chuan was really angry. But when the practice of Zhu Ding Jin was finished, Jiang Chuan felt refreshed. It feels really good again. I saw on the testing machine that his blood value had reached an astonishing 736 calories. And the strength value soared to a terrifying 2,000 kilograms. In the first level of warrior realm, the mid-level level is when the qi and blood value reaches 1,000 points and the strength reaches 1,500 kilograms. When the qi and blood value reaches 2,000 calories and the strength reaches 2,000 kilograms, it is the late stage level. Before, my strength has always been unable to keep up with my qi and health values. Now, my strength is in the late stage, but my qi and health is only in the early stage. Jiang Chuan smiled and shook his head. The second-grade martial arts technique is so terrifying. This is why Jiang Chuan is so obsessed with practicing martial arts to transcend a realm. It's not that first-grade techniques cannot be practiced, but that second-grade techniques are more cost-effective. Jiang Chuan just felt happy. He did not waste the remaining time. Before the college entrance examination, every minute and every second must be cherished. Little did they know. Because of his own reputation, a big tree attracts the wind. As a result, a group of dangers were slowly approaching him. Chapter 25, Magic City Genius Group. There is no time limit for practice. Jiang Chuan discovered during his practice these few days that after practicing the giant tripod power, after taking the pill, the amount of qi and blood that can be absorbed increases. Along the way, Jiang Chuan's blood value was raised to 1,030 calories. Finally, I have reached the middle stage of the first rank. Jiang Chuan slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and returned to the place he was most familiar with. He raised his sword and stabbed the black iron doll. This time, even a casual strike left a mark as big as a bowl. Normally speaking, even if Jiang Chuan is now a second-grade warrior, he cannot harm the black iron puppet to such an extent. But there's no way. The existence of the true meaning of kendo really gave Jiang Chuan too much bonus. As long as he picks up the sword, it can be said that no warrior of the same period can stop him. As his realm improved, Jiang Chuan had a deeper understanding of the location of the so-called Eye of Haoqian. Just at this moment, Jiang Chuan's door was shaking due to a series of rapid knocks. Who is it? I have been in this training camp for quite some time and have never been disturbed like this. What happened suddenly today? Jiang Chuan was puzzled, stood up and opened the door. I found a member of the official training camp knocking on the door. Jiang Chuan, something terrible has happened. Jiyu Qinghan has been bullied. Can Jiyu Qinghan be bullied by others? Jiang Chuan was stunned for a moment and didn't react. With Jiyu Qinghan's current strength, could he be bullied in Jiangcheng? Even a veteran second-grade warrior would not provoke him for the sake of Jiyu Qinghan's family. And Jiyu Qinghan himself is actually not the kind of person who is willing to cause trouble. How was this bullying? Tell me in detail how Jiyu Qinghan was bullied. The members of the training camp began to tell their whole story. Jiang Chuan finally understood. It turned out that it wasn't he because of Jiyu Qinghan. Just this morning, the Jiangcheng Training Camp welcomed a group of uninvited guests. The other party is none other than the member from the martial arts training camp in Magic City. There are only 2 students different from the Jiangcheng Training Camp. There are 5 trainees in the other training camp. After arriving at the Jiangcheng Training Camp, the first thing I saw was that the other camp commander expressed his desire to bring students here to study. Then the students below called out Jiang Chuan by name and asked him to come out to fight. Upon learning that Jiang Chuan was still practicing, they even wanted to force their way in. Jiu Qinghan couldn't stand it anymore, so he said that he would fight with them first. After Jiu Qinghan defeated the 2 men, his physical strength had reached its limit, but the other parties did not abide by the ethics of martial arts and insisted on fighting Jiu Qinghan. Jiu Qinghan, who was being roasted on the fire, had no reason to refuse and could only reluctantly agree to the other party's request. But the ending is also very obvious. Jiu Qinghan was taken advantage of by the opponent and knocked unconscious with 1 blow. Seeing that the situation was not good, the team members quickly called Jiang Chuan to take action. What? There is such a thing? Jiang Chuan's expression gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect that the students in the Demon City training camp could be so arrogant. Even though he knew that Jiu Qinghan had no strength left, he still wanted to fight against Jiu Qinghan. From this point of view, they did not come here with the intention of learning and exchanging ideas. Just looking for trouble. Besides, it's not just about looking for trouble. This troublemaker actually came to shit on his head. This is intolerable. Jiang Chuan is not someone who is willing to suffer losses. Seeing this, the team member nearby explained, their magic city has always been extremely arrogant. It is not the first or second time that they have suppressed small cities like Jiangcheng. I'm afraid this time they are specifically targeting you. Halfway through the conversation, the team member said, Jiang Chuan, you must stay calm. Although the other party is arrogant, they have the capital to be arrogant. After all, as students of the same class, they have already produced a warrior who is infinitely close to the middle stage of the 2nd rank. The strength should not be underestimated. Jiang Chuan, you must not go head to head with that person, just beat up someone else and vent your anger for Jiu Qinghan. It will be difficult for even you to compete with a 2nd rank warrior. I see. There is a 2nd grade warrior, right? Perhaps, if a 2nd rank warrior were placed in other places, he would be able to act arrogantly and do evil. But for Jiang Chuan, a 2nd grade warrior is really nothing. It is indeed not easy for warriors to challenge each other above their level, but Jiang Chuan has a cheat. If he still cannot challenge others above his level, what is the point of his trying? Take me. Soon. Jiang Chuan then came to the vicinity of the ring. Far away, he saw several unfamiliar faces and Jiu Qinghan, who was being supported by others to rest on the side. Not only did Jiang Chuan notice the other person was also looking at Jiang Chuan at the same time. Is this Jiang Chuan? He doesn't look anything more than that. Not as good as a hair of mine. I really don't understand. Is there no one left in Jiangcheng? How could such a thing be considered a genius that made the news? Alas, the senior from the previous class told us that we should be low-key, especially in a small city like this. So when we defeated Jiang Chuan, we should humbly say sorry to him. Har har har, good good good. The mocking voices of several people chatting were not suppressed at all. It was as if he had said it on purpose for Jiang Chuan to hear. Jiang Chuan quickly walked to the weak Jiu Qinghan. How's it going? Anything else? Jiu Qinghan's pretty face turned pale, like a piece of white paper. She looked at Jiang Chuan and said with difficulty, Jiang Chuan, if you really want to fight them, you must be careful. That 2nd grade warrior is ruthless and his moves are all aimed at killing people. They are not here to spar, but to prevent Jiangcheng from sending people to take the college entrance examination. Fortunately, I have a secret method passed down from my family, which allowed me to dodge his final attack, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Chuan, I sincerely suggest that if you must fight that 2nd rank warrior, admit defeat as soon as possible and don't fight him. We are not able to compete with him yet. There is a long way to go, and a real man should be able to bend and stretch. Failure now does not mean that we will lose to this person again when we grow up. Listening to Jiu Qinghan's heartfelt advice, Jiang Chuan nodded silently. He walked straight onto the ring, looking coldly at the Magic City training camp. Har har har. This kid actually dares to go on stage. Oh my god, I've never seen such an arrogant person. There's a saying that goes, the broader your vision, the greater your achievements. This shows that Jiang Chuan has only humiliated the title of genius. Stop talking nonsense and bring me some puppies to vent my anger. Jiang Chuan's voice is loud. It echoed throughout the entire martial arts hall. Chapter 26, 1 in seconds first. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Chuan's domineering attitude. Jiu Qinghan looked reluctant and wanted to stand up excitedly to let Jiang Chuan calm down, but the great pain in her body forced her to fall down again. Hurry, and tell Jiang Chuan to stop doing this. In her opinion, the more Jiang Chuan wants to stand out now, the faster his Taoist heart will collapse after he is crushed by the second-grade warrior. Which hero has not experienced a scene of humiliation? Which hero had smooth sailing from the beginning? Very few. It would be a better choice to be patient now. With Jiang Chuan's talent, it would be better to take revenge after becoming stronger than him in the future. There is absolutely no need to ruin your future just for this sake. Everyone in the Jiangcheng Training Camp instantly became excited. The look he gave Jiang Chuan was filled with respect and admiration. At the moment, this is other cities bullying us. If no one dares to stand up, that proves that this year they will be trampled on by the devil again. And Jiang Chuan appeared. It made him Jiang Chuan's hero. After this idea came up, everyone couldn't help but start to worry. Jiang Chuan definitely cannot beat the 5 people from the Magic City Training Camp. If at that time, they want to destroy Jiang Chuan, I must rush up to save Jiang Chuan. This was the thought of almost everyone in the training camp. There is only the training camp commander Hu Wei. Right now. Full of confidence in Jiang Chuan. A second-grade warrior? Bullshit. Others may not know, but he sees it clearly. With Jiang Chuan's strength, defeating a second-grade warrior is a piece of cake. If that kid doesn't have any other tricks, then it would be easy for Jiang Chuan to capture him. Thinking of this, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned his gaze towards the commander of the Magic City Training Camp standing beside him. Old Tan, I think you have to die here this time. I'm planted here. Captain Lao Tan smiled. Have you forgotten that every year I bring the Magic City Training Camp to your Jiangcheng, but what is the result every time? Have you forgotten? I tell you, if the city you are in is a slightly better city, I will be skeptical about your words. But where is this place? This is Jiangcheng, a small third-tier city. How much resource subsidy can Jiangcheng give you? Without enough resources, even a genius cannot develop. With enough resources, even a pig can be fed and turned into a genius. Indeed. The resources provided by Jiang Chuan Training Camp are not few. In Jiangcheng, this is the favorite place for geniuses. But compared with the outside world, the resources in the Jiangcheng Training Camp are really nothing. Is this why many of your students were able to achieve good results in the college entrance examination, but were all expelled afterwards? Hu Wei said with a smile. After all, they are all pigs. Upon hearing Hu Wei's words, Captain Qin's face changed noticeably. It was obvious that Hu Wei had hit a sore spot. Stop talking nonsense. Just watch carefully. This good young man under my command beats Jiang Chuan violently. I tell you, this year, you Jiangcheng people don't even think about showing your strength in the college entrance examination battlefield. When these young people start fighting, they will not show any mercy. If they get hurt here and there, don't come to complain to me. I also want to say this to you. The two men confronted each other, not giving an inch. Obviously, because of these two people, there has been a long-standing grudge between the Magic City and Jiangcheng training camps. But this year, Old Tan also noticed something was wrong. He looked at Hu Wei's confident expression and suddenly felt something strange. Why is Hu Wei so confident? Could it be that? Battalion Commander Lao Tan shook his head. Impossible one. Absolutely not. Can Jiangcheng produce a genius comparable to the one cultivated in his Magic City? Then he could even chop off his head and let Hu Wei kick it like a ball. And on the stage, Jiang Chuan is the only one. Facing the Demon City 5. There was not the slightest bit of stage fright. Instead, he stared straight at the second-grade warrior standing at the end. You, come up. That young man, He Jun. When he found that Jiang Chuan dared to raise his hand and directly asked him to go on stage, he immediately showed a disdainful expression. I don't blame you. After all, you have only been practicing martial arts for a few short years. I can understand that you don't understand the gap between a second-grade martial artist and you. The other boy couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Jumped directly onto the ring. Boy, you are not worthy enough to fight with Jun. Let me test your kung fu. Jiang Chuan didn't even look at him, but just stared at Jun. I'll let you come up. You were the one who hit Ji Ching Han just now. I will definitely cripple your hands today. Phew. The people in the Magic City training camp could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. No, kid, are you crazy? Do you want to check your realm? Say this to Jun Ji again. The young man on the ring taunted. I am also at the middle stage of the first rank. If you can beat me first, then we can talk about other things. There was a fly buzzing around me all the time. Jiang Chuan turned his head and looked over. After just a quick glance, he said, You're not qualified. All of you below, get up here. What? The young man was immediately angered by Jiang Chuan's words. Very good, you have successfully angered me, Jiang Chuan, I will make you pay for it. Immediately. The young man rushed towards Jiang Chuan and punched him hard. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan didn't even look at him. Rubbish. Jiang Chuan uttered 2 words lightly, and then slapped him lightly as if he was slapping a fly. Jun sneered and shook his head. He really couldn't understand Jiang Chuan now. This was not the way to seek death, was it? No matter what others say, they are still warriors of the same level as you. Do you look down on others like this? However, what I was thinking about lasted only a few seconds. He watched helplessly as the young man was hit by Jiang Chuan and flew backwards, spitting blood. What? No, it's impossible. The young man was filled with horror. How can you have such a powerful force? Jiang Chuan didn't respond and continued in a cold voice. There are still a few people who want to die. Come up, I say come up. I will beat all of you. Boom boom boom. Everyone present was stunned. Obviously. Jiang Chuan's strength is even stronger than the last time he attacked. Beating a warrior of the same level is like beating a child, and it is impossible to persuade him. Jiang Chuan can really do it. Jiang Chuan, come on. A great hero who fights for Jiangcheng. Jiang Chuan, come on. Beat these disgusting faces. Several people in the Magic City training camp were also stunned. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan's move was beyond their expectations. Chapter 27, Even 2 won't do. A look of surprise flashed across Jun's face. Immediately. He showed a mocking smile. Very good. I underestimated you at the beginning. But it doesn't matter. The ending is predetermined. Jiang Chuan, you'll do everything you just said, right? I'll give you a chance to beat up 3 students, do you dare to agree? Stop barking like a dog. I want all of you to come up here. Is it that you don't understand what I'm saying or what? Jiang Chuan frowned. Jun's expression turned completely gloomy. Jiang Chuan's arrogance also angered him. Very good. In that case, don't go around telling people that our Magic City won unfairly after you lose. Ashuai, Xiaoli, Ayu, go up and teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. As soon as the words fell, there were 2 men and 1 woman standing next to him. He immediately jumped onto the stage. Jiang Chuan, it's not like we didn't give you a chance in the beginning. If you're just saying this to show off, then I can only say that I'm sorry. You definitely didn't expect us to really do this, did you? Jiang Chuan, I think you are a well-known figure in Jiangcheng. We will not let you lose too badly in this competition. Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. It seems that the only way to eliminate the contempt in your eyes is to beat you so hard that you can't take care of yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, several people's faces changed. Jiang Chuan, you really are the one who won't accept my toast. Then don't blame us for getting serious about it. Har har, what a pity, you have such a pretty face but such a stubborn temper. Little brother, if you say sorry now, we can give you a way out. Outside the ring. Battalion Commander Lao Tan watched this scene. The smile on his face grew wider. Hu Wei, is this your trump card? Even when Jun was at the same level, he didn't dare to let 3 people of the same level, or even 3 people 1 level higher, fight against him. You are quite interesting, but you don't know how to live or die. As he spoke, Lao Tan turned his gaze to Hu Wei's face. He wanted to see a hint of fear on Hu Wei's face. But, unfortunately, Hu Wei didn't have the slightest worry. Instead, still looking at him with a smile on her face. Why are you laughing? I laugh at your arrogance. I laugh at your students who don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Hu Wei shook his head and smiled. These students of yours are more arrogant than each other, but you, and them. I don't even know what kind of person I'm facing. Do you understand? Lao Tan's face suddenly fell. Very good. You don't have much time left to be stubborn. I won't bother with you. The two said no more. Everyone in the Jiangcheng Training Camp felt their palms filled with sweat when they saw Jiang Chuan on the ring. Jiang Chuan, you must win. Whether it is for Jiangcheng or for Jiang Chuan's own good. They all hope that Jiang Chuan can defeat this group of people. On the stage, several people were already angered by Jiang Chuan's words. Ayu, start. Following an order, the three of them dispersed instantly. Starting from three different directions, they launched a fierce attack on Jiang Chuan. Late first grade. Late first grade. There is even a warrior who is in the late first rank and is infinitely close to being a second rank warrior. Everyone in the Jiangcheng Training Camp was shocked. Of course, they also saw Jiang Chuan's previous achievements. One man fights against Zhang San and Ji Yu Qinghan. A late first grade level. A mid first rank. Ji Yu Qinghan has a family secret technique that can instantly improve him to the late first grade. But you have to know that Ji Yu Qinghan has not had time to activate the secret technique. In other words, the person Jiang Chuan defeated was actually a late stage first grade expert. But the current situation is that there are three powerful men in the late first stage. What is the concept? Even if Jiang Chuan could really handle two late stage first grade warriors, the other person who was infinitely close to being a second grade warrior was several times stronger than a late stage first grade warrior. And what about Jiang Chuan? He is just a warrior who has just reached the middle stage of the first rank. Compared with other warriors of the same level, if Jiang Chuan can deal with two late stage first grade warriors, he is definitely not bad among the ranks of geniuses. But now is not the time for fair competition. Especially in the early stages, any small improvement in realm can crush a person to death. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. Jiang Chuan, can he really be responsible for what he said? On the ring, several people had evil smiles on their faces. Jiang Chuan, you asked for this, don't blame me. One of them made his hands into claws, and there were continuous sounds of breaking through the air. Kill directly towards Jiang Chuan. To this, Jiang Chuan's response was very simple. He just raised the sword and then chopped down. The sword seemed to be light, but it fell down at an extremely slow speed. The man was delighted. Too slow, too slow. He was about to twist his body to avoid it, but the next reaction completely dumbfounded him. What? He suddenly realized that he couldn't move at all. He could only watch the sword fall on his wrist. Immediately following, a pig slaughtering sound resounded throughout the martial arts hall. AA. Everyone was shocked again. Just because that late stage first grade warrior was only in one round. He was severely injured by Jiang Chuan. There was a long cut on the wrist. The bleeding won't stop. He covered his wrist and screamed miserably. Anyone who heard this voice couldn't help but shudder. Creepy. It's so creepy. When did Jiang Chuan's attack land on him? No one can tell. Only Hu Wei and Lao Tan, who were the strongest, could see it clearly. Good. When Hu Wei saw this scene, he nodded confidently. And in the ring, the fight has not stopped yet. The other two were furious when they found their companion had been deposed. Rushing straight towards Jiang Chuan. You die. I will pay you back with your death. The two of them looked crazy. Jiang Chuan did not dodge or evade, and rushed out with another sword. I'll block it. Among them, the warrior who had reached the late stage of the first grade and reached great perfection, seeing this, also knew how powerful Jiang Chuan's swordsmanship was, and immediately volunteered. After saying that, I saw blurry shadows flashing on his hands. He caught Jiang Chuan's sword strike with both palms steadily, and then twisted them in a strange posture. Clang! He actually knocked the sword out of Jiang Chuan's hand. Seeing that Jiang Chuan had lost his sword, the other girl immediately smiled happily. Leave the rest to me. Warriors all have their own specialties. And someone like Jiang Chuan is obviously a swordsman. Just target his sword, that's all. Chapter 28, Second Rank Takes Action. Jiang Chuan. Without your sword, what are you? The girl screamed. Perhaps, if this theory is put in front of other people, they might really fall for it. But will it really work in front of Jiang Chuan? Jiang Chuan didn't believe it. Then he reached for the thigh of the girl who was running towards him. Under the influence of the huge force, the girl was not paying attention for a moment, lost her balance, and fell to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. Jiang Chuan is a kind-hearted man. He doesn't want to see the girl's face hit the ground and become a bloody mess. So he grabbed the girl's hair, and the girl fell forward in a falling posture. Because of this action, she was forced to put all her strength on her hair. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, I don't know who said this in the audience. It's her. She also attacked Jiu Qinghan before. When Jiang Chuan heard this, his eyes narrowed immediately. Are you pretty brave? Alarm bells rang in the girl's heart, and she immediately smelled an extremely dangerous odor. I give up. Don't hit me. Jiang Chuan, I give up. Bang. A hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of Jiang Chuan's mouth. He held the girl in one hand like a chicken, and with the other hand he slapped her in the face faster and faster. Every slap was loud and clear. When I didn't know about this, I was only planning to break your nose, but now it seems that I will not only beat you until you are bloody, but I will also stab you in the face a few times, right? A few stab wounds in the face. When the girl heard this, her still groggy brain immediately woke up. No, please, I beg you, Jiang Chuan. Don't let me be disfigured. I beg you. Don't do this, you can ask me to do anything. I can lick your shoes. I can do anything for you. Jiang Chuan sneered. No thanks. I hate you for being so dirty. No wonder the girl suddenly reacted so strongly. The word disfigurement will cause a huge reaction no matter who it is applied to. Especially those who pride themselves on their good looks. The only punishment Jiang Chuan could give her was to beat her until she was completely disfigured. The young man next to him had red eyes. Jiang Chuan. Do I think I'm dead? I'm still in front of you. The young man suddenly pounced towards Jiang Chuan and punched him, thinking that he could force Jiang Chuan to retreat. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan did not retreat an inch. He wasn't hurt at all. Instead, he grasped his fist tightly. What? How is this possible? How is it possible that your power is so great? The young man's eyes were red with anger, and he subconsciously thought that he had seen it wrong. But the huge force coming from his hand was like a pair of pliers, firmly grasping his hand, and it was even painful. How is this possible? How is this possible? Aren't you just a mid-level first-grade warrior? Why is your strength greater than mine? What he didn't know was, he is now in the late first rank, infinitely close to the realm of a second-rank warrior. Not only is there a difference in chi and blood values, but there is also a difference in strength levels. It is difficult for ordinary warriors to improve their strength level. Practicing martial arts that transcend levels will waste a lot of time. Almost all warriors believe that strength is not as important as the increase in chi and blood values. After all, every leap forward in a realm represents a qualitative leap. And this is indeed the case. But the leap in realm does not mean this kind of small realm. As long as there is one thing that exceeds himself, then Jiang Chuan can completely crush it. Jiang Chuan sneered, there are still many things in this world that you don't know, but today, because of your arrogance, I am destined to teach you a lesson. I want you to remember all the memories of today. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Chuan's tone suddenly became extremely fierce. The hand that grabbed that wrist suddenly exerted force and pushed down. You hey. The boy shouted in pain, and the sound shocked the crying girl beside him. Look up. Then I found out why. Just see. Jiang Chuan actually twisted the boy's wrist into a strange shape. Just looking at it makes people feel a slight pain in their wrists. There is a large protrusion on the other side of the wrist. Jiang Chuan admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. Next second, as he shook the boy off, he stomped hard on his other wrist. The familiar sound of slaughtering pigs rang out again. Jiang Chuan's feet rolled over the boy's wrist twice more before he let him go. Jiang Chuan. At this time, there was a loud shout from the audience. All I saw was He Jun, who always had a calm smile on his face. At this moment, I couldn't sit still any longer. With a ferocious expression on his face, he stared at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, stop, I tell you to stop. I guarantee that if you dare to act so presumptuously again, I will make you live a life worse than death. Stop? Is that what you mean? Jiang Chuan smiled. This was the second time he was threatened. Wang Hao, who was threatened the first time, is now completely destitute. This time, Jiang Chuan couldn't guarantee that he would still be so kind. Bang! Jiang Chuan slapped the girl, catching her off guard. Do you like to bully people from Jiangcheng? Jiang Chuan. He Jun was completely furious. I swear, I will tear you into pieces. Louder. Otherwise I can't hear you. Jiang Chuan pulled the girl's hair and slapped her again and again, without stopping. You die. He Jun couldn't bear it any longer. Those continuous slaps were hitting the girl's face, but He Jun felt more like his dignity was being challenged. Good to come one. Jiang Chuan kicked the girl, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, off the stage and took He Jun's attack head on. Bang! Jiang Chuan was knocked back several steps before he could stand still. He Jun was burning with rage, and the look he gave Jiang Chuan was as if he wanted to kill him. Jiang Chuan, I can guarantee that in this competition, your fate will be worse than that of our partners. A cruel, bloodthirsty demon like you, even if I kill you on the spot, it would be the justice of heaven. Carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. What a great way to carry out justice on behalf of heaven. Jiang Chuan burst into laughter. Your Demon City training camp has been bullying our Jiangcheng for so many years. Have we ever said that we are acting on behalf of heaven? You came to our door and didn't follow the rules and beat my companion severely. Have we ever said that we are acting on behalf of heaven? You are such a rebel, you really dare to say that you are acting on behalf of heaven? There's no point in saying more, Jiang Chuan, just prepare to die. Seeing that he was being ignored, He Jun immediately changed the subject and rushed towards Jiang Chuan. Chapter 29. Kneel down and admit your mistake. See this scene. Everyone was filled with mixed emotions. Everyone in the Jiangcheng training camp began to worry about Jiang Chuan again. Some people even became so angry that they started yelling. Cheating. Despicable. This is shameless. How can it be fair for the 5 of you to take turns fighting Jiang Chuan? Yes, you are a dignified second-rank warrior, but you can be so shameless and vulgar. I strongly request that the competition be suspended. Even the seriously injured Ji Yuqinghan wanted to stand up and speak for Jiang Chuan. However, how could Lao Tan give Jiang Chuan this opportunity? You all shut up. Fair? What's fair? It's obvious that Jiang Chuan killed someone first, and the students in my training camp couldn't stand it, so they just acted out of justice. Everyone who heard this was infuriated by Lao Tan's shamelessness and laughed. Justice? Do you call this justice? Why didn't you say anything when you, the students from the Magic City, were besieging Jiang Chuan together and fighting in a round-robin battle? Is this my fault? Isn't it Jiang Chuan who is too arrogant and wants others to treat him like this? All right. Hu Wei spoke up to stop everyone who wanted to continue talking. His expression was very calm. It can even be said that there is a sense of playfulness, as if one wants to watch a play. Old Tan, why do you seem so confident? I'm just curious, who told you that Jiang Chuan would lose to He Jun? Old Tan heard this and said, so from what I hear, you want to see Jiang Chuan, a mid-level warrior, defeat a second-level warrior. Hu Wei, I'm not saying anything more, but I'm objectively evaluating that Jiang Chuan can indeed be considered a talent. But no matter how talented he is, how can he defeat a second-level warrior by crossing a major realm in the early stages of the warrior realm? If Jiang Chuan can really do it, then I'm willing not to pursue Jiang Chuan and admire him from the bottom of my heart. You must remember what you said. After Hu Wei said this, he smiled and said nothing. A sense of mystery. To die. Listen to Hu Wei's words. Jiang Chuan laughed instead. Faced with the opponent's fierce attack, he no longer dodged, but drew his sword and attacked. At that moment, everyone in the audience only saw a silver-white color. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by sword shadows. There were countless wounds on He Jun's body. He Jun, who was deeply trapped in it, could only roar and grit his teeth to resist it all. A second-grade martial art at the great perfection level. Lao Tan cried out in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. It's really terrible. Even He Jun, who was a second-grade warrior, only had time to learn a second-grade martial art that reached a minor level of success. As a mid-level first-grade warrior, Jiang Chuan could actually learn a second-grade martial art to perfection. How about it? Anything else to say? Hu Wei said with a smile. Humph. That's nothing. Old Tan pretended to be calm. You know, in the early stage of a warrior, chi and blood are the most important. Even if Jiang Chuan has learned the second-grade martial arts of the great perfection realm, he may not be able to release it a few times. On the other hand, what about He Jun? He himself practices the Zhonggong. It is famous for its toughness. No matter what, the real thing is that he can resist. If Jiang Chuan can't hold on to the end, there is only one way to go, death. Hu Wei smiled helplessly. Okay, you are right. On the stage at this moment, He Jun was beaten and curled up in a ball. The attacks kept falling on him like raindrops. This made He Jun feel extremely frustrated, and he kept cursing inwardly, this damn bastard. How could he have learned the second-grade skills to the great perfection level at this level? Should I say it or not? Not only the second-grade warriors in the great perfection realm. Moreover, it is a martial art with extremely high destructive power, the sword technique. Fuck, Jiang Chuan, you are so arrogant now. With your current state, how many times can you release such attacks? When you are exhausted, I will make you kneel down and admit your mistakes. He Jun is very confident in his skills. With this move, he has never met an opponent so far. Although he is still at the first level, Jiang Chuan is only at the level of a first-level warrior. It is unlikely that he can break his absolute defense. Little did they know. This idea also came to Jiang Chuan. After all, this person is a second-grade master. He realized it as soon as they started fighting. If I still fight him the same way I fight others, it will definitely not work. So, he chose to continue using the Moon Shadow Sword to drag it to death. As for consumption, if it happened before, it would indeed be a big deal for Jiang Chuan. Don't forget, the second-grade body refining technique is not meant to be used as a decoration. Coupled with the existence of the true meaning of swordsmanship, the consumption of Jiang Chuan's Moon Shadow Sword has been greatly reduced. Although he didn't know how long he could hold on, it seemed that if he continued to persist, He Jun would definitely lose. Then, everyone just watched Jiang Chuan continue to release his martial arts. And He Jun, they dared not move at all. The arrogance from before disappeared completely. Like a turtle, he was constantly consumed by Jiang Chuan. Everyone was stunned. This is our concern for Jiang Chuan, a little too much. From what we can see now, it seems to be the case. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the other side of the martial arts hall, Lao Tan shouted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. With Jiang Chuan's level, how could he possibly do this? Hu Wei sneered, there are many things in this world that you have never seen. Is being powerful a cheat? When the two were bickering, He Jun on the ring has already started to complain. How on earth did Jiang Chuan manage to consume him all the time? The fact that he has persisted until now is a great honor given to him by the realm. If you continue to insist on this, it will definitely be disadvantageous to you. Thinking of this, He Jun no longer cared about his own face. She shouted loudly, Jiang Chuan, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Can I apologize to you? As soon as He Jun said this, his face felt terribly hot, not to mention the way others looked at him. But the situation forced us. He Jun didn't have time to think too much. Then I heard Jiang Chuan say this lightly. Is that all? I also want to apologize to Jiu Qinghan. It was my fault that I failed to manage my team members well. Oh, okay. Jiang Chuan still had no intention of stopping. He Jun was completely furious. No. Didn't you agree to stop? I didn't say stop. Chapter 30, Meet Juku again. Jiang Chuan scratched his head. You are such a weird person. I just asked you to apologize, but I didn't say I would definitely stop. Everyone burst into laughter. Some were even more exaggerated, laughing so hard that they rolled on the ground. Listening to these laughs, He Jiang felt that his face was shattered to pieces. Furious, he decided to fight to the death. Jiang Chuan. You're pushing it too far. I'm going to fight you to the death. Then. He was once again forced back by Jiang Chuan's sword energy. At the beginning, He Jiang would say something to anger Jiang Chuan. But gradually, he found that this trick was completely useless against Jiang Chuan. He was so angry that he vomited blood, but there was nothing he could do. As a dignified second-grade warrior, he was attacked like this by Jiang Chuan. It was really embarrassing. Stop fighting. Jiang Chuan. I really give up. I give up. Jiang Chuan. Are you deaf? I said I give up. Jiang Chuan sneered, say I surrender now? Will it work? If I were treated like this by NI, would you show mercy to me if I said I surrender? Of course. He Jiang gradually became somewhat unconscious. He was beaten for such a long time by a second-grade swordsmanship at the great perfection stage, and yet he was able to hold on. This was enough to show how powerful a second-grade warrior was. Will you? Then let me give you one last trick. Jiang Chuan showed no mercy, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just at this moment. Stop. On the side, Lao Tan's anxious voice was heard. When he saw He Jiang being unilaterally suppressed, he wanted to take action. But when he saw that Jiang Chuan actually had the intention to kill him, he completely lost his composure. Boy, I advise you to spare his life. However, Jiang Chuan seemed not to hear it. Still doing what he wants, he slashed at He Jiang. A second-rank warrior? That's all. Lao Tan's eyes turned red, and he couldn't help but want to use his strength to fly forward. Boy, I told you to stop. If you dare to hurt He Jiang, I will let you know how miserable your end will be. Bang. However, Hu Wei held Lao Tan down with a smile on his face. Old Tan, why are you so anxious? These are just minor fights between children. It's nothing serious at all. Isn't this enough? This kid is about to pick up a sword and kill someone. Hu Wei, let me tell you, if anything happens to He Jiang here, you can't make up for it even if you die 1,000 times. Hey, that's natural. The dead can't be resurrected. Hu Wei said, but, Lao Tan, do you still remember what you said before? That is, this exchange is the same as what we said before. No matter what happens, you can't tell anyone about it. Lao Tan's face froze, but he immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, how can this be the same? The nature of the situation is already very different now. Okay, I know you're anxious, but it's better for you not to be anxious for now. Although Hu Wei had a smile on his face, he did not loosen his grip on Lao Tan's hand at all. Hu Wei! I am here. Facing Lao Tan's angry glare, Hu Wei kept smiling. On Jiang Chuan's side, the sword had already fallen. Just a puff sound was heard. A long and deep cut was made on He Jiang's back. It wasn't because Jiang Chuan showed mercy, but simply because He Jiang burst out with his last bit of strength and pulled his life back from the brink of death. He Jiang almost wanted to roll on the ground in pain, but his weak body made him kneel on the ground, unable to utter a word. So far, the entire Magic City training camp was defeated by Jiang Chuan alone. Jiang Chuan. Old Tan's eyes were red with anger and he looked at Jiang Chuan with blazing eyes. Do you know how big a mistake you have made? How dare you hurt the child of the Jiang family in Magic City? This is your mistake. Considering that you are young and ignorant, you should come back to Magic City with me now to admit your mistake. Maybe they won't hold a grudge against you. Ridiculous. Jiang Chuan was fearless. Why would I admit my mistake? What about the Jiang family in the Magic City? Do I have to kneel down and beg for mercy just for naming a name? Isn't this a competition? Why are you suddenly making a big deal out of it? Are you not able to afford to play anymore? You. Old Tan was so angry. Okay, there's no point in being sharp-tongued. I seriously suspect that you are disrespectful to your elders, so I have to teach you a lesson. Who are you going to teach a lesson to? Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the martial arts hall. Everyone couldn't help but look over there. What I saw were two figures. You are from Qinwu Academy. Teacher Su. Old Tan was stunned on the spot. Why did people from Qinwu Academy suddenly come here? Etc. In this way, he can make use of this matter to make further progress. Thinking of this, Lao Tan immediately looked at Jiang Chuan excitedly. Boy, you're fucked. Teacher Su. Xiaoju. I'm Lao Tan, do you remember me? Su Mingyu glanced at Lao Tan and said, well, you are Lao Tan from the Magic City Training Camp. I remember you. After hearing this, Lao Tan felt that he was more stable. Although the beauty in front of him is as beautiful as a painting, her strength is a powerful 5th-rank warrior. He dare not look at her carelessly. He quickly lowered his head and accused Jiang Chuan emotionally, explaining the whole story. After listening for a while, Su Mingyu slowly said, Jiang Chuan. As she spoke, she looked at the young woman beside her. Is that the person you were talking about? Old Tan's heart skipped a beat. Etc. Why do I feel like they know Jiang Chuan? Wait, calm down first. Knowing each other doesn't mean anything. However, what he didn't know was that Jiang Chuan was looking at the two figures intently. And the owner of one of the figures. Jiang Chuan was stunned for a moment. Juku, Senior Juku. Jiang Chuan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Oh, you recognized me so quickly. Juku gave Jiang Chuan a thumbs up. Brush, brush, brush. Moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chuan. Good job. Jiang Chuan knows someone from Qianwu College. When did this happen? How could they not know? Could it be that Jiang Chuan already knew this person before entering the training camp? Even Ji Yu Qinghan blinked and looked at Jiang Chuan. It's as if to say, Jiang Chuan, you're so good, you actually hit it so deeply. And at this time, Su Mingyu and Zhu Ku also simply ignored Lao Tan. Walking towards Jiang Chuan, Zhu Ku asked carefully, what exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Soon. Jiang Chuan confessed all the crimes committed in the Magic City Training Camp. Chapter 31, Exemption from the College Entrance Examination. Rejected. As Jiang Chuan spoke more and more, Lao Tan's face became paler and paler, and his expression became uglier and uglier. Not to mention that Jiang Chuan actually knew someone from Qianwu College. The key point is that Jiang Chuan actually revealed everything he had done. Even he himself couldn't help but curse them as immoral after hearing these stories. Not to mention, he himself is the protagonist of these deeds. Teacher Su, listen to me. Lao Tan couldn't wait to excuse himself, but was glared back by Su Mingyu. My memory is not bad. I remember hearing you threatening Jiang Chuan before I came in. As soon as these words came out, Lao Tan broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my god. This feeling of oppression made him feel like he wished he could just die. Life is worse than death. This is what it means to be worse off than dead. At this moment, Lao Tan was yelling in his heart, wondering why he chose to provoke Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, if you had told me earlier that you had such a background, not to mention causing trouble, I would have no problem asking the Zhang family to kowtow to you. I have heard so much. Since you want me to be fair, I will make a judgment now. You can rest assured that I will be absolutely fair. Su Mingyu said calmly. After listening to this, Lao Tan felt relieved. After all, once such words are said, it means that Su Mingyu is not completely on Jiang Chuan's side. It's the nature of giving each party 50 lashes. It seems that his identity as the commander of the Magic City Training Camp is still of some use. Old Tan just breathed a sigh of relief. You, the Demon City Training Camp, have been bullying the Jiangcheng Training Camp for years. This is wrong. You, the students from the Magic City Training Camp, are bullying the students from the Jiang Chuan Training Camp. This is wrong. After watching the student being defeated by Jiang Chuan, you actually tried to use your power to suppress him. This was wrong of you. After everything has settled, you still haven't shown any remorse and even want to continue threatening Jiang Chuan. This is also wrong of you. Well, that's my conclusion. In front of Lao Tan's dumbfounded expression, Su Mingyu said calmly, the verdict is as above. Do you have any opinions? Just say it. I am a very generous person. I will listen to any suggestions you make. Lao Tan. Su Mingyu, what's wrong? I can see that you don't look very happy. Do you have any opinion? Lao Tan, no, I have no objection, Teacher Su, your judgment is indeed very fair. Su Mingyu, just know it, you can just compensate Jiang Chuan with 20 bottles of second-grade blood replenishing pills. Lao Tan almost vomited blood. How much? 20 bottles of second-grade blood replenishing pills. A second-grade blood replenishing pill would cost at least 100,000 yuan a bottle in the outside world. If he paid so much in compensation, that would be 2 million yuan. Most warriors are poor. Even the commander of a training camp basically uses all his money for his own training. Where can I get so much cash as 2 million? Okay, good. Old Tan said pitifully, but I don't have that much cash right now. It will take a few days to get enough to compensate Jiang Chuan. Su Mingyu said coldly, don't let me know that you didn't give Jiang Chuan the elixir. It's okay to delay for a few days, but I will cause trouble for you if it takes too long. I am a very humane person. Let me ask you, do you have any opinions? Just ask whatever you want. No. Old Tan gritted his teeth and shook his head. Phew. I don't know who it is among the crowd present. I couldn't help but let out a laugh. In fact, Jiang Chuan and Zhu Ku were almost unable to hold back any longer. For no other reason. It's just because Lao Tan's expression, as if he had eaten shit, is so funny. Senior, this sister is. Jiang Chuan had a very good first impression of Su Mingyu. Zhu Ku whispered, she is my master, and she is a teacher in Qianwu College. A 5th rank master, not only is she good at protecting her shortcomings, but she is also very powerful. You can't even say a word to old Bisan. That's true. I don't know if Zhu Ku meant it when he said the 3 words Lao Bisan. I actually spoke a little louder on purpose. Old Tan shuddered and really didn't dare to say a word. So why did you come to the training camp this time? Jiang Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Zhu Ku patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder, of course it's to accept you as my master's apprentice. I don't know, I begged my master to accept you as his apprentice. Then we will be brothers in the same school and can take care of each other. Moreover, the students who become my apprentice first can directly receive more welfare resources than other students. It's all good things. I have a question. If I become Senior Su's apprentice, do I still need to participate in the college entrance examination? Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment and asked this question. Of course that's not necessary. This time, it was Su Mingyu who spoke. You become my disciple, which means you are exempt from the test and can directly enter Qianwu Academy. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Good job. Qianwu College's admission standards change every year. Except for those who rank in the top 3 in the college entrance examination, no one can say for sure that they can enter Qianwu College. Right now, such a good opportunity is right in front of Jiang Chuan for no reason. This made everyone start to envy and jealous. If I had the same opportunity as Jiang Chuan, wouldn't I have taken off immediately? However, just when everyone thought Jiang Chuan would agree on the spot. But he shook his head resolutely. In that case, please forgive me, Senior Su, for not being able to agree to this request. The college entrance examination battlefield is of great significance to me. If I want to enter Qianwu College, I must fight my way out of the battlefield and become the first in the country. I must let everyone know me, Jiang Chuan, and let Qianwu College tell me that they really need you, please join us. So heroic. Even Su Mingyu was stunned by Jiang Chuan's bold words. Immediately, a smile appeared on her face. Very good. Very good. Jiang Chuan, I have to admit that I really admire your courage at this moment. Then do as you say. I want to see with my own eyes that you can fight your way out of the battlefield of the college entrance examination and carve out a world of your own. Okay, Jiang Chuan, good luck. Seeing that Jiang Chuan had made up his mind, Zhu Ku didn't say anything more and just chose to respect Jiang Chuan's decision. She already had some vague expectations. The competition in this college entrance examination will be extremely fierce, and will bring about waves of bloodshed. The two said goodbye. Everyone in the Jiangcheng Training Camp quietly approached Jiang Chuan. Chapter 32 College Entrance Examination Day. Jiang Chuan hasn't reacted yet. Everyone threw Jiang Chuan into the air. Jiang Chuan is so majestic. Jiang Chuan, it's the best. Jiang Chuan, I have never been defeated by anyone, but today, I am truly defeated by you. After this battle, Jiang Chuan's reputation became famous. No matter what time it is, no matter how many years have passed, even if there will be someone better than Jiang Chuan later. But Jiang Chuan's reputation will never be surpassed in the training camp. Just because the Jiangcheng Training Camp defeated the Modu Training Camp. The fact that Jiang Chuan surpassed 5 trainees from the Magic City Training Camp alone has already established a historic moment. No one can replicate it. The time lasted till evening. No one let Jiang Chuan go either. Instead, for the first time ever, a hot pot party was held in the martial arts hall. Jiang Chuan, I won't go home until I'm drunk today. You're good at fighting, I'm good at drinking. Come on. Come on, come on. Countless people hold Jiang Chuan in their hearts. Everyone came up to toast. Even Jiang Chuan, who was a warrior, was unable to withstand the attack from such a huge number of people. No, no, drink it quickly, I really can't take it anymore. Jiang Chuan covered his head and ran outside. Actually, drinking a lot is one thing, and on the other hand, Jiang Chuan wants to take a look at the system. During the day, while he was talking, Jiang Chuan bound the rebate recipient to Zhu Ku. Su Mingyu didn't know that Zhu Ku was definitely a genius. Until now, he hasn't had time to see what Zhu Ku can bring him. Zhu Ku, a mid-level 3rd rank warrior, can be invested in SSS level rebate recipients. You can get a £100 strength bonus every day. Hiss. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened at that moment. Good job. He exclaimed, what a guy. £100 a day. 3,000 kilograms a month? £30,000 in 10 months. Wait, according to this calculation, if he lives long enough, theoretically he could blow up the earth with one punch. However, Jiang Chuan's sweet dream had just begun when reality gave him a heavy blow. The upper limit of the rebate object is the current strength value. Jiang Chuan. Never mind. What else do you want, a bicycle? Jiang Chuan shook his head, ready to get rid of the alcohol and go back to continue practicing. When he turned around, he saw Jiu Qinghan, with a red face, staring at him. I'll go. Jiang Chuan was startled. Jiu Qinghan, why are you standing here? What's the matter? Yes, there is something. Jiu Qinghan seemed very nervous and actually pressed Jiang Chuan's shoulder. Jiang Chuan, I want to tell you something. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the injury? No. Jiu Qinghan paused, as if he had mustered up his courage. Jiang Chuan, do you like me? Jiang Chuan? Oh my god, this woman is sick. Jiang Chuan was completely blinded by this sentence. Did I do something to make her misunderstand me? Then he must let Jiu Qinghan tell it out, and he will change it. Woman. Women are shit. It's better to practice martial arts. Jiang Chuan's heart has been completely sealed with cement since he traveled to this advanced martial arts world. How did you know that? Jiang Chuan couldn't help but ask. Because you almost killed those people for me today, Jiang Chuan, do you dare to say that those things you did were not for me? Then you just like me. Jiu Qinghan's logic is really reasonable. Jiang Chuan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chuan asked tentatively, do you think it's possible that he was protecting his friend? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiu Qinghan looked like he didn't want to hear anything. Jiang Chuan was speechless. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I don't like you. Oh. Jiu Qinghan suddenly calmed down and nodded calmly. Now Jiang Chuan was confused. Just one. What else do you want me to do? If you don't like me, then what else can I say? Jiu Qinghan's words seemed to make sense. But don't worry, even though I like you, I will definitely not disturb you. That's it. After saying that, Jiu Qinghan went back to drink happily. Jiang Chuan. He finally understood that this girl was just drunk. It seems there is no need to take her words too seriously. After that night, Jiang Chuan has been practicing diligently. He doesn't even have to take the weekly test. After all, Jiang Chuan's strength is obvious to all and there is no need to test it in any way. During this period of time, Jiang Chuan also received the 2nd grade blood replenishing pill sent by Lao Tan. In addition, there are the medicinal resources of the training camp itself. After 20 days of practice, the qi and blood values directly increased from 1000 calories to 2800 calories. The strength value is more exaggerated, even more exaggerated than the blood value. It directly reached a terrifying weight of 4,000 kilograms. With this value, it is already the pinnacle of a late-stage second-grade warrior. 4,000 calories of qi and blood should be the entry threshold for a third-grade warrior. But Jiang Chuan vaguely sensed that it was not so easy to break through to the third-grade warrior. It was as if from the late stage of the second level, every time he took a step, there was an invisible resistance, preventing him from moving forward. According to Hu Wei, this requires some rare and precious materials to assist the warrior in opening up the path of martial arts and achieving a successful breakthrough. At this point, Hu Wei handed Jiang Chuan a strange-shaped ginseng. This is called heaven-grade human mountain ginseng. It is something you must have to break through to the third-rank warrior. Only if the quality of the material is high enough, you can get some additional bonuses after the breakthrough. The other two materials are ice heart lotus and lotus leaf. How to find it depends on you. Hu Wei said earnestly, this heaven-grade mountain ginseng would cost at least several million in the outside world. I don't have anything good to give you, but I think this thing might be able to open a new door for you. Jiang Chuan, the college entrance examination will begin today. Good luck in the college entrance exam. You will always be the pride of our Jiangcheng. After a month of hard training in the training camp, Jiang Chuan and Jiu Qinghan broke through to the late second level and the early second level respectively. When boarding the airship to Shangjing, Jiang Chuan looked down. At a glance, I saw many familiar faces. Some of my former schoolmates and teachers are now cheering me up at the top of their lungs. The foreman, parents, and co-workers in the shoe factory were all shouting to Jiang Chuan, asking him to be safe. Even Wang Hao was also among the cheering team. Jiang Chuan, you must keep going. This time you are leaving, not only for yourself, but also for the honor of the entire Jiangcheng. The curse that has kept Jiangcheng from rising for 20 years is about to be broken by you. Jiang Chuan. Chapter 33 Genius Collection. After a long wait of half a day's drive, the students of Jiangcheng arrived in front of a luxurious and magnificent city gate. Once you enter Shangjing, the bustling street scene is dazzling. Before we knew it, we were already in a square. Is this Shangjing? Wow, I just saw a warrior riding a dragon. Dragon Knight. I'm so envious. I wish I could be half as majestic as him in my life. There was a cacophony of voices, and it wasn't just them talking. Some are from Beijing, some are from Jiangcheng, some are from Shancheng. Students from all places gather here. In the center of the square is an ancient tower. It is about 1,000 feet high, and its appearance is ordinary and dark gray, but every few meters there is a bright lamp hanging high above. This is the ultimate goal of this trip, to go to the Changming Pagoda in Beijing. On the other side, there is a high platform. Several figures were overlooking everything from above. Mingyu, is that the person you were talking about? Beside Su Mingyu, a man in a white robe spoke in a gentle and elegant manner. He looked carefully among the crowd and found Jiang Chuan. If this kid is really like what you said, then he is definitely suitable for me to observe. What are you observing? He won't become your disciple. Su Mingyu rolled her eyes. Even if he is your inner courtyard teacher, it's useless. I believe in Jiang Chuan. Har, whether it can stand out is still a question. And above the square. At this time, a man stepped forward, his voice as loud as a bell. Quiet. Noisy people, expelled. 3 generations of your descendants are not allowed to participate in the college entrance examination. The expressions of countless candidates changed drastically and they were silent. It would be fine to expel one person, but it actually affected the college entrance examinations of future generations. Too strict. No one dared to challenge the official consolation at this time. The man glanced around and lowered his eyebrows as he read out the rules of this college entrance examination. Basically, you enter the Changming Tower to pass the levels. Different trial scenes will appear according to each person's situation. There are 10 levels in total. Those who pass for levels have successfully passed the college entrance examination and have the opportunity to continue fighting in the college entrance examination battlefield. Those who reach the 7th level are considered to have excellent results regardless of whether they can pass the 7th level. Jiang Chuan's eyes were fiery. He is determined to win the top spot in the college entrance examination. Juku said that the better the results you get in the college entrance examination, the higher the rewards you will receive after entering Qianwu College. Now, candidates in the square should enter the Changming Tower in an orderly manner from left to right. No need to worry about the space, just enter with confidence. Let me make it clear that the safety of candidates cannot be guaranteed during the college entrance examination. There may be life-threatening situations during the examination. If you repeat it again, the candidate can give up the qualification to take the college entrance examination. After these words were spoken, there were many timid and cautious people who hesitated and gave up their qualification for the trial. Most people still choose to give it a try. Not to mention those with strong backgrounds and abilities, all of them came for Tianwu College. The candidates on the square were a sea of black, slowly moving towards the Changming Tower. Let me make it clear that the safety of candidates cannot be guaranteed during the college entrance examination. There may be life-threatening situations during the examination. The man who read out the rules stared at the square, and several middle-aged men walked up behind him. There were men and women, some were dressed in black robes and their faces could not be seen, some were solemn and dignified, and some had a reserved aura. It can be seen that each of them has their own characteristics in martial arts, and their level is probably between the 5th and 6th grades. As examiners of this college entrance examination, they have the ability to suppress most emergencies. Well, the quality of candidates for this year's college entrance examination is much higher than before. In fact, it can be said that it is the best batch in the past 10 years. Just from a casual look just now, I found several good seedlings. Shancheng Zhu Angran, Modu Qingchuan, Mo Yang and Momo, Shanjing Shui Qian, Tang Yang, these people are all candidates who are infinitely close to the 3rd level. I am very optimistic about them. There are so many talented people, har, good things. But when it comes to the strongest martial arts talent, we have to mention the candidate in Jie who came from Changming main city. This divine body is the strongest I've ever seen. I don't know why Changming City would let this student come to the capital to take the college entrance examination. Her presence has disrupted the originally balanced situation, and the top spot is obviously out of suspense. The examiners communicated with each other. Little did they know that the biggest dark horse was someone they had never expected, an ordinary teenager from Jiangcheng. During the break in the chat, Jiang Chuan entered the world inside the tower and felt a strange feeling as if he had entered a different world. He was not surprised. As expected, each person's trial space was independent. As he was thinking, a monster appeared in front of him. The double pupils reflected a strange red light. It has a pair of goat horns on its head and looks very similar to humans, exuding a bloodthirsty and tyrannical aura. It is a demon monster, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. In this world, underground caves appear one after another and all kinds of races invade. This monster is not too strong and was sealed here by some powerful human being using some means. Although it is used as a test, it is indeed very oppressive for ordinary warriors. There is even a risk to one's life. After checking the properties of this demon monster, Jiang Chuan probably had some ideas about the core of this college entrance examination. The monsters on the first floor have attributes and types that are roughly determined according to each person's level. Compared with warriors of the same level, this monster's attack and defense are much stronger. In other words, this monster is just slightly stronger than the examinee. An ordinary person would probably win the battle, but it would be more difficult. We can only know what the next level is like after we actually see it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan casually swung out with his sword. Demon Swordsman. The monster didn't even utter a scream before it was chopped into pieces in an instant. Jiang Chuan stared at the lump of charcoal and pondered for a moment. Yeah, it's really amazing. It can even bleed. Jiang Chuan thought he could kill the enemy directly without causing the blood to react. Among the examiners who were silently observing the candidate's performance on the podium, one of them suddenly shouted, "Oh my God! He killed a monster instantly with his sword. Whose general is this? Jiangcheng? Where is Jiangcheng? What? That's impossible. I've been keeping an eye on Angel. Isn't she from Changming City? And she doesn't know swordsmanship. Who is that? Could it be one of the people mentioned before? Great. This proves that our candidates are no worse than those in Changming main city. He's good, but the key is that he's not one of those good talents. He's just an ordinary guy from Jiangcheng. This is impossible. Could it be that he is wearing a set of super equipment? Only this is possible. Let me show you the candidate's information. Several people looked over, and Jiang Chuan's information appeared on the panel. Chapter 34. Jiang Chuan leads the way. A swordsman. defeating all the members of the Demon City training camp alone. This is unusual. So what you mean is that this Jiang Chuan is also someone who can compete with Angel? I think it's very likely. Pay more attention to him. If possible, we should vigorously train him. We can't let the people in Changming City take all the limelight. I have long disliked that group of people. Sure. You want to die, don't you? Changming Tower, second floor. Jiang Chuan felt the teleportation sensation again, and the next second, a prompt appeared. From the darkness a monster emerged again. Same monster as the previous level. They just look different in attributes, but their realms are not much different, and their strength is doubled that of the previous level. However, Jiang Chuan treated it equally and sent it away with a casual blow of his sword. This time, the examiners who were all paying attention to Jiang Chuan were both surprised and ecstatic. There is no way the monster attributes can go wrong. Jiang Chuan is indeed not just an ordinary boy. Maybe he really is a hidden god-level genius. His strength is too incredible. Really, I looked at several other candidates and none of them are as strong as him. The equipment is not the main reason why he is so powerful. This is his own strength. It seems that he has a lot of secrets. This is a good thing. It means that Angel won't be able to win the top prize smoothly. Let's take a look at their results first. The examiners' respective tablet panels showed the score rankings. First place, Angel, for seconds, 5th floor. Second place, Jiang Chuan, 6 seconds, 5th floor. Third place, Shui Qian, 6.1 seconds, 5th floor. 32nd place, Momo, 11.4 seconds, 5th floor. Jiang Chuan ranked second. Because I was delayed by too many mental activities when entering the tower. Otherwise, with his speed, he would surely take first place. But don't worry too much, after all, the fun has just begun. The 5th layer is different from the first 4 layers in the change of quantity. The first 4 levels are all one-on-one, with monsters being strengthened unilaterally. From now on, the number of monsters will increase, but they are monsters of the 4th level. Faced with such a situation, can the candidate still pass all the tests? Roar. Dozens of monsters in the late second stage realm rushed forward. They will show no mercy and really want to kill the candidates. Faced with such a dangerous situation, even if the examiner had made some advanced preparation, it would be impossible to rescue the person successfully. Angel, late second rank, divine body, second order 6-winged holy seraph. An outstanding disciple from the Changming main city divine religion. I still don't understand why she must come to participate in the college entrance examination. Speaking of the facts, her combat capabilities are excellent. Yes, her fighting consciousness is really strong and her mentality is also very stable. To be honest, apart from the dark horse Jiang Chuan, I really can't find anyone else who can be compared with her. I hope Jiang Chuan can really bring us surprises. Inside the Changming Tower, Angel, with her snow-white hair and petite figure, was floating in the air. His eyes were indifferent, as dead silent as a pool of water. Faced the sudden attacks from monsters from all directions. Angel's expression didn't change at all. With a thought, 6 holy and broad wings popped out with a swish. In an instant, Angel turned into an extremely sacred person. A pair of protective heads, light appears. A pair of shields protect the body. Light is born. A pair of feet to protect, light blooming one. Clang. It can't even cause any damage to their wings. Perfectly block all attacks. Of course, in addition to their outstanding defensive capabilities, their offensive capabilities cannot be much worse either. Otherwise, she would never have been taken so seriously by the examiners. Angel had a stern face, and 6 huge wings appeared out of thin air behind her, and suddenly opened up the next second. It is about 5 or 6 meters long. And the next moment, their wings suddenly burst into dazzling supreme divine light. The monsters screamed miserably. Holy damage was a devastating blow to them. Oh my god, is this the difference? We are practicing martial arts here, but when other people's divine bodies appear, it becomes a fantasy. This is the real difference. If others don't have a divine body, they are bound to be much weaker than Angel. Seeing this, the examiners basically knew the result and turned to Shui Qian's perspective. Shui Qian, late second grade realm, legendary talent, second level sword flow, water controlling heart sword. The monsters were still surrounding them from all sides. This is something everyone has to go through. Snort. Shui Qian's eyebrows were raised, and she looked heroic. He drew out the sword, leaving a green sword pattern, and then the movement accelerated several times. More than 10 sword moves were used in an instant. Quick! Quick! It's fast! Water! Dancing! Time seemed to stop, and then continued to move forward. What appeared extra was the overwhelming blue sword energy. He is indeed a good talent, his sword skills are really high. Whether it's a single fight or a group fight, her skills are not inferior. Great! I just don't know who has a better kendo talent between Jiang Chuan and Shui Qian. It seems that with this final result, it won't be a problem to be in the top 3. Well, let's take a look at Jiang Chuan. The examiners looked at Jiang Chuan expectantly. With one sword, he slashed out. Finished. Well, it's over. It is so plain and simple, so crude. Although this wave directly raised my ranking to the first place, I suddenly feel a little reluctant to watch it. What's going on? Yeah, others have worked so hard to show off their skills, but you are so relaxed. Shrimp and pig heart, shrimp and pig heart. It's so fast, we've already reached the 6th floor. Angel is slower than him. 2 seconds slower. Jiang Chuan is really good. Only the examiners can see the results, and even if the candidates can see them, they don't have the heart to do so. After all, every minute and every second of time is related to your ranking. 7th floor of Chengming Tower. Jiang Chuan got here without any pressure. To be honest, he didn't feel there was any element of trial. There are only a few monsters from beginning to end. You can either increase their attributes or their numbers and it will be done in 2 steps. It's not difficult at all. Fortunately, I said this in my heart, otherwise, I don't know what the examiners would say after hearing it. It feels a little wrong. Has the monster type changed? Jiang Chuan looked up. Forehead. It still feels weak though. The monster that appeared this time was a demon monster riding a war horse. Compared to the demon swordsman, its aura is even more powerful. But for Jiang Chuan, his current attribute values are already ridiculously high. It is completely a level that transcends this realm. With strength that is completely beyond this realm, it would be as easy for him to kill chickens and dogs in the Changming Tower. Chapter 35, the 9th floor of Changming Tower. Have you started improving the quality of monsters? Jiang Chuan said thoughtfully, and then ended the battle in 3 seconds. At the same time, other candidates who managed to reach the 7th floor were struggling with this monster, but there was no way, as it summoned a large wave of monsters every 5 seconds. Many people couldn't withstand the first wave, and were forced to withdraw from the college entrance examination before they even saw it summon monsters. The Mo siblings were also teleported out one after another. Momo sighed and said, "I'm really impressed. The 7th level is really not something that a human can pass. Do you really think everyone is as perverted as Angel?" "Yes, normally we can only win by suppressing the monsters with our equipment level. We don't have any advantage at all, we are all at disadvantage, we can't even defeat them. I wonder how many floors they have reached." At this time, the outside of Changming Tower was full of people again. Because before this, many candidates could not bear it anymore and teleported out on their own initiative. They all sighed and looked sad. By the time they reached the 7th level, only a small number of good seedlings were able to fight against the demon captain and barely protect themselves. They all tried their best, concentrating their attention without daring to be distracted for even a moment. But the gap was too big. After struggling for a while, Zhu Angran, Qing Chuan, Tang Yang and others also withdrew from the Changming Tower. Although I am not convinced, I have to admit that I really can't beat him. The only 2 people still in the tower are Angel and Jiang Chuan. Damn it, how can we kill a 3rd level monster alone now? There are so many small monsters interfering, it's really fucking. Tang Yang cursed the stupid examiner in his heart. But he didn't know. The monster on the 8th floor is a mid-level 3rd grade monster. Compared to the monster he complained about, its basic attributes are doubled compared to the monster at the 3rd level. Jiang Chuan only took a little time, and successfully killed it in 10 seconds. This scene left the examiners outside stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. This Angel has just defeated the monsters on the 7th floor, and you have already finished the monsters on the 8th floor. If you put yourself in their shoes, when they were Jiang Chuan's age and level, they seemed to be the same as those who couldn't pass the 7th level. They exchanged glances, expressing indescribable joy. Good. The stronger Jiang Chuan is, the happier they are. Now, Jiang Chuan's performance has surpassed Jia, and it is impossible for him to be counterattacked. Judging from the college entrance examinations in previous years, those who can pass the 7th level are rare, and passing the 8th level is an unprecedented achievement. In case someone asks, aren't there 10 levels? Why did they make a conclusion at the 8th level? Do they look down on women? In fact, the trial scene of the Changming Tower is said to have 10 floors, but in fact only 8 floors are accessible. Since the dean of Qianwu Academy brought it from Changming main city, it seems that no one has ever gone above the 8th floor. That's right. Even if we go up, it will say there are no activation conditions, and we will be automatically teleported out. Yes, we can't enter the 9th floor, at least this group of candidates can't enter, so the 8th floor is the upper limit, and Jiang Chuan has already won first place. Let's go and welcome our number 1 scholar. While they were talking, Angel finally killed the boss on the 7th floor with great difficulty, but she could not withstand the rest of the battle and chose to teleport out. The examiners came down to the scene and gave words of encouragement to the candidates with good scores. Then one of them stood up and said loudly, "Jiangcheng, is Jiang Chuan here?" I shouted 3 times in a row, but no one in the entire square responded. Huh? What happened? Logically speaking, he took less time to pass the test than Angel, so he should have come out long ago. The examiner muttered to himself in a low voice. Even shorter than Angel's clearance time. The candidates who heard this were all surprised. They thought that the top scorer in this college entrance examination would most likely be Angel from the main city of Changming. The result is neither Shanghai nor Beijing. But he was born in a small Jiangcheng. Tangyang, Shuiqian and other strong men couldn't believe it. After all, they were the small group of people who had faced the boss of the 7th floor directly, and they knew how difficult the 7th floor was. Ji Yuqinghan stood up at this moment. It seems that Jiang Chuan hasn't come out yet. Hasn't come out yet? How is that possible? The examiners gathered together and checked the score sheet. Wait. How is that possible? This has never happened before. How could this happen? Isn't the 8th floor the ceiling? This. The examiners were extremely shocked and remained silent for a moment, seemingly trying to digest this outrageous fact. On their panel, the results were correct. But Jiang Chuan was no longer the first place, and he stayed in the tower longer than Angel. This is nothing. The key point is the level number following Jiang Chuan's name, which shows the 9th level. No one has ever been above the 8th floor. God knows what's going on the 9th floor. This should have been impossible, but now it has happened, and it can only be related to the malfunction of the Changming Tower. And Jiang Chuan has been in there for so long, does that mean that the teleportation and exit function of Changming Tower has also been lost? The examiners felt as if the sky was falling and their mood plummeted to the bottom. 9th floor. Soft chanting sounds rang in Jiang Chuan's ears. When he opened the system panel, he was shocked to find that all his items were increasing every second. Qi and blood increase a little bit every second. The strength increases a little bit every second. Jiang Chuan was stunned for a moment. This. Although there is only 1 point of bonus per second. But what if it takes a long time? Once the accumulation is completed, Jiang Chuan will be invincible. But then again, as long as we can become stronger, it will be a good thing. What else do you need a bicycle for? It doesn't cost anything anyway. If you can become stronger for free, what else do you need a bicycle for? How outrageous is this? It's true that you are invincible without doing anything. Jiang Chuan widened his eyes and couldn't help laughing. The sound of laughter that was so happy that it was flying in the air continued to echo in this space. He remembered that after the Changming Tower, he could also apply for the Qinjiao Arena. To put it bluntly, it was about fighting. Jiang Chuan did this not for any other reason but just to keep his promise. As a warrior, then fight. Fight to the end. As for the others, who cares? Jiang Chuan stayed here silently for 10 minutes and had not been teleported out yet. This made him think of it. If I could stay here for 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years, would I really become a god? Let alone starving to death, since he has become a god, he must be omnipotent. Har har. Unlike Jiang Chuan's surprise, the examiners from outside were already panicking. The Changming Tower suddenly malfunctioned, and no one expected it. I cannot bear this responsibility. Jiang Chuan was born in Jiangcheng, but he was able to defeat Jie from Changming main city. Such a good seedling should not be trapped there. They cannot bear this responsibility. Chapter 36 I want to fight 10. But fortunately. Next second. Jiang Chuan appeared in everyone's sight. Jiu Qinghan was the first to point at Jiang Chuan and said in surprise, Jiang Chuan is out. Everyone looked over. They all wanted to know how this person could surpass all the geniuses and become the first in the college entrance examination. The best spiritual wine? That's great, fellow Daoist Wu. As long as you give me some spiritual wine and help me escape from here and return to Qin Yusi, I will definitely thank you very much. Just tell me what you need and I will definitely reward you. Jin Wuji was immediately overjoyed and wanted to exchange some spiritual wine with Wu Yang. Do you really think that he has reached the end of his strength and has no other means to save his life and can only wait to die? After telling the secret of his Taoism, Chu Wangshu felt a little relieved. He had been worried about this for quite some time, but now he finally felt relieved. But young Master Shinwei should never have contacted the Palace Master in secret and even exposed Yarn Yi's whereabouts to the Palace Master. He was kicked and fell onto the table nearby. The security guard standing on the left took a stick and swung it towards Lin Xiaofeng's head. But at this moment, the poisoned slave controlled by the insects suddenly opened his mouth. A golden light spurted out from his mouth and shot towards the poisoned slave controlled by Yi Fei on the opposite side. After saying that, Yami walked directly in front, with a ball of fire burning in his right hand, which he used as a light. It can be seen, this thing is still bound. Yang Hanshui speechlessly pulled the reins hard, trying to make the griffin land. He flipped the page and found the next GU worm was their pale and powerless GU, which was also a Taoist GU worm. Its effect was just the opposite of the overcoming all opposition GU. It permanently consumed part of the GU master's power, thus easily breaking and cancelling the Taoist covenant. Zeratul stabbed into the ground next to him, and the powerful energy quickly broke through the soft soil. Lin Jiaoi looked smug, as if she had done something good to redress her injustice. In my eyes, her pretty face turned into a hellish demon, extremely ugly. Like mountain mists passing through pines and cypresses, the coldness and ruggedness are accompanied by an indescribable loneliness and arrogance. Clear waters flow into a quiet pond, and the sound of a cold bell stirs up splashes of water and ripples. Layer upon layer of dissipation suppresses the idle crowd, making them panic-stricken. If I really pushed the blame and hurt Yin Mairen, the punishment is correct. But why should this matter that has nothing to do with me be given a nice name? I need to indirectly admit my guilt and be willing to be punished. Tang Mushi followed Lin Feier into the bedroom. Lin Feier stood with his back to Tang Mushi, his hands clenched tightly. This is. Hua Longqi and Wang Fufeng didn't know each other. They looked at each other. Li Yang next to them frowned and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Strange Stories is a creature created by heaven and earth. No one knows who created it. We only know that Strange Stories is on the top of the South Mountain, in the North Sea. Its presence can be found everywhere. It is omnipresent. Fuxi has followed Su Huiyin for many years. He could guess that Su Huiyin must be in a mess just by the fact that she drank the soup so eagerly and perfunctorily. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Mushi pressed the closed door button without thinking, and the elevator door closed, isolating Ji Yu Lian, who was still a few steps away. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan bent down and approached him, touching his eyebrows with her fingertips, poking the tip of his nose, and lightly tapping his lower lip. Then he deliberately leaned over and looked up into Li Zirui's eyes. Hu Qing put down his phone and moved back to the castle in an instant. Soon, Neutralite and the aircraft arrived. High in the sky, above the black curtain, the dwarf man lost his previous mysterious majesty. Facing the young man in front of him, his body couldn't stop shaking. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that something terrible had happened at the Federal Bank building. Chapter 37 Zhu Angren's defeat. Zhu Angren bowed to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan also returned the gift. This was the other party's good intention, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Everyone stood aside tacitly and spontaneously, leaving enough space for the two to perform. The college teachers also stood aside obediently. Actually, there is nothing wrong with letting them do so. Also, for example, yesterday when Lin Yumeng and Xiao Mei had just moved in, a killer appeared and went straight into the villa. Geng Haisha began to look around for a place to stand on the pull-up bar. He had already completed a 5,000-meter run in the morning, and the next task was to do 500 pull-ups. With an all-substitute lineup, they were able to create such a big score difference in the first quarter. It seems that Jiangcheng University of Technology will most likely be the biggest dark horse in this year's National College Basketball League, asserted a fairly experienced reporter. Luo Kadi was very puzzled when she saw Chu Yang's silly look and how he followed what the people in the room said. Can it be loaded onto the truck? Li Lei stretched out his hand, grasped the handle of the 7-hole machete, and yelled at the person on duty. It's okay, just do what you have to do, we are also victims. I nodded. We were indeed in the position of victims in this matter. The appearance of the gunman did not give us any chance to resist. Enough. Someone slammed the table and stood up and shouted loudly. The man was 8 feet tall, his face was like pale gold, and he was wearing a red brocade robe. More than a dozen photos popped up on the screen, clearly showing that this was a factory that was about to be completed. Since Miss Hongxian has pleaded for mercy, this general will spare him. If he acts wildly in the capital again, I will never let him off easily. Goodbye. After saying this, Liu Shixin rode away angrily, and the big man looked at his back with a sneer. Although their weight is only 8 kilograms, as the training time accumulates, the physical energy consumption has more than doubled. First of all, after fully realizing Liu Yang's strength, no matter what the reason, the loyalty of these originally scattered subordinates has increased a lot, and a model of a stable team has been formed. She wanted to get as many points as possible to improve her rating, and tried to kill a few monsters. It seemed that except for eating meat and trading, it was difficult to increase the rating level. The families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang would never believe that this man would go south. He killed people when he first entered Jiangnan some time ago, which really scared many people. This is a real great god. Now the families can't even take care of Wang Xian and themselves. At this time, all the ministers were shocked when they saw that Wu Jie, the Duke of Yang, who usually only knew how to fight and kill, refuted Yang Shishuan here. They really couldn't understand what was going on. So it's not surprising at all that the second Prince Li Qing wants to cancel the engagement. But think about it carefully. Once you acknowledge me as your master, you will be under my command for the rest of your life. If you dare to betray me, it will be worse than becoming the prey of the bear people. Liu Yang said lightly. Although there were no wounds on the surface, his eyes were cloudy and his face was pale, and it was obvious that he was not normal. Wu Weidong gave up all resistance and immediately revealed the shocking inside story of the Devil Bat organization. This is their secret code for contact, and she will only believe it if the person holds this half bill. With this slogan alone, we cannot just make the lowest-end mobile phones, we must also have our own high-end brand image. With your looks, don't you feel inferior to everyone you meet? Although Fu Yanxi asked a question, it sounded affirmative from everyone's perspective. At this moment, the courtyard, which was as bright as day, was almost full of people. Chai Hua took a look and found that they were all people from Wuji Purgatory. Gao Jun's injuries were very serious. Not to mention the concussion, the external injuries alone were dangerous.